those that have no sons. Women are fond of pleasure and power. Through this means they will cast off their sorrows and become happy. Having comforted the whole empire in this way, O Bharata, adore the gods in a horse sacrifice as the virtuous Indra did in days of old. It is not proper for us to grieve for those high-souled Kshatriyas, O bull of thy order, that have fallen in battle. Stupefied by the power of the destroyer, they have perished in the observance of the duties of their own order. Thou hast discharged the duties of a Kshatriya and obtained the earth without a thorn in it. Observe thy own duties, O son of Kunti, for then, O Bharata, thou shalt be able to obtain happiness in the other world. Section 34-35. Yudhishthira said, after doing what acts does a man become liable to perform expiation? And what are those acts which he must do for being freed from sin? Tell me this, O grandsire. Vyasa said, having omitted to do those acts that have been ordained, and done those that have been interdicted, and having behaved deceitfully, a man becomes liable to perform expiation. The person in the observance of the Brahmacharya vow, who rises from bed after the sun has risen or goes to bed while the sun is setting, one who has a rotten nail or black teeth, one whose younger brother weds first, one who weds before his elder brother is wedded, one who has been guilty of the slaughter of a Brahmana, one who speaks ill of others, one who weds a younger sister before the elder sister has been wedded, one who weds an elder sister after having wedded a younger one who falls away from a vow, one who slays any one of the regenerate classes, one who imparts a knowledge of the Vedas to a person unworthy of it, one who does not impart a knowledge thereof to a person that is worthy of it, one who takes many lives, one who sells flesh, one who has abandoned his sacred fire, one who sells a knowledge of the Vedas, 111. One who slays his preceptor or a woman, one born in a sinful family, one who slays an animal willfully, 112, one who sets fire to a dwelling house, one who lives by deceit, one who acts in opposition to his preceptor, and one who has violated a compact. These all are guilty of sins requiring expiation. I shall now mention other acts that men should not do, viz. Acts that are interdicted by both the world and the Vedas. Listen to me with concentrated attention. The rejection of one's own greed, the practice of other people's greed, assisting at the sacrifice or the religious rites of one that is not worthy of such assistance, eating of food that is forbidden, deserting one that craves protection, neglect in maintaining servants and dependents, selling salt and treacle, and similar other substances, killing of birds and animals, refusal, though competent, to procreate upon a soliciting woman, omission to present the daily gifts of handfuls of grass to kine and the like, omission to present the dakshina, humiliating a brahmana, these all have been pronounced by persons conversant with duty to be acts that no one should do. The son that quarrels with the father, the person that violates the bed of his preceptor, one that neglects to produce offspring in one's wedded wife, are all sinful, O tiger among men. I have now declared to thee, in brief as also in detail, those acts and omissions by which a man becomes liable to perform expiation. Listen now to the circumstances under which men, by even committing these acts, do not become stained with sin. If a Brahmana well acquainted with the Vedas takes up arms and rushes against thee in battle for killing thee, thou mayst proceed against him for taking his life. By such an act the slayer does not become guilty of the slaughter of a Brahmana. 113. There is a mantra in the Vedas, O son of Kunti, that lays this down. I declare unto thee only those practices that are sanctioned by the authority of the Vedas. One who slays a Brahmana that has fallen away from his own duties and that advances, weapon in hand, with intent to slaughter, does not truly become the slayer of a Brahmana. In such a case it is the wrath of the slayer that proceeds against the wrath of the slain. A person, by drinking alcoholic stimulants in ignorance or upon the advice of a virtuous physician when his life is at peril, should have the regenerating ceremonies performed once more in his case. All that I have told thee, O son of Kunti, about the eating of interdicted food, may be cleansed by such expiatory rites. Connection with the preceptor's wife at the preceptor's command does not stain the pupil. The sage Udalaka caused his son Swetaketu to be begotten by a disciple. A person by committing theft for the sake of his preceptor in a season of distress is not stained with sin. One, however, that takes to thieving for procuring enjoyments for himself becomes stained. One is not stained by stealing from other than Brahmanas in a season of distress and for the sake of one's preceptor. Only one that steals under such circumstances without himself appropriating any portion thereof is untouched by sin. A falsehood may be spoken for saving one's own life or that of another, or for the sake of one's preceptor, or for gratifying a woman, or for bringing about a marriage. One's vow of brahmacharya is not broken by having wet dreams. In such cases the expiation laid down consists in the pouring of libations of clarified butter on the blazing fire. If the elder brother be fallen or has renounced the world, the younger brother does not incur sin by marrying. Solicited by a woman, connection with her is not destructive of virtue. One should not slay or cause to be slain an animal except in a sacrifice. Animals have become sacred, fit for sacrifice, through the kindness manifested towards them by the Creator himself in the ordinance laid down by him. By making a gift in ignorance to an undeserving Brahmana, one does not incur sin. The omission, through ignorance, to behave with liberality towards a deserving person does not lead to sin. By casting off an adulterous wife one does not incur sin. By such treatment the woman herself may be purged while the husband may avoid sin. One who knows the true use of the soma juice does not incur sin by selling it. 114. By dismissing a servant who is incompetent to render service one is not touched by sin. I have now said unto thee those acts by doing which one does not incur sin. I shall now speak to thee of expiation in detail. Section 36. Vyasa said, by penances, religious rites, and gifts, O Bharata, a man may wash off his sins if he does not commit them again. By subsisting upon only one meal a day, and that procured by mendicancy, by doing all his acts himself, without relying on the aid of a servant, by making his round of mendicancy with a human skull in one hand and a katanga in another, by becoming a brahmacharin and always ready for exertion, by casting off all malice, by sleeping on the bare ground, by publishing his offence to the world, by doing all this for full 12 years, a person can cleanse himself from the sin of having slain a Brahmana. By perishing upon the weapon of a person living by the use of arms, of one's own will and upon the advice of persons learned in the scriptures, or by throwing oneself down, for 3 times, with head downwards, upon a blazing fire, or by walking 100 yojanas all the while reciting the Vedas, or by giving away one's whole property to a Brahmana conversant with the Vedas, or at least so much as would secure him a competence for life, or a house properly furnished, and by protecting kine and Brahmanas, one may be cleansed of the sin of having slain a Brahmana. By living upon the scantiest meal every day for a space of 6 years, a person may be cleansed of that sin. 115. By observing one harder vow with regard to food, one may be cleansed in 3 years. 116. By living upon one meal a month, one may be cleansed in course of only a year. By observing, again, an absolute fast, one may be cleansed within a very short time. There is no doubt, again, that one is cleansed by a horse sacrifice. Men that have been guilty of having slain a Brahmana and that have succeeded in taking the final bath at the completion of the horse sacrifice, become cleansed of all their sins. This is an injunction of great authority in the Srutis. One again, by slaying down his life in a battle undertaken for the sake of a Brahmana, becomes cleansed of the sin of having slain a Brahmana. By giving away 100,000 kine unto persons deserving of gifts, one becomes cleansed of the sin of having slain a Brahmana, as also, indeed, of all his sins. One that gives away 25,000 kine of the Kapila species, and while all of them have calved, becomes cleansed of all his sins. One who, at the point of death, gives away 1,000 kine with calves unto poor but deserving persons, becomes freed from sin. That man, O king, who gives away 100 steeds of the Kamvoa bred unto Brahmanas of regulated behavior, becomes freed from sin. That man, O Bharata, who gives unto even one person all that he asks for, and who, having given it, does not speak of his act to anyone, becomes freed from sin. If a person who has once taken alcohol drinks, as expiation, hot liquor, he sanctifies himself both here and hereafter. By falling from the summit of a mountain or entering a blazing fire, or by going on an everlasting journey after announcing the world, one is freed from all sins. By performing the sacrifice laid down by Vrihaspati, a Brahmana who drinks alcoholic liquors may succeed in attaining to the region of Brahman. This has been said by Brahman himself. If a person, after having drunk alcoholic liquor, becomes humble and makes a gift of land, and abstains from it ever afterwards, he becomes sanctified and cleansed. The person that has violated his preceptor's bed should lie down on a sheet of iron having heated it, and having cut off the emblem of his sex should leave the world for a life in the woods, with eyes always turned upwards. By casting off one's body, one becomes cleansed of all his evil acts. Women, by leading a regulated life for 1 year, become cleansed of all their sins. The person who observes a very rigid vow, or gives away the whole of his wealth, or perishes in a battle fought for the sake of his preceptor, becomes cleansed of all his sins. One who uses falsehood before one's preceptor or acts in opposition to him, becomes cleansed of that sin by doing something agreeable to one's preceptor. One who has fallen off from the vow of Brahmacharya may become cleansed of that sin by wearing the hide of a cow for 6 months and observing the penances laid down in the case of the slaughter of a Brahmana. One who has been guilty of adultery or of theft may become cleansed by observing rigid vows for a year. When one steals another's property, one should, by every means in his power, return to that other property of the value of what has been stolen. One may then be cleansed of the sin of theft. The younger brother who has married before the marriage of the elder brother, as also the elder brother whose younger brother has married before him, becomes cleansed by observing a rigid vow, with collected soul, for 12 nights. The younger brother, however, should wed again for rescuing his deceased ancestors. Upon such second wedding, the first wife becomes cleansed and her husband himself would not incur sin by taking her. Men conversant with the scriptures declare that women may be cleansed of even the greatest sins by observing the vow of Chaturmasya, all the while living upon scanty and cleansing food. Persons conversant with the scriptures do not take into account the sins that women may commit at heart. Whatever their sins, of this description, they are cleansed by their menstrual course like a metallic plate that is scoured with ashes. Plates, made of the alloy of brass and copper, stained by a Sudra eating off it, or a vessel of the same metal that has been smelt by a cow, or stained by a Brahmana's Ganjusho, may be cleansed by means of the 10 purifying substances. 117. It has been laid down that a Brahmana should acquire and practice the full measure of virtue. For a person at the kingly order it has been laid down that he should acquire and practice a measure of virtue less by a fourth part. So, a Vaisya should acquire a measure less than a Kshatriya's by a fourth, and a Sudra less than a Vaisya's by a fourth. The heaviness or lightness of sins, for purposes of expiation, of each of the four orders, should be determined upon this principle. Having slain a bird or an animal, or cut down living trees, a person should publish his sin and fast for 3 nights. By having intercourse with one with whom intercourse is prohibited, the expiation for one is wandering in wet clothes and sleeping on a bed of ashes. These, O king, are the expiations for sinful acts, according to precedent and reason and scriptures and the ordinances. A Brahmana may be cleansed of all sins by reciting the Gayatri in a sacred place, all the while living upon frugal fare, casting off malice, abandoning wrath and hate, unmoved by praise and blame, and abstaining from speech. He should during the daytime be under shelter of the sky and should lie down at night even at such a place. Thrice during the day, and thrice during the night, he should also plunge with his clothes into a stream or lake for performing his ablutions. Observant of rigid vows, he should abstain from speech with women, Sudras, and fallen persons. A Brahmana by observing such regulations may be cleansed of all sins unconsciously committed by him. A person obtains in the other world the fruits, good or bad, of his acts here which are all witnessed by the elements. Be it virtue or be it vice, according to the true measure that one acquires of either, one enjoys or suffers the consequences, even here. By knowledge, by penances, and by righteous acts, therefore, one enhances his weal, even here. One, therefore, may similarly enhance his misery by committing unrighteous acts. One should, therefore, always achieve acts that are righteous and abstain altogether from those that are unrighteous. I have now indicated what the expiations are of the sins that have been mentioned. There is expiation for every sin except those that are called Mahapatakas, highly heinous sins. As regards sins in respect of unclean food and the like, and improper speeches, etc., they are of 2 classes, viz., those committed consciously and those that are committed unconsciously. All sins that are committed consciously are grave, while those that are committed unconsciously are trivial or light. There is expiation for both. Indeed, sin is capable of being washed away by observance of the ordinances spoken of. Those ordinances, however, have been laid down only for believers in God, and those that have faith. They are not for atheists or those that have no faith, or those in whom pride and malice predominate. A person, O tiger among men, that is desirous of weal both here and hereafter, should, O foremost of virtuous men, have recourse to righteous behavior, to the counsels of men that are righteous, and to the duties that have been ordained for him. Therefore, for the reasons already advanced by me, thou, O king, shalt be cleansed of all thy sins, for thou hast slain thy foes in the discharge of thy duties as a king and for the protection of thy life breath and thy inheritance. Or, if notwithstanding this, thou still regardest thyself to be sinful, perform expiation. Do not cast away thy life in consequence of such grief that is not becoming a wise man. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by the holy Rishi, King Yudhishthira the Just, having reflected for a short while, said these words unto the sage. Section 37. Yudhishthira said, Tell me, O grandfather, what food is clean and what unclean, what gift is praiseworthy, and who should be considered deserving and who undeserving of gifts. Vyasa said, In this connection is cited the old account of a discourse between the ascetics and that Lord of creation, viz., Manu. In the Krita age, an assembly of rishis, of rigid vows, having approached the great and puissant Lord of creation, Manu, while seated at his ease, solicited him to discourse on duties, saying, what food should be taken, who is to be regarded a deserving person, for gifts, what gifts should be made, how should a person study, and what penances should one perform and how, and what acts should be done and what acts should not be done, O Lord of creation, tell us everything about all this. Thus addressed by them, the divine and self-born man who said unto them, listen to me as I expound the duties in brief and in detail. In regions which have not been interdicted, silent recitation of sacred mantras, Homer, fasts, knowledge of self, sacred rivers, regions inhabited by men devoted to this pious acts, these have been laid down as acts and objects that are cleansing. Certain mountains also are cleansing, as also the eating of gold and bathing in waters into which have been dipped gems and precious stones. Sojourn to holy places, and eating of sanctified butter, these also, without doubt, speedily cleanse a man. No man would ever be called wise if he is indulged in pride. If he wishes to be long-lived, he should for 3 nights drink hot water, as an expiation for having indulged in pride. Refusal to appropriate what is not given, gift, study of scriptures, penance, abstention from injury, truth, freedom from wrath, and worship of the gods in sacrifices, these are the characteristics of virtue. That again which is virtue may, according to time and place, be sin. Thus appropriation of what belongs to others, untruth, and injury and killing, may, under special circumstances, become virtue. With respect to persons capable of judging, acts are of 2 kinds, viz., virtuous and sinful. From the worldly and the Vedic points of view again, virtue and sin are good or bad, according to their consequences. From the Vedic point of view, virtue and sin, that is, everything a man may do or not do, would be classed under action and inaction. Inaction, that is, abstention from Vedic rites and adoption of a life of contemplation, leads to emancipation from rebirth, while the consequences of action, that is, practice of Vedic rites, are repeated death and rebirth. From the worldly point of view, acts that are evil lead to evil, and those that are good to consequences that are good. From the worldly point of view, therefore, virtue and sin are to be distinguished by the good and the evil character of their consequences. 118. Acts that are, apparently, evil, when undertaken from considerations connected with the gods, the scriptures, life itself, and the means by which life is sustained, produce consequences that are good. When an act is undertaken from the expectation, however doubtful, that it will produce mischief to someone in the future, or when an act is done whose consequence is visibly mischievous, expiation had been laid down. When an act is done from wrath or clouded judgment, then expiation should be performed by giving pain to the body, guided by precedent, by scriptures, and by reason. When anything, again, is done for pleasing or displeasing the mind, the sin arising therefrom may be cleansed by sanctified food and recitation of mantras. The king who lays aside, in a particular case, the rod of chastisement, should fast for 1 night. The priest who, in a particular case, abstains from advising the king to inflict punishment, should fast for 3 nights as an expiation. The person who, from grief, attempts to commit suicide by means of weapons, should fast for 3 nights. There is no expiation for them that cast off the duties and practices of their order and class, country, and family, and that abandon their very greed. When an occasion for doubt respecting what should be done arises, that should be regarded as the injunction of the scriptures which 10 persons versed in Vedic scriptures or 3 of those that frequently recite them may declare. 119. The bull, earth, little ants, worms generated in dirt, and poison, should not be eaten by Brahmanas. They should not also eat fishes that have no scales, and 4-footed aquatic animals like frogs and others, except the tortoise. Waterfowls called basses, ducks, supiners, chakravacas, diving ducks, cranes, grouse, shags, vultures, hawks, owls, as also all four-footed animals that are carnivorous and that have sharp and long teeth, and birds, and animals having 2 teeth and those having 4 teeth, as also the milk of the sheep, the she-ass, the she-camel, the newly calved cow, woman and deer, should not be taken by a Brahmana. Besides this, the food that has been offered to the man, that which had been cooked by a woman who has recently brought forth the child, and food cooked by an unknown person, should not be eaten. The milk also of a cow that has recently calved should not be taken. If a Brahmana takes food that has been cooked by a Kshatriya, it diminishes his energy. If he takes the food provided by a Sudra, it dims his Brahmanic luster. And if he takes the food provided by a goldsmith or a woman who has neither husband nor children, it lessens the period of his life. The food provided by a usurer is equivalent to dirt, while that provided by a woman living by prostitution is equivalent to semen. The food also provided by persons that tolerate the unchastity of their wives, and by persons that are ruled by their spouses, is forbidden. The food provided by a person selected for receiving gifts at a certain stage of a sacrifice, by one who does not enjoy his wealth or make any gifts, that provided by one who sells soma, or one who is a shoemaker, by an unchaste woman, by a washerman, by a physician, by persons serving as watchmen, by a multitude of persons, by one who is pointed at by a whole village, by one deriving his support from keep of dancing girls, by persons wedding before their elder brothers are wedded, by professional panegyrists and bards, and by those that are gamblers, the food also which is brought with the left hand or which is stale, the food which is mixed with alcohol, the food a portion of which has been already tasted, and the food that forms the remnant of a feast, should not be taken by a Brahmana. Cakes, sugarcanes, botherbs, and rice boiled in sugared milk, if they have lost their relish, should not be taken. The powder of fried barley and of other kinds of fried grain, mixed with curds, if become stale with age, should not be taken. Rice boiled in sugared milk, food mixed with the tila seed, meat, and cakes, that have not been dedicated to the gods, should not be taken by Brahmanas leading a domestic mode of life. Having first gratified the gods, rishis, guests, Pitras, and the household deities, a Brahmana leading a domestic mode of life should then take his food. A householder, by living thus in his own house, becomes like a person of the bhikshu order that has renounced the world. A man of such behavior, living with his wives in domesticity, earns great religious merit. No one should make a gift for the sake of acquiring fame, or from fear of censure and the like, or unto a benefactor. A virtuous man would not make gifts unto persons living by singing and dancing, or unto those that are professional jesters, or unto a person that is intoxicated, or unto one that is insane, or unto a thief, or unto a slanderer, or unto the idiot, or unto one that is pale of hue, or unto one that is defective of a limb, or unto a dwarf, or unto a wicked person, or unto one born in a lower and wicked family, or unto one that has not been sanctified by the observance of vows. No gift should be made to a Brahmana destitute of knowledge of the Vedas. Gifts should be made unto him only that is a Sratriyu. 120. An improper gift and an improper acceptance produce evil consequences unto both the giver and the acceptor. As a person who seeks to cross the ocean with the aid of a rock or a mass of catechu sinks along with his support, even so the giver and the acceptor, in such a case, both sink together. As a fire that is covered with wet fuel does not blaze forth, even so the acceptor of a gift who is bereft of penances and study and piety cannot confer any benefit upon the giver. As water in a human skull, and milk in a bag made of dog skin become unclean in consequence of the uncleanliness of the vessels in which they are kept. Even so, the Vedas become fruitless in a person who is not of good behavior. One may give from compassion unto a low Brahmana who is without mantras and vows, who is ignorant of the scriptures and who harbors envy. One may, from compassion, give unto a person that is poor or afflicted or ill. But he should not give unto such a person in the belief that he would derive any spiritual benefit from it or that he would earn any religious merit by it. There is no doubt that a gift made to Brahmana bereft of the Vedas becomes perfectly fruitless in consequence of the fault of the recipient. As an elephant made of wood or an antelope made of leather, even so is a Brahmana that has not studied the Vedas. All the three have nothing but names. 121. As a eunuch is unproductive with women, as a cow is unproductive with a cow, as a bird lives in vain that is featherless, even so is a Brahmana that is without mantras. As grain without kernel, as a well without water, as libations poured on ashes, even so is a gift to a Brahmana void of learning. An unlearned Brahmana is an enemy to all, and is the destroyer of the food that is presented to the gods and Pitris. A gift made to such a person goes for nothing. He is, therefore, like unto a robber of other people's wealth. He can never succeed in acquiring regions of bliss hereafter. I have now told thee in brief, O Yudhishthira, all that was said by Manu on that occasion. This high discourse should be listened to by all, O bull of Bharata's race. Section 38. Yudhishthira said, O holy and great ascetic, I desire to hear in detail what the duties of kings are and what the duties, in full, of all the four orders. I desire also to hear, O foremost of Brahmanas, what behavior should be adopted in seasons of distress, and how I may subjugate the world by treading along the path of morality. This discourse on expiation, treating, at the same time, of fasts and capable of exciting great curiosity, fills me with joy. The practice of virtue and the discharge of kingly duties are always inconsistent with each other. For always thinking of how one may reconcile the two, my mind is constantly stupefied. Vaisampayana continued, Then Vyasa, O monarch, that foremost of all persons conversant with the Vedas, casting his eyes upon that ancient and all-knowing person, viz. Narada, said, If, O king, thou wishest to hear of duties and morality in full, then ask Bhishma, O mighty armed one, that old grandsire of the Kurus. Conversant with all duties and possessed of universal knowledge, that son of Bhagirati will remove all the doubts in thy heart on the difficult subject of duties. That goddess, viz., the genius of the celestial river of three courses, brought him forth. He saw with his physical eyes all the gods with Indra at their head. Having gratified with his dutiful services the celestial rishis, having Vrihaspati at the head, he acquired a knowledge of the duties of kings. That foremost one among the Kurus obtained a knowledge also of that science, with its interpretations, with usanas, and that regenerate one who is the preceptor of the celestials know. Having practiced rigid vows, that mighty armed one acquired a knowledge of all the Vedas and their branches, from Vasishta and from Kayavana of Bhrigu's race. In olden days he studied under the eldest-born son of the grandsire himself, viz. Sanat Kumara of blazing splendor, well conversant with the truths of mental and spiritual science. He learnt the duties in full of the Yatis from the lips of Markandeya. The bull among men obtained all weapons from Rama and Sakra. Although born among human beings, his death itself is still under his own control. Although childless, yet he has many regions of bliss hereafter as heard by us. Regenerate rishis of great merit were always his courtiers. There is nothing among objects that should be known that is unknown to him. Conversant with all duties and acquainted with all the subtle truths of morality, even he will discourse to thee upon duty and morality. Go unto him before he abandons his life breath. Thus addressed by him, the high-souled son of Kunti, of great wisdom, said the following words unto Satyavati's son Vyasa, that first of eloquent men. Yudhishthira said, having caused a great and horrid slaughter of kinsmen, I have become an offender against all and a destroyer of the earth. Having caused that Bhishma himself, that warrior who always fought fairly, to be slain by the aid of a deceit, how shall I approach him for asking him about duties and morality? Vaisampayana continued, moved by the desire of benefiting all the four orders. The mighty armed and high-souled chief of Yadu's race once more addressed that foremost of kings, in the following words. Vasudeva said, It behoveth thee not to show such pertinacity in grief. Do that, O best of kings, which the holy Vyasa has said. The Brahmanas, O mighty armed one, and these thy brothers of great energy, stand before thee beseechingly like persons beseeching the deity of the clouds at the close of summer. The unslain remnant of the assembled kings, and the people belonging to all the four orders of thy kingdom of Kuru Jangala, O king, are here. For the sake of doing what is agreeable to these high-souled Brahmanas, in obedience also to the command of thy revered senior Vyasa of immeasurable energy, and at the request of ourselves that are thy well-wishers, and of Draupadi, O scorcher of foes, do what is agreeable to us, O slayer of foes, and what is beneficial to the world. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by Krishna, the high-souled king, Yudhishthira, of eyes like lotus petals, rose from his seat for the good of the whole world. The tiger among men, viz. Yudhishthira of great fame, besought by Krishna himself, by the island-born, by Vyasa, by Devasthana, by Jishnu, by these and many others, cast off his grief and anxiety. Fully conversant with the declarations of the Srutis, with the science that treats of the interpretation of those declarations, and with all that men usually hear and all that deserve to be heard, the son of Bandhu obtained peace of mind and resolved upon that he should next do. Surrounded by all of them like the moon by the stars, the king, placing Dhritarashtra at the head of the train, set out for entering the city. Desirous of entering the city, Kunti's son Yudhishthira, conversant with every duty, offered worship unto the gods and thousands of Brahmanas. He then ascended a new and white car covered with blankets and deerskins, and into which were yoked 16 white bullocks possessed of auspicious marks, and which had been sanctified with Vedic mantras. Adored by panegyrists and bards, the king mounted upon that car like Soma riding upon his own ambrosial vehicle. His brother Bhima of terrible prowess took the reins. Arjuna held over his head a white umbrella of great effulgence. That white umbrella held upon the car looked beautiful like a star-decked white cloud in the firmament. The two heroic sons of Madri, viz., Nakula and Sahadeva, shook up two yak-tails white as the rays of the moon and adorned with gems for fanning the king. The 5 brothers decked with ornaments, having ascended the car, O king, looked like the 5 elements that enter into the composition of everybody. Riding upon another white car unto which were yoked steeds fleet as thought, Yuetsu, O king, followed the eldest son of Bandhu behind. Upon his own brilliant car of gold unto which were yoked Saviour and Sugriva, Krishna, with Satyaki, followed the Kurus. The eldest uncle of Pritha's son, O Bharata, accompanied by Gandhari, proceeded at the head of the train, upon a vehicle borne on the shoulders of men. The other ladies of the Kuru household, as also Kunti and Krishna, all proceeded on excellent vehicles, headed by Vidura. Behind followed a large number of cars and elephants decked with ornaments, and foot soldiers and steeds. His praises chanted by sweet-voiced panegyrists and bards, the king proceeded towards the city called after the elephant. The progress, O mighty armed one, of King Yudhishthira became so beautiful that its like had never been on earth. Teeming with healthy and cheerful men, the busy hum of innumerable voices was heard there. During the progress of Pritha's son, the city and its streets were adorned with gay citizens, all of whom had come out for honouring the king. The spot through which the king passed had been decked with festoons of flowers and innumerable banners. The streets of the city were perfumed with incense. The place was overlaid with powdered perfumes and flowers and fragrant plants, and hung over with garlands and wreaths. New metallic jars, full of water to the brim, were kept at the door of every house, and bevies of beautiful maidens of the fairest complexion stood at the particular spots. Accompanied by his friends, the son of Pandu, adored with sweet speeches, entered the city through its well-adorned gate. Section 39. Vaisampayana said, at the time the Parthas entered the city, thousands upon thousands of the citizens came out to behold the sight. The well-adorned squares and streets, with crowds swelling at each moment, looked beautiful like the ocean swelling at the rise of the moon. The large mansions that stood on the street sides, decked with every ornament and full of ladies, seemed to shake, O Bharata, with their weight. With soft and modest voices they uttered the praises of Yudhishthira, of Bhima and Arjuna, and of the two sons of Madri. And they said, Worthy of all praise art thou, O blessed princess of Panchala, that waitest by the side of those foremost of men, even like Gautami by the side of the 7 rishis. Thy acts and vows have borne their fruits, O lady. In this strain, O monarch, the ladies praised the Princess Krishna. In consequence of those praises, O Bharata, and their speeches with one another, and the shouts of joy uttered by the men, the city became filled with a loud uproar. Having passed through the streets with such behaviour as befitted him, Yudhishthira then entered the beautiful palace of the Kuras, adorned with every ornament. The people belonging to the city and the provinces, approaching the palace, uttered speeches that were agreeable to his ears. By good luck, O foremost of kings, thou hast vanquished thy enemies, O slayer of foes. By good luck, thou hast recovered thy kingdom through virtue and prowess. Be, O foremost of kings, our monarch for 100 years, and protect thy subjects virtuously like Indra protecting the denizens of heaven. Thus adored at the palace gate with blessed speeches, and accepting the benedictions uttered by the Brahmanas from every side, the king, graced with victory and the blessings of the people, entered the palace that resembled the mansion of Indra himself, and then descended from his car. Entering the apartments, blessed Yudhishthira approached the household gods and worshipped them with gems and scents and floral wreaths. Possessed of great fame and prosperity, the king came out once more and beheld a number of Brahmanas waiting with auspicious articles in their hands, for pronouncing benedictions on him. Surrounded by those Brahmanas desirous of uttering benedictions on him, the king looked beautiful like the spotless moon in the midst of the stars. Accompanied by his priest Dharmya and his eldest uncle, the son of Kunti, cheerfully worshipped, with due rites, those Brahmanas with gifts of sweets, gems, and gold in profusion, and kine and robes, O monarch, and with divers other articles that each desired. Then loud shouts of "This is a blessed day" arose, filling the entire welkin, O Bharata. Sweet to the ear, that sacred sound was highly gratifying to the friends and well-wishers of the Pandavas. The king heard that sound uttered by those learned Brahmanas, and that was as loud and clear as the sound of a flock of swans. He listened also to the speeches, fraught with melodious words and grave import, of those persons well conversant with the Vedas. Then, O king, the peal of drums and the delightful blare of conchs, indicative of triumph, arose. A little while after, when the Brahmanas had become silent, a Rakshasa of the name of Charvaka, who had disguised himself as a Brahmana, addressed the king. He was a friend of Duryodhana and stood there in the garb of a religious mendicant, with the rosary, with a tuft of hair on his head, and with a triple staff in his hand. He stood proudly and fearlessly in the midst of all those Brahmanas that had come there for pronouncing benedictions upon the king, numbering by thousands, O king, and all of whom were devoted to penances and vows. That wicked wight, desirous of evil, entered the Hysud Pandavas, and without having consulted those Brahmanas, said these words unto the king. Charvaka said, all these Brahmanas, making me their spokesman, are saying, Fie on thee! Thou art a wicked king. Thou art a slayer of kinsmen. What shalt thou gain, O son of Kunti, by having thus exterminated thy race? Having slain also thy superiors and preceptor, it is proper for thee to cast away thy life. Hearing these words of that wicked Rakshasa, the Brahmanas they became deeply agitated. Stung by that speech, they made a loud uproar, and all of them, with King Yudhishthira, O monarch, became speechless from anxiety and shame. Yudhishthira said, I bow down to you and beseech you humbly, be gratified with me. It doth not behove you to cry fie on me. I shall soon lay down my life. 122. Vaisampayana continued, then all those Brahmanas, O king, loudly said, these are not our words. Prosperity to thee, O monarch. Those high-souled persons, conversant with the Vedas, with understanding rendered clear by penances, then penetrated the disguise of the speaker by means of their spiritual sight. And they said, this is the Rakshasa Charvaka, the friend of Duryodhana. Having put on the garb of a religious mendicant, he seeks the good of his friend Duryodhana. We have not, O thou of righteous soul, said anything of the kind. Let this anxiety of thine be dispelled. Let prosperity attend upon thee with thy brothers. Vaisampayana continued, these Brahmanas then, insensate with rage, uttered the sound Han. Cleansed of all sins, they censured the sinful Rakshasa and slew him there, with that very sound. Consumed by the energy of those utterers of Brahma, Charvaka fell down dead, like a tree with all its sprouts blasted by the thunder of Indra. Duly worshipped, the Brahmanas went away, having gladdened the king with their benedictions. The royal son of Bandu also, with all his friends, felt great happiness. Section XL. Vaisampayana said, then Devaki's son Janardana of universal knowledge addressed King Yudhishthira, who stood there with his brothers, saying, in this world, O sire, Brahmanas are always the objects of worship with me. They are gods on earth, having poison in their speech, and are exceedingly easy to gratify. Formerly, in the Krita age, O king, a Rakshasa of the name of Charvaka, O mighty armed one, performed austere penances for many years in Vadari. Brahman repeatedly solicited him to ask for boons. At last the Rakshasas solicited the boon, O Bharata, of immunity from fear at the hand of every being in the universe. The Lord of the universe gave that high boon of immunity from fear at the hands of all creatures, subject to the only limitation that he should be careful of how he offended the Brahmanas. Having obtained that boon, the sinful and mighty Rakshasa of fierce deeds and great prowess began to give pain to the gods. The gods, persecuted by the might of the Rakshasa, assembling together, approached Brahman, for compassing their foes' destruction. The eternal and unchangeable God answered them, O Bharata, saying, I have already arranged the means by which the death of this Rakshasa may soon be brought about. There will be a king of the name of Duryodhana. Among men, he will be the friend of this wight. Bound by affection towards him, the Rakshasa will insult the Brahmanas. Stung by the wrong he will inflict upon them, the Brahmanas, whose might consists in speech, will in wrath censure him, at which he will meet with destruction. Even the Rakshasa Charvaka, O foremost of kings, slain by the curse of the Brahmanas, lies the deprived of life. Do not, O bull of Bharata's race, give way to grief. The kinsmen, O king, have all perished in the observance of Kshatriya duties. Those bulls among Kshatriyas, those high-souled heroes, have all gone to heaven. Do thou attend to thy duties now. O thou of unfading glory, let no grief be thine. Stay thy foes, protect thy subjects, and worship the Brahmanas. Section XLI. Vaisampayana said, the royal son of Kunti, freed from grief and the fever of his heart, shook his seat, with face eastwards, on an excellent seat made of gold. On another seat, beautiful and blazing and made of gold, sat with face directed towards him, those two chastisers of foes, viz., Satyaki and Vasudeva. Placing the king in their midst, on his two sides sat Bhima and Arjuna upon two beautiful seats adorned with gems. Upon a white throne of ivory, decked with gold, sat Pritha with Sahadeva and Nakula. Sadaman, 123, and Vidura, and Dharmya, and the Kuru king Dhritarashtra, each sat separately on separate seats that blazed with the effulgence of fire. Uatsu and Sanjaya and Gandhari of great fame, all sat down where King Dhritarashtra had taken his seat. The righteous suit king, seated there, touched the beautiful white flowers, swastikas, vessels full of diverse articles, earth, gold, silver, and gems, that were placed before him. Then all the subjects, headed by the priest, came to see King Yudhishthira, bringing with them diverse kinds of auspicious articles. Then earth, and gold, and many kinds of gems, and all the things in profusion that were necessary for the performance of the coronation rite, were brought there. There were golden jars full to the brim, with water, and those made of copper and silver and earth, and flowers, and fried paddy, and kusa grass, and cow's milk, and sacrificial fuel consisting of the wood of sami, pipala, and palasa, and honey, and clarified butter, and sacrificial ladles made of udamvara, and conches adorned with gold. 124. Then the priest Dharmya, at the request of Krishna, constructed, according to rule, an altar gradually inclining towards the cast and the north, causing the high-souled Yudhishthira then, with Krishna the daughter of Drupada, to be seated upon a handsome seat, called Savitobhadra, with firm feet and covered with tiger skin and blazing with effulgence, began to pour libations of clarified butter upon the sacrificial fire, with proper mantras. Then he of Dasaratha's race, raising from his seat, shook up the sanctified conch, poured the water it contained upon the head of that lord of earth, viz., Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti. The royal sage Dhritarashtra and all the subjects also did the same at the request of Krishna. The son of Pandu then, with his brothers, thus bathed with the sanctified water of the conch, looked exceedingly beautiful. Then panavas and anakas and drums were beaten. King Yudhishthira the just duly accepted the gifts made unto him by the subjects, always giving away presents in profusion in all his sacrifices. The king honoured his subjects in return. He gave 1,000 nishkas unto the Brahmanas that uttered especial benedictions on him. All of them had studied the Vedas and were endued with wisdom and good behaviour. Gratified with gifts, the Brahmanas, O king, wished him prosperity and victory, and with voices melodious like that of swans, uttered his praises, saying, O Yudhishthira of mighty arms, by good luck, O son of Pandu, victory has been thine. By good luck, O thou of great splendour, thou hast recovered thy position through prowess. By good luck, the wielder of Gandhiva, and Bhimasena, and thyself, O king, and the two sons of Madri, are all well, having slain your foes and escaped with life from the battle, so destructive of heroes. Do thou, O Bharata, attend without delay to those acts that should next be done. Thus adored by those pious men, King Yudhishthira the just, with his friends, became installed on the throne of a large kingdom, Mahabharata. Section Xli. Vaisampayana said, having heard those words, suitable to time and place, of his subjects, King Yudhishthira answered them in the following words: Great must be the sons of Pandu, in sooth, whose merits, true or false, are thus recited by such foremost of Brahmanas assembled together. Without doubt, we are all objects of favour with you, since you so freely describe us to be possessed of such attributes. King Dhritarashtra, however, is our father and God. If ye desire to do what is agreeable to me, always render your obedience to him and what is agreeable to him. Having slaughtered all my kinsmen, I live for him alone. My great duty is to always serve him in every respect with watchfulness. If ye, as also my friends, think that I should be an object of favour with you and them, let me then request you all to show the same behaviour towards Dhritarashtra as ye used to show before. He is the Lord of the world, of yourselves, and of myself. The whole world, with the Pandavas, belongs to him. Ye should always bear these words of mine in your minds. The king then told them to go whithersoever they liked. Having dismissed the citizens and the people of the provinces, the delighter of the Kuras appointed his brother Bhimasena as Yuvara, and he cheerfully appointed Vidura of great intelligence for assisting him with his deliberations and for overlooking the sixfold requirements of the state. 125. And he appointed Sanjaya of mature years and possessed of every accomplishment, as general director and supervisor of the finances, and the king appointed Nakula for keeping the register of the forces, for giving them food and pay, and for supervising other affairs of the army. And King Yudhishthira appointed Vilgana for resisting hostile forces and chastising the wicked. And he appointed Dharmya, the foremost of priests, to attend daily to the Brahmanas and all rites in honour of the gods and other acts of a religious kind. And he appointed Sahadeva to always remain by his side, for the king thought, O monarch, that he should under all circumstances be protected by that brother of his. And the king cheerfully employed others in other acts according as he deemed them fit. That slayer of hostile heroes, viz., the righteous suit King Yudhishthira, ever devoted to virtue, commanded Vidura and the high Suduetsu, saying, You should always with alacrity and attention do everything that my royal father Dhritarashtra wishes. Whatever also should be done in respect of the citizens and the residents of the provinces should be accomplished by you in your respective departments, after taking the king's permission. Section Xli. Vaisampayana said, after this King Yudhishthira of magnanimous soul caused the Sarada rites to be performed of every one of his kinsmen slain in battle. King Dhritarashtra also of great fame gave away, for the good of his sons in the other world, excellent food, and kine, and much wealth, and many beautiful and costly gems, unto the Brahmanas. Yudhishthira, accompanied by Draupadi, gave much wealth for the sake of Drona and the high Sultana, of Drishtadama and Abhimanyu, of the Rakshasa Ghatotkacha, the son of Hidimva, and of Virata, and his other well-wishers that had served him loyally, and of Drupada and the 5 sons of Draupadi. For the sake of each of these, the king gratified thousands of Brahmanas with gifts of wealth and gems, and kine and clothes. The king performed the Sarada rite for the good in the next world, of every one of those kings also who had fallen in the battle without leaving kinsmen or friends behind. And the king also, for the good of the souls of all his friends, caused houses to be founded for the distribution of food, and places for the distribution of water, and tanks to be excavated in their names, thus paying off the debt he owed to them and avoiding the chance of censure in the world. 126. The king became happy and continued to protect his subjects religiously. He showed due honour, as before, unto Dhritarashtra, and Gandhari, and Vidura, and unto all the superior Kauravas and unto all the officers. Full of kindness, the Kuru king honored and protected all those ladies also who had, in consequence of the battle, been deprived of their heroic husbands and sons. The puissant king, with great compassion, extended his favors to the destitute and the blind and the helpless by giving them food, clothes and shelter. Freed from foes and having conquered the whole earth, King Yudhishthira began to enjoy great happiness. Section Xlif. Vaisampayana said, having got back the kingdom, King Yudhishthira of great wisdom and purity, after the ceremony of installation had been over, joining his hands together, addressed the lotus-eyed Krishna of Dasahu's race, saying, through thy grace, O Krishna, through thy policy and might and intelligence and prowess, O tiger among the Eddas, I have got back this ancestral kingdom of mine. O thou of eyes like lotus leaves, I repeatedly bow to thee, O chastiser of foes. Thou hast been called the one only being. Thou hast been said to be the refuge of all worshippers, the regenerate ones or the under innumerable names. 127. Salutations to thee, O Creator of the universe. Thou art the soul of the universe, and the universe hath sprung from thee. Thou art Vishnu, thou art Jishu, thou art Hari, thou art Krishna, thou art Vaikuntha, and thou art the foremost of all beings. Thou hast, as said in the Puranas, taken thy birth 7 times in the womb of Aditi. It was thou that tookest birth in the womb of Prashani. 128. The learned say that thou art the 3 yugas. 129. All thy achievements are sacred. Thou art the Lord of our senses. Thou art the great Lord worshipped in sacrifices. Thou art called the Great Swan. Thou art 3-eyed Sambhu. Thou art one, though known as Vibhu and Damodara. Thou art the Great Boar. Thou art fire, thou art the sun, thou hast the bull for the device on thy banner, and thou hast Garuda also as thy device. Thou art the grinder of hostile hosts, thou art the being that pervadest every form in the universe, and thou art of irresistible prowess. Thou art the foremost of all things, thou art fierce, thou art the generalissimo in battle, thou art the truth, thou art the giver of food. And thou art Gaha, the celestial generalissimo, thyself unfading, thou causest thy foes to fade and waste. Thou art the Brahmana of pure blood, and thou art those that have sprung from intermixture. Thou art great. Thou walkest on high, thou art the mountains, and thou art called Vrishadabha and Vrishakapi. Thou art the ocean, thou art without attributes, thou hast 3 humps. Thou hast 3 abodes, and thou takest human forms on earth, descending from heaven. Thou art Emperor, thou art Virat, and thou art Swarat. 130. Thou art the chief of the celestials, and thou art the cause whence the universe has sprung. Thou art almighty, thou art existence in every form, thou art without form, thou art Krishna, and thou art fire. Thou art the creator. Thou art the sire of the celestial physicians, thou art the sage, Kapila, and thou art the dwarf. 131. Thou art sacrifice embodied, thou art Dhruva. 132. Thou art Garuda, and thou art called Yajnasna. Thou art Sikandin, thou art Nuasha, and thou art Vabru. Thou art the constellation Punavasu extended in the firmament. Thou art exceedingly tawny in hue, thou art the sacrifice known by the name of Yuktha, thou art Sushna, thou art the drum that sends forth its sound on every side. The track of thy car wheels is light. Thou art the lotus of prosperity, thou art the cloud called Pushkara, and thou art decked with floral wreaths. Thou art affluent, thou art puissant, thou art the most subtle, and it is thou whom the Vedas describe. Thou art the great receptacle of waters, thou art Brahman, thou art the sacred refuge, and thou knowest the abodes of all. thou art called Hiranyagarbha, thou art the sacred mantras Swada and Swaha, thou art Kusava. Thou art the cause whence all this hath sprung, and thou art its dissolution. In the beginning it is thou that createst the universe. This universe is under thy control, O Creator of the universe. Salutations to thee, O wielder of Sangha, discus and sword. Thus hymned by King Yudhishthira the just in the midst of the court, the lotus-eyed Krishna became pleased. That foremost one of the Yadavas then began to gladden the eldest son of Pandu with many agreeable speeches. Section XLV. Vaisampayana said, the king dismissed all his subjects, who, commanded by the monarch, returned to their respective homes. Comforting his brothers, Yudhishthira, blazing with beauty, then addressed his brothers Bhima of terrible prowess and Arjuna and the twins, saying, your bodies have, in the great battle, been mangled with diverse kinds of weapons by the foe. Ye are greatly fatigued, grief and anger have scorched your hearts. Through my fault, ye bulls of Bharata's race, ye have suffered the miseries of an exile in the forests like vulgar men. In delight and in happiness enjoy this victory, that ye have won. After resting yourselves and regaining the full use of your faculties, meet me again in the morning. After this, the mighty armed Vrikadara, like Maghavat entering his own beautiful fane, entered the palace of Duryodhana, that was adorned with many excellent buildings and rooms, that adorned with gems of diverse kinds, that teemed with servants, male and female, and that Yudhishthira assigned to him with the approval of Dhritarashtra. The mighty armed Arjuna also, at the command of the king, obtained the palace of Dasasana, which was not inferior to Duryodhana's, and which consisted of many excellent structures and was adorned with a gateway of gold, and which abounded in wealth and was full of attendants of both sexes. The palace of Dharmashana was even superior to that of Dasasana. Looking like the mansion of the Kuvara himself, it was adorned with gold and every kind of gem. King Yudhishthira gladly gave it to Nakula, who deserved it best and who had been emaciated with the miseries of a life in the great forest. The foremost of palaces belonging to Dharmaka was exceedingly beautiful and adorned with gold. It abounded in beds and beautiful women, with eyes like lotus petals. The king gave it unto Sahadeva, who was ever employed in doing what was agreeable to him. Obtaining it, Sahadeva became delighted as the lord of treasures upon obtaining Kailasa. Uyatsu and Vidura and Sanjaya, O monarch, and Sadaman and Dharmya, proceeded to the abodes they had owned before. 133. Like a tiger entering his cave in the hills, that tiger among men, viz. Sorin, accompanied by Satyaki, entered the palace of Arjuna. Feasting on the viands and drinks that had been kept ready for them, the princes passed the night happily. Awaking in the morning with well-pleased hearts, they presented themselves before King Yudhishthira. Section XLVI. Janamejaya said, it behoveth thee, O learned Brahmana, to tell me what was next done by Yudhishthira, the mighty armed son of Dharma, after he had regained his kingdom. It behoveth thee to tell me also, O Rishi, what the heroic Rishikasa, the supreme master of the three worlds, did after this. Vaisampayana said, listen to me, O king, as I narrate in detail, O sinless one, what the Pandavas, headed by Vasudeva, did after this. Having obtained his kingdom, O monarch, Kunti's son Yudhishthira appointed each of the 4 orders of men to their respective duties. The eldest son of Pandu gave unto 1,000 high-souled brahmanas of the Snataka order 1,000 nishkas each. He then gratified the servants that were dependent on him and the guests that came to him, including persons that were undeserving and those that held heterodox views, by fulfilling their wishes. And to his priest Dharmya he gave kine in thousands and much wealth and gold and silver and robes of diverse kinds. Towards Kripa, O monarch, The king behaved in the way one should towards one's preceptor. Observant of vows, the king continued to honor Vidura greatly. That foremost of charitable men gratified all persons with gifts of food and drink and robes of diverse kinds and beds and seats. Having restored peace to his kingdom, the king, O best of monarchs, possessed of great fame, paid due honor unto Uyatsu and Dhritarashtra, placing his kingdom at the disposal of Dhritarashtra, of Gandhari, and of Vidura. King Yudhishthira continued to pass his days happily, having gratified everybody, including the citizens, in this way. Yudhishthira, O bull of Bharata's race, then proceeded with joined hands to the presence of the high-souled Vasudeva. He beheld Krishna, of the hue of a blue cloud, seated on a large sofa adorned with golden gems, attired in yellow robes of silk and decked with celestial ornaments. His person blazed with splendor like a jewel set on gold. His bosom adorned with a Kaustuba gem. He looked like the Udaya mountain that decked the rising Sunday. So beautiful did he look that there is no simile in the three worlds. Approaching the high-souled one who was Vishnu himself in incarnate form, King Yudhishthira addressed him sweetly and smilingly, saying, O foremost of intelligent men, hast thou passed the night happily? O thou of unfading glory, are all thy faculties in their full vigor? O foremost of intelligent persons, is it all right with thy understanding? We have got back our kingdom and the whole earth has come under our control, O divine Lord, through thy grace, O refuge of the three worlds and, O thou of 3 steps, 134. Through thy grace have we won victory and obtained great fame and have not fallen away from the duties of our order. And to the chastiser of foes, viz., King Yudhishthira, the just who addressed him in that strain, the divine Krishna said not a word, for he was then wrapped in meditation. Section XVII. Yudhishthira said, How wonderful is this, O thou of immeasurable prowess, that thou art trapped in meditation. O great refuge of the universe, is it all right with the 3 worlds? When thou hast, O God, withdrawn thyself from the world, having, O bull among men, adopted the 4th state, my mind has been filled with wonder. 135. The 5 life breaths that act within the body have been controlled by thee into stillness. Thy delighted senses thou hast concentrated within thy mind. Both speech and mind, O Govinda, have been concentrated within thy understanding. All thy senses, indeed, have been withdrawn into thy soul. 136. The hair on thy body stands erect. Thy mind and understanding are both still. Thou art as immobile now, O Madhava, as a wooden post or a stone. O illustrious God, thou art as still as the flame of a lamp burning in a place where there is no wind. Thou art as immobile as a mass of rock. If I am fit to hear the cause, if it is no secret of thine, dispel, O God, my doubt, for I beg of thee and solicit it as a favour. Thou art the Creator and thou art the Destroyer. Thou art destructible and thou art indestructible. Thou art without beginning and thou art without end. Thou art the first and the foremost of beings. O foremost of righteous persons, tell me the cause of this yoga, abstraction. I solicit thy favour, and am thy devoted worshipper, am bowed to thee, bending my head. Thus addressed, the illustrious younger brother of Vasava, recalling his mind, understanding, and the senses to their usual sphere, said these words with a soft smile. Vasudeva said, that tiger among men, Bhishma, who is now lying on a bed of arrows, and who is now like unto a fire that is about to go out, is thinking of me. Hence my mind also was concentrated on him. My mind was concentrated upon him, the twang of whose bowstring and the sound of whose palms Indra himself was unable to bear. I was thinking of him who, having vanquished in a trice all the assembled kings, at the self-choice of the daughters of the king of Kazi, abducted the 3 princesses for the marriage of his brother Vichitravirya. I was thinking of him who fought continually for 23 days with Rama himself of Bhrigu's race and whom Rama was unable to overcome. Collecting all his senses and concentrating his mind by the aid of his understanding, he sought my refuge by thinking of me. It was for this that I had centered my mind upon him. I was thinking of him whom Ganga conceived and brought forth according to ordinary human laws and whom Vasishta took as a pupil. I was thinking of that hero of mighty energy and great intelligence who possesses a knowledge of all the celestial weapons as also of the 4 Vedas with all their branches. I was thinking of him, O son of Pandu, who is the favorite disciple of Rama, the son of Jamadani, and who is the receptacle of the sciences. I was thinking of that foremost of all persons conversant with morality and duty, of him, O bull of Bharata's race, who knows the past, the future, and the present. After that tiger among kings shall have, in consequences of his own achievements, ascended to heaven, the earth, O son of Pritha, will look like a moonless night. Therefore, O Yudhishthira, submissively approaching Ganga's son, viz., Bhishma of terrible prowess, question him about what thou mayst desire to learn. O Lord of the earth, inquire of him about the 4 branches of knowledge, in respect of morality, profit, pleasure and salvation, about the sacrifices and the rites laid down for the 4 orders, about the 4 modes of life, and about the kingly duties in full. When Bhishma, that foremost one of Kuru's race, will disappear from the world, every kind of knowledge will disappear with him. It is for this that I urge thee to go to him now. Hearing these beneficial words of high import from Vasudeva, the righteous Yudhishthira, with voice choked in tears, answered Janardana, saying, What thou hast said, O Madhava, about the eminence of Bhishma, is perfectly true. I have not the slightest doubt regarding it. Indeed, I had heard of the high blessedness, as also the greatness, of the illustrious Bhishma from high-souled Brahmanas discoursing upon it. Thou, O slayer of foes, art the creator of all the worlds. There cannot, therefore, O delighter of the Adavas, be the slightest doubt in what thou sayest. If thy heart be inclined to show grace, O Madhava, then we shall go unto Bhishma with thyself at our head. When the divine Surya shall have turned towards the north, Bhishma will leave this world for those regions of bliss that he has won. That descendant of Kuru's race, therefore, O mighty armed one, deserves to have a sight of thee. If thou grantest my prayer, Bhishma will then obtain a sight of thee that art the first of gods, of thee that art destructible and indestructible. Indeed, O Lord, thou it is that art the vast receptacle of Brahma. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of King Yudhishthira the Just, the slayer of Mad, who addressed Satyaki who was sitting beside him, saying, Let my car be yoked. At this, Satyaki quickly left Kesava's presence and going out, commanded Daruka, saying, Let Krishna's car be made ready. Hearing the words of Satyaki, Daruka speedily yoked Krishna's car. That foremost of vehicles, adorned with gold, decked with a profusion of emeralds, and moon gems and sun gems, furnished with wheels covered with gold, possessed of effulgence, fleet as the wind, set in the middle with a diverse other kinds of jewels, beautiful as the morning sun, equipped with a beautiful standard topped by Garuda, and gay with numerous spanners, had those foremost of steeds, fleet as thought, viz., Sugriva and Saviour, and the other 2, in trappings of gold, yoked unto it. Having yoked it, O tiger, among kings, Daruka, with joined hands, informed Krishna of the fact. Section Xlvi. Janamjaya said, How did the grandsire of the Bharatas, who lay on a bed of arrows, cast off his body, and what kind of yoga did he adopt? Vaisampayana said, Listen, O king, with pure heart and concentrated attention, as to how, O tiger among the chorus, the high-souled Bhishma cast off his body. As soon as the sun, passing the solstitial point, entered in his northerly course, Bhishma, with concentrated attention, caused his soul, as connected with and independent of the body, to enter his soul, in its independent and absolute state. Surrounded by many foremost of Brahmanas, that hero, his body pierced with innumerable arrows, blazed forth in great beauty like Surya himself with his innumerable rays. Surrounded by Vyasa conversant with the Vedas, by the celestial Rishi Narada, by Devasthana, by Asmaka Sumantu, by Jaimini, by the high-souled Pala, by Sandalya, by Devarata, by Maitreya of great intelligence, by Asita and Vasishta and the high-souled Kausika, by Harita and Lomasa and Atrisan of great intelligence, by Vrihaspati and Sukra and the great sage Kayavana, by Sanat Kumara and Kupla and Valmiki and Temvuru and Kuru, by Mogalya and Rama of Bhrigu's race, and the great sage Trinavindu, by Pippalada and Vayu and Samvata and Pulaha and Katha, by Kasyapa and Pulastya and Kratu and Daksha and Parasara, by Marichi and Angiras and Kasmir and Gautama and the sage Galava, by Dhamya and Vhanda and Mandavya and Dhamra and Krishnanubhautika, by Aluka, that foremost of Brahmanas and the great sage Markandya, by Bhaskari and Purana and Krishna and Sutakoma, that foremost of virtuous persons, surrounded by these and many other highly blessed sages of great souls and possessed of faith and self-restraint and tranquility of mind. The Kuru hero looked like the moon in the midst of the planets and stars, stretched on his bed of arrows, the tiger among men. Bhishma, with pure heart and joined palms, thought of Krishna in mind, word, and act. With a cheerful and strong voice he hymned the praise of the slayer of Manu, that master of yoga, with the lotus in his navel, that lord of the universe, called Vishnu and Jishu. With joined hands, that foremost of eloquent men, that puissant one, viz., Bhishma of highly virtuous soul, thus praised Vasudeva. Bhishma said, O Krishna, O foremost of beings, be thou pleased with these words which I utter, in brief and in detail, from desire of hymning thy praises. Thou art pure and purity's self. Thou transcendest all. Thou art what people say to be that. Thou art the Supreme Lord. With my whole heart I seek thy refuge, O universal soul and Lord of all creatures. 137. Thou art without beginning and without end. Thou art the highest of the high in Brahma. Neither the gods nor the rishis know thee. The divine creator, called Narayana or Hari, alone knows thee. Through Narayana, the rishis, the siddhas, the great nagas, the gods, and the celestial rishis know a little of thee. Thou art the highest of the high and knowest no deterioration. The gods, the Danavas, the Gandhavas, the Yakshas, the Panagas, do not know who thou art and whence art thou. All the worlds and all created things live in thee, and enter thee, when the dissolution comes. Like gems strung together in a thread, all things that have attributes reside in thee, the Supreme Lord. 138. Having the universe for thy work and the universe for thy limbs, this universe consisting of mind and matter resides in thy eternal and all-pervading soul like a number of flowers strung together in a strong thread. Thou art called Hari, of 1,000 heads, 1,000 feet, 1,000 eyes, 1,000 arms, 1,000 crowns, and 1,000 faces of great splendor. Thou art called Narayana, divinity, and the refuge of the universe. Thou art the subtlest of the subtle, grossest of the gross, the heaviest of the heavy and the highest of the high. In the Vaks, the Anuvaks, the Nishads, and Upanishads, thou art regarded as the supreme being of irresistible force. In the Samans also, whose declarations are always true, thou art regarded as truth's self. 139. Thou art of quadruple soul. Thou art displayed in only the understanding of all creatures. Thou art the Lord of those that are bound to thee in faith. O God, thou art adored by the faithful, and for excellent, high, and secret names. 140 penances are ever present in thee, performed by other creatures for gratifying thee. Penances live in thy form. Thou art the universal soul. Thou art of universal knowledge. Thou art the universe. Thou art omniscient. Thou art the creator of everything in the universe. 141. Like a couple of sticks generating a blazing fire, thou hast been born of the divine Devaki and Vasudeva for the protection of Brahma on earth. 142. For this eternal salvation, the devout worshipper, with mind withdrawn from everything else and casting off all desires, beholds thee, O Govinda, that art the pure soul, in his own soul. Thou transcendest Surya in glory. Thou art beyond the ken of the senses and the understanding. O Lord of all creatures, I place myself in thy hands. In the Puranas thou hast been spoken as Purusha, all-pervading spirit. On occasions of the commencement of the Yugas, thou art said to be Brahma, while on occasions of universal dissolution thou art spoken of as Sankarsana. Adorable thou art, and therefore I adore thee. Though one, thou hast yet been born in innumerable forms. Thou hast thy passions under complete control. Thy devout worshippers, faithfully performing the rites laid down in the scriptures, sacrifice to thee, O giver of every wish. Thou art called the sheath within which the universe lies. All created things live in thee. Like swans and ducks swimming on the water, all the worlds that we see float in thee. Thou art truth. Thou art one and undeteriorating. Thou art Brahma, thou art that which is beyond mind and matter. Thou art without beginning, middle, and end. Neither the gods nor the rishis know thee. The gods, the Asuras, the Gandharvas, the Siddhas, the rishis, and the great Uragas with concentrated souls, always adore thee. Thou art the great panacea for all sorrow. Thou art without birth and death. Thou art divine. Thou art self-created. Thou art eternal. Thou art invisible and beyond ken. Thou art called Hari and Narayana, O puissant one. The Vedas declare thee to be the creator of the universe and the Lord of everything existing in the universe. Thou art the supreme protector of the universe. Thou knowest no deterioration, and thou art that which is called the highest. Thou art of the complexion of gold. Thou art the slayer of Asuras. Though one, Aditi brought thee forth in 12 forms. 143. Salutations to thee that art the soul of the Sunday. Salutations to thee in thy form of Soma that is spoken of as the chief of all the regenerate ones, and that gratifies with nectar the gods in the lighted fortnight and the biteress in the dark fortnight. Thou art the one being of transcendent effulgence dwelling on the other side of thick darkness. Knowing thee one ceases to have any fear of death. Salutations to thee in that form which is an object of knowledge. 144. In the Grand Yukta sacrifice, the Brahmanas adore thee as the great rich. In the great fire sacrifice, they sing thee as the chief Adhyaru, priest. Thou art the soul of the Vedas. Salutations to thee. The Riches, the Ajas, and the Samans are thy abode. Thou art the 5 kinds of sanctified libations used in sacrifices. Thou art the 7 woofs used in the Vedas. Salutations to thee in thy form of sacrifice. 145. Libations are poured on a Homer fire in accompaniment with the 17 monosyllabic sounds. Thou art the soul of the Homer. Salutations to thee. Thou art that Purusha whom the Vedas sing. Thy name is Yajas. The Vedic meters are thy limbs. The sacrifices laid down in the 3 Vedas are thy 3 heads. The great sacrifice called Rathandara is thy voice expressive of gratification. Salutation to thee in thy form of sacred hymns. Thou art the Rishi that hadst appeared in the great sacrifice extending for 1,000 years performed by the creators of the universe. Thou art the great swan with wings of gold. Salutations to thee in thy form of a swan. 146. Roots with all kinds of affixes and suffixes are thy limbs. The soundest are thy joints. The consonants and the vowels are thy ornaments. The Vedas have declared thee to be the divine word. Salutations to thee in thy form as the word. 147. Assuming the form of a boar whose limbs were constituted by sacrifice, thou hadst raised the submerged earth for the benefit of the three worlds. Salutations to thee in thy form of infinite prowess. Thou sleepest in yoga on thy snake-decked sofa reconstituted by the 1,000 hoods of the Naga. Salutations to thee in thy form of sleep. Thou buildest the bridge for the good, to cross the sea of life, with truth, with those means by which emancipation may be obtained, and with the means by which the senses may be controlled. Salutations to thee in thy form of truth. Men practicing diverse creeds, actuated by desire of diverse fruits, worship thee with diverse rites. Salutations to thee in thy form of greed. From thee have all things sprung. It is thou that excitest all creatures having physical frames containing the principle of desire. Salutations to thee in thy form of excitement. The great rishis seek thy unmanifest self within the manifest. Called Kshtrajna, thou sittest in Kshura. Salutations to thee in thy form of Kshura. 148. Thou always conscious and present in self, the Sankhya's still describe thee as existing in the three states of wakefulness, dream, and sound sleep. They further speak of thee as possessed of 16 attributes and representing the number 17. Salutations to thy form as conceived by the Sankhyas. 149. Casting off sleep, restraining breath, withdrawn into their own selves, yojans of restrained senses behold thee as eternal light. Salutations to thee in thy yoga form. Peaceful sannyasins, freed from fear of rebirth in consequence of the destruction of all their sins and merits, obtain thee. Salutations to thee in thy form of emancipation. 150. At the end of 1,000 yugas, thou assumest the form of a fire with blazing flames and consumest all creatures. Salutations to thee in thy form of fierceness. Having consumed all creatures and making the universe one vast expanse of water, thou sleepest on the waters in the form of a child. Salutations to thee in thy form as Maya, illusion. From the navel of the self-born of eyes like lotus leaves, sprang a lotus. On that lotus is established this universe. Salutations to thee in thy form as lotus. Thou hast 1,000 heads. Thou pervadest everything. Thou art of immeasurable soul. Thou hast subjugated the 4 kinds of desire that are as vast as the 4 oceans. Salutations to thee in thy form of yoga sleep. The clouds are in the hair of thy head. The rivers are in the several joints of thy limbs. The 4 oceans are in thy stomach. Salutations to thee in thy form as water. Birth and the change represented by death spring from thee. All things, again, at the universal dissolution dissolve away in thee. Salutations to thy form as cause. Thou sleepest not in the night. Thou art occupied in daytime also. Thou observest the good and the bad actions of all. Salutations to thee in thy form of universal observer. There is no act which thou canst not do. Thou art, again, ever ready to accomplish acts that are righteous. Salutations to thee in thy form of work, the form, viz., which is called Vaikuntha. In wrath thou hadst, in battle, exterminated thrice 7 times the Kshatriyas who had trampled virtue and authority under their feet. Salutations to thee in thy form of cruelty. Dividing thyself into 5 portions, thou hast become the 5 vital breaths that act within everybody and cause every living creature to move. Salutations to thee in thy form of air. Thou appearest in every yuga in the form called month and season and half year, and art the cause of both creation and dissolution. Salutations to thee in thy form of time. Brahmanas are thy mouth, Kshatriyas are thy two arms, Vaisyas are thy stomach and thighs, and Sudras live in thy feet. Salutations to thee in thy form of caste. Fire constitute thy mouth. The heavens are the crown of thy head. The sky is thy navel. The earth is thy feet. The sun is thy eye. The points of the compass are thy ears. Salutations to thee in thy form as the three worlds. Thou art superior to time. Thou art superior to sacrifice. Thou art higher than the highest. Thyself without origin, thou art the origin of the universe. Salutations to thee in thy form as universe. Men of the world, according to the attributes ascribed to thee by the Vaishya theory, regard thee as the protector of the world. Salutations to thee in thy form of protector. Assuming the forms of food, drink, and fuel, thou increasest the humours and the life breaths of creatures and upholdest their existence. Salutations to thee in thy form of life. For supporting the life breaths thou eatest the four kinds of food. 151. Assuming also the form of Agni within the stomach, thou digestest that food. Salutations to thee in the form of digesting heat. Assuming the form of half man and half lion, with tawny eyes and tawny manes, with teeth and claws for thy weapons, thou hadst taken the life of the chief of the Asuras. Salutations to thee in thy form of swelling might. Neither the gods, nor the Gandharvas, nor the Daityas, nor the Danavas, know thee truly. Salutations to thy form of exceeding subtlety. Assuming the form of the handsome, illustrious, and puissant Ananta in the nether region, thou upholdest the world. Salutations to thy form of might. Thou stupefiest all creatures by the bonds of affection and live for the continuance of the creation. Salutations to thee in thy form of stupefaction. 152. Regarding that knowledge which is conversant with the five elements to be the true self-knowledge, for which yogins strive, people approach thee by knowledge. Salutations to thee in thy form of knowledge. Thy body is immeasurable. Thy understanding and eyes are devoted to everything. Thou art infinite, being beyond all measures. Salutations to thee in thy form of vastness. Thou hadst assumed the form of a recluse with matted locks on head, staff in hand, a long stomach, and having thy begging bowl for thy quiver. Salutations to thee in thy form of Brahma. 153. Thou bearest the trident. Thou art the Lord of the Celestials. Thou hast 3 eyes, and thou art chiseled. Thy body is always besmeared with ashes, and thy phallic emblem is always turned upwards. Salutations to thee in thy form of Rudra. The half-moon forms the ornament of thy forehead. Thou hast snakes for the holy thread encircling thy neck. Thou art armed with pinaka and trident. Salutations to thy form of fierceness. Thou art the soul of all creatures. Thou art the creator and the destroyer of all creatures. Thou art without wrath, without enmity, without affection. Salutations to thee in thy form of peace. Everything is in thee. Everything is from thee. Thyself art everything. Everywhere art thou. Thou art always the all. Salutations to thee in thy form as everything. Salutations to thee whose work is the universe, to thee that art the soul of the universe, to thee from whom hath sprung the universe, to thee that art the dissolution of all things, to thee that are beyond the 5 elements that constitute all things. Salutations to thee that art the 3 worlds, to thee that art above the 3 worlds. Salutations to thee that art all the directions. Thou art all and thou art the one receptacle of all. Salutations to thee, O Divine Lord, O Vishnu, and O eternal origin of all the worlds. Thou, O Hrishikesa, art the creator, thou art the destroyer, and thou art invincible. I cannot behold that heavenly form in which thou art displayed in the past, present, and the future. I can, however, behold truly thy eternal form, as manifest in thy works. Thou hast filled heaven with thy head, and the earth with thy feet. With thy prowess thou hast filled the three worlds. Thou art eternal, and thou pervadest everything in the universe. The directions are thy arms, the sun is thy eye, and prowess is thy vital fluid. Thou art the Lord of all creatures. Thou standest, shutting up the seven paths of the wind whose energy is immeasurable. They are freed from all fears that worship thee, O Govinda of unfading prowess, thee that art attired in yellow robes of the colour of the Atasi flower. 154. Even one bending of the head unto thee, O Krishna, is equal to the completion of 10 horse sacrifices. The man that has performed 10 horse sacrifices is not freed from the obligation of rebirth. The man, however, that bows to Krishna escapes rebirth. They that have Krishna for their vow, they that think of Krishna in the night, and upon rising from sleep, may be said to have Krishna for their body. Those people, after death, enter Krishna's self even as libations of clarified butter sanctified with mantras enter the blazing fire. Salutations to thee that dispellest the fear of hell, to thee, O Vishnu, that art a boat unto them that are plunged amid the eddies of the ocean represented by worldly life. Salutations to thee, O God, that art the Brahmana's self, to thee that art the benefactor of Brahmanas and kine, to thee that art the benefactor of the universe, to thee that art Krishna and Govinda. The 2 syllables Hari constitute the pecuniary stock of those that sojourn through the wilderness of life and the medicine that effectually cause all worldly predilections, besides being the means that alleviate sorrow and grief. 155. As truth is full of Vishnu, as the universe is full of Vishnu, as everything is full of Vishnu, so let my soul be full of Vishnu and my sins be destroyed. I seek thy protection and am devoted to thee, desirous of obtaining a happy end. O thou of eyes like lotus petals, O best of gods, do thou think of what will be for my good. Thyself without origin, O Vishnu, thou art the origin of knowledge and penances. Thus art thou praised. O Janardana, thus worshipped by me in the sacrifice constituted by speech alone, be, O God, gratified with me. The Vedas are devoted to Narayana. Penances are devoted to Narayana. The gods are devoted to Narayana. Everything is always Narayana. Vaisampayana continued, having uttered these words, Bhishma, with mind concentrated upon Krishna, said, Salutations to Krishna, and bowed unto him. Learning by his yoga prowess of the devotion of Bhishma, Madhava, otherwise called Hari, entering his body, bestowed upon him heavenly knowledge compassing the past, the present, and the future, and went away. When Bhishma became silent, those utterers of Brahma that sat around him, with voices choked in tears, adored that high soul chief of the Kuras in excellent words. Those foremost of Brahmanas uttered the praises of Krishna also, that first of beings, and then continued in soft voices to commend Bhishma repeatedly. Learning, by his yoga powers, of the devotion of Bhishma towards him, that foremost of beings, viz. Madhava, suddenly rose from his seat and descended on his car. Kesava and Satyaki proceeded on one car. On another proceeded those 2 illustrious princes, viz. Yudhishthira and Ananjaya. Bhimasena and the twins rode on a third, while those bulls among men, Kripa and Duetsu, and that scorcher of the foes, Sanjaya of the Sutta caste, proceeded on their respective cars, each of which looked like a town. And all of them proceeded, causing the earth to tremble with the rattle of their chariot wheels. That foremost of men, as he proceeded, cheerfully listened to the speeches, fraught with his praise, that were uttered by the Brahmanas. The slayer of Kasi, with gladdened heart, saluted the people that waited along the streets with joined hands and bent heads. Section 6. Vaisampayana said, then Rishikasa and King Yudhishthira, and all those persons headed by Kripa, and the 4 Pandavas, riding on those cars looking like fortified cities and decked with standards and banners, speedily proceeded to Kurukshetra with the aid of their fleet steeds. They descended on that field which was covered with hair and marrow and bones, and where millions of high-souled Kshatriyas had cast away their bodies. It abounded also with many a hill formed of the bodies and bones of elephants and steeds, and human heads and skulls lay stretched over it like conch shells. Variegated with thousands of funeral pyres and teeming with heaps of armor and weapons, the vast plain looked like the drinking garden of the destroyer himself, used and abandoned recently. The mighty Ka warriors quickly proceeded, viewing the field of battle haunted by crowds of spirits and thronged with Rakshasas. While proceeding, the mighty armed Kasava, that delighter of all the Yadavas, spoke unto Yudhishthira about the prowess of Jamadani's son. Yonder, at a distance, O Patha, are seen the 5 lakes of Rama. There Rama offered oblations of Kshatriya blood unto the manes of his ancestors. It was hither that the puissant Rama, having freed the earth of Kshatriya for thrice 7 times, gave up his task. Yudhishthira said, I have great doubts in what thou sayest about Rama's having thrice 7 times exterminated the Kshatriyas in days of old, when the very Kshatriya seed was burnt by Rama. O bull among the Yadas, how was the Kshatriya order revived, O thou of immeasurable prowess? How, O bull of the Yadas, was the Kshatriya order exterminated by the illustrious and high-souled Rama, and how did it again grow? In frightful car encounters millions of Kshatriyas were slain. The earth, O foremost of eloquent men, was strewn with the corpses of Kshatriyas. For what reason was the Kshatriya order thus exterminated in days of yore by Rama, the high-souled descendant of Bhrigu? O tiger among the Yadas, O thou of Vrishani's race, remove this doubt of mine, O bird-bannered hero. O Krishna, O younger brother of Baladeva, the highest knowledge is from thee. Vaisampayana said, the puissant elder brother of Gada then narrated unto Yudhishthira of incomparable prowess everything that happened, in full detail, as to how the earth had become filled with Kshatriyas. Section L. Vasudeva said, listen, O son of Kunti, to the story of Rama's energy and powers and birth as heard by me from great rishis discoursing upon the subject. Listen to the story of how millions of Kshatriyas were slain by Jamadani's son, and how those that sprung again in the diverse royal races in Bharata were again slaughtered. Jadla had a son named Rajas. Rajas had a son named Valakaswa. King Valakaswa had a son named Kusika of righteous behavior. Resembling the 1,000-eyed Indra on earth, Kusika underwent the austerest of penances from desire of attaining the chief of the 3 worlds for a son. Beholding him engaged in the austerest of penances and competent to beget a son, the 1,000-eyed Purandara himself inspired the king with his force. The great lord of the 3 worlds, the chastiser of Parka, O king, then became Kusika's son, known by the name of Gadi. Gadi had a daughter, O monarch, of the name of Satyavati. The puissant Gadi gave her for wife unto Richika, a descendant of Bhrigu. Her lord of Bhrigu's race, O delighter of the Kurus, became highly gratified with her for the purity of her behavior. He cooked the sacrificial food consisting of milk and rice for giving unto Gadi, her sire, a son. Calling his wife, Richika of Bhrigu's race, said, this portion of the sanctified food should be taken by thee, and this other portion by thy mother. A son will be born of her that will blaze with energy and be a bull among Kshatriyas. Invincible by Kshatriyas on earth, he will be the slayer of the foremost of Kshatriyas. As regards thee, O blessed lady, This portion of the food will give thee a son of great wisdom, an embodiment of tranquility, endued with ascetic penances, and the foremost of Brahmanas. Having said these words unto his wife, the blessed Richika of Bhrigu's race, setting his heart on penances, proceeded to the woods. About this time, Kingadi, resolved upon a pilgrimage to the holy waters, arrived with his queen at the retreat of Richika. Satyavati, upon this, O king, taking the 2 potions of the sanctified food, cheerfully and in great haste, represented the words of her lord unto her mother. The queen mother, O son of Kunti, gave the potion intended for herself and to her daughter, and herself took from ignorance the portion intended for the latter. Upon this, Satyavati, her body blazing with lustre, conceived a child of terrible form intended to become the exterminator of the Kshatriyas. Beholding a Brahmana child lying within her womb, that tiger among the Bhrigus said unto his wife of celestial beauty these words, Thou hast been deceived by thy mother, O blessed lady, in consequence of the substitution of the sanctified morsels. Thy son will become a person of cruel deeds and vindictive heart. Thy brother again, born of thy mother, will be a Brahmana devoted to ascetic penances. Into the sanctified food intended for thee had been placed the seed of the supreme and universal Brahma, while into that intended for thy mother had been placed the sum total of Kshatriya energy. In consequence, however, of the substitution of the 2 potions, O blessed lady, that which had been intended will not happen. Thy mother will obtain a Brahmana child while thou wilt obtain a son that will become a Kshatriya. Thus addressed by her lord, the highly blessed Satyavati prostrated herself and placing her head at his feet, trembling, said, It behoveth thee not, O Holy One, to speak such words unto me, viz., Thou shalt obtain a wretch among Brahmanas for thy son. Richika said, This was not intended by me, O blessed lady, in respect of thee. A son of fierce deeds has been conceived by thee simply in consequence of the substitution of the sanctified morsels. Satyavati replied saying, If thou wishest, O sage, thou canst create other worlds, what need then be said of a child? It behoveth thee, O puissant one, to give me a son that shall be righteous and devoted to peace. Richika said, Never was falsehood spoken by me before, O blessed lady, even in jest. What need then be said of such a solemn occasion as preparing sanctified food with the aid of Vedic formulae after igniting the fire? It was ordained of your by destiny, O amiable one. I have ascertained it all by my penances. All the descendants of thy father will be possessed of Brahmanic virtues. Satyavati said, O puissant one, let our grandson be such, but, O foremost of ascetics, let me have a son of tranquil pursuits. Richika said, O thou of the fairest complexion, there is no distinction, I conceive, between a son and a grandson. It will be, O amiable one, as thou sayest. Vasudeva continued, Then Satyavati brought forth a son in Bhrigu's race who was devoted to penances and characterized by tranquil pursuits, viz., Jamadani of regulated vows. Kusika's son Gadi begot a son named Viswamitara, possessed of every attribute of a Brahmana. That son, though born in the Kshatriya order, was equal to a Brahmana. Richika, thus, begot Jamadani, their Toshan of penances. Jamadani begot a son of fierce deeds, the foremost of men. That son mastered the sciences, including the science of arms. Like unto a blazing fire, that son was Rama, the exterminator of the Kshatriyas. Having gratified Mahadeva on the mountains of Gandhamadana, he begged weapons of that great god, especially the axe of fierce energy in his hands. In consequence of that unrivaled axe of fiery splendor and irresistible sharpness, he became unrivaled on earth. Meanwhile the mighty son of Kritavarya, viz., Arjuna of the Kshatriya order and ruler of the Hayas, endued with great energy, highly virtuous in behavior, and possessed of 1,000 arms through the grace of the great Rishi, Dattatreya, having subjugated in battle, by the might of his own arms, the whole earth with her mountains and 7 islands, became a very powerful emperor and, at last, gave away the earth unto the Brahmanas in a horse sacrifice. On the certain occasion, solicited by the thirsty god of the fire, O son of Kunti, the 1,000-armed monarch of great prowess gave arms unto that deity. Springing from the point of his shafts, the god of fire, possessed of great energy, desirous of consuming what was offered, burnt villages and towns and kingdoms and hamlets of cowherds. Through the prowess of that foremost of men, viz. Kritavirya of great energy, the god of fire burnt mountains and great forests. Assisted by the king of the Hayas, the god of fire, caused by the wind to blaze forth with energy, consumed the uninhabited but delightful retreat of the Apava. Possessed of great energy, Apava, O mighty armed king, seeing his retreat consumed by the powerful Kshatriya, cursed that monarch in wrath, saying, Since, O Arjuna, without accepting these my specious words, thou hast burnt them, therefore, Rama, of Bhrigu's race, will lop off 1,000 arms. The mighty Arjuna, however, of great prowess, always devoted to peace, ever regardful of Brahmanas and disposed to grant protection unto all classes, and charitable and brave, O Bharata, did not think of that curse denounced on him by that Rishi. His powerful sons, always haughty and cruel, in consequence of that curse, became the indirect cause of his death. The princes, O bull of Bharata's race, seized and brought away the calf of Jamadani's cow, without the knowledge of Kritavirya, the ruler of the Hayas. For this reason a dispute took place between the Jamadani and the Hayas. The puissant Rama, the son of Jamadani, filled with wrath, lopped off the arms of Arjuna and brought back, O monarch, his sire's calf which was wandering within the inner enclosures of the king's palace. Then the foolish son of Arjuna, repairing together to the retreat of the Jamadani, felled with the points of their lances, O king, the head of the rishi from off his trunk while the celebrated Rama was out for fetching sacred fuel and grass. Inflamed with wrath at the death of his father and inspired with vengeance, Rama vowed to free the earth of Kshatriyas and took up arms. Then that tiger among the Bhrigus, possessed of great energy, putting forth his prowess, speedily slaughtered all the sons and grandsons of Kritavirya. Slaughtering thousands of Hayas in rage, the descendant of Bhrigu, O king, made the earth miry with blood. Possessed of great energy, he quickly reft the earth of all Kshatriyas. Filled then with compassion, he retired into the woods. Afterwards, when some thousands of years had passed away, the puissant Rama, who was wrathful by nature, had imputations cast upon him, of cowardice. The grandson of his Vamitra and son of Ravya, possessed of great ascetic merit, named Paravasu, O monarch, began to cast imputations on Rama in public, saying, O Rama, were not those righteous men, viz., Bharatardhana and others, who were assembled at a sacrifice at the time of Yayati's fall, Kshatriyas by birth? Thou art not of true vows, O Rama. Thine is an empty boast among people. Through fear of Kshatriya heroes thou hast betaken thyself to the mountains. The descendant of Bhrigu, hearing these words of Paravasu, once more took up arms and once more strewed the earth with hundreds of Kshatriya bodies. Those Kshatriyas, however, O king, counting by hundreds, that were spared by Rama, multiplied, in time, and became mighty monarchs on earth. Rama once more slaughtered them quickly, not sparing the very children, O king. Indeed, the earth became once more strewn with the bodies of Kshatriya children of premature birth. As soon as Kshatriya children were born, Rama slaughtered them. Some Kshatriya ladies, however, succeeded in protecting their children from Rama's wrath. Having made the earth destitute of Kshatriyas for thrice 7 times, the puissant Bhargava, at the completion of a horse sacrifice, gave away the earth as sacrificial present unto Kasyapa. For preserving the remnant of the Kshatriyas, Kasyapa, O king, pointing with his hand that still held the sacrificial ladle, said these words, O great sage, repair to the shores of the southern ocean. It behoveth thee not, O Rama, to reside within what is my dominion. At these words, Ocean suddenly created for Jamadani's son, on his other shore, a region called Saparaka. Kasyapa also, O monarch, having accepted the earth in gift, and made a present of it unto the Brahmanas, entered the great forest. Then Sudras and Vaisyas, acting most willfully, began to unite themselves, O bull of Bharata's race, with the wives of Brahmanas. When anarchy sets in on earth, the weak are oppressed by the strong, and no man is master of his own property. Unprotected duly by Kshatriyas observant of virtue, and oppressed by the wicked in consequence of that disorder, the earth quickly sank to the lowest depths. Beholding the earth sinking from fear, the high-souled Kasyapa held her on his lap, and since the great Rishi held her on his lap, Uru, therefore is the earth known by the name of Urvi. The goddess Earth, for protection's sake, gratified Kasyapa and begged of him a king. The earth said, There are, O regenerate one, some foremost of Kshatriyas concealed by me among women. They were born in the race of Hayas. Let them, O sage, protect me. There is another person of Puru's race, viz. Viduratha's son, O puissant one, who has been brought up among bears in the Rikshavat mountains. Another, viz. The son of Sordasa, has been protected, through compassion, by Parasara of immeasurable energy and ever engaged in sacrifices. Though born in one of the regenerate orders, yet like a Sudra he does everything for the Trishi and has, therefore, been named Savakarman, servant of all work. Savi, son of great energy, viz. Gopati by name, has been brought up in the forest among kine. Let him, O sage, protect me. Pratadana's son, named Vatsa of great might, has been brought up among calves in a kaupan. Let that one of the royal order protect me. Devahana's grandson and Devarata's son was concealed and protected on the banks of Ganga by the sage Gautama. His name is Vrihadratha. Possessed of great energy and adorned with numerous blessed qualities, that blessed prince has been protected by wolves and the mountains of Grirakata. Many Kshatriyas belonging to the race of Maruta have been protected. Equal unto the lord of Maruts in energy, they have been brought up by ocean. These children of the Kshatriya order have been heard of as existing in different places. They are living among artisans and goldsmiths. If they protect me I shall then stay unmoved. Their sires and grandsires have been slain for my sake by Rama of great prowess. It is my duty, O great sage, to see that their funeral rites are duly performed. I do not desire that I should be protected by my present rulers. Do thou, O sage, speedily make such arrangements that I may exist, as before. Vasudeva continued, the sage Kasyapa then, seeking out those Kshatriyas of great energy whom the goddess had indicated, installed them duly as kings, for protecting her. Those Kshatriya races that are now extant are the progeny of those princes. That which thou hast questioned me, O son of Panda, happened in days of your even thus. Vaisampayana continued, conversing thus with Yudhishthira, that foremost of righteous persons, the high Suryadeva hero proceeded quickly on that car, illumining all the points of the compass like the divine Surya himself. Section Li. Vaisampayana said, King Yudhishthira, hearing of those feats of Rama, became filled with wonder and said unto Janardana, O thou of Vrisha's race, the prowess of the high Sudrama, who in wrath had freed the earth of Kshatriyas, was like that of Sakra himself. The scions of Kshatriyas, troubled with the fear of Rama, were concealed, and brought up, by kine, ocean, leopards, bears and apes. Worthy of every praise is this world of men, and fortunate are they that reside in it, where a feat that was again so righteous was accomplished by a Brahmana. After this discourse was ended, those two illustrious persons, viz., Krishna of unfading glory and Yudhishthira, proceeded thither where the puissant son of Ganga lay on his bed of arrows. They then beheld Bhishma stretched on his arrowy bed and resembling in splendour the evening sun covered with his own rays. The Kuru hero was surrounded by many ascetics like he of 100 sacrifices by the deities of heaven. The spot on which he lay was highly sacred, being situate on the banks of the river Bhagavati. Beholding him from a distance, Krishna and Dharma's royal son, and the 4 Pandavas, and the other headed by Saradwat, alighted from their vehicles and collecting their restless minds and concentrating all their senses, approached the great rishis. Saluting those foremost of rishis headed by Vyasa, Govinda and Satyaki, and the others approached the son of Ganga. Beholding Ganga's son of great ascetic merit, the Yadu and Kuru princes, those foremost of men, shook their seats, surrounding him. Seeing Bhishma looking like a fire about to die out, Kusava with a rather cheerless heart addressed him as follows. Kusava said, Are thy perceptions now as clear as before? I hope thy understanding, O foremost of eloquent men, is not clouded. I hope thy limbs are not tortured by the pain arising from the wounds by shafts. From mental grief also the body becomes weak. In consequences of the boon granted to thee by thy sire, the righteous Santanu, thy death, O puissant hero, depends on thy own will. I myself have not that merit in consequence of which thou hast obtained this boon. The minutest pin, inserted within the body, produces pain. What need then be said, O king, of hundreds of arrows that have pierced thee? Surely, pain cannot be said to afflict thee. Thou art competent, O Bharata, to instruct the very gods regarding the origin and dissolution of living creatures. Possessed of great knowledge, everything belonging to the past, the future, and the present, is well known to thee. The dissolution of created beings and the reward of righteousness are well known to thee, O thou of great wisdom, for thou art an ocean of virtue and duty. While living in the enjoyment of swelling sovereignty, I beheld thee forego female intercourse, though sound of limbs and perfectly hale, and though surrounded by female companions. Except Santanu's son Bhishma, of great energy and firmly devoted to righteousness, possessed of heroism and having virtue for the only object of his pursuit, I have never heard of any other person in the 3 worlds that could, by his ascetic power, though lying on a bed of arrows and at the point of death, still have such a complete mastery over death as to keep it thus at bay. We have never heard of anybody else that was so devoted to truth, to penances, to gifts, to the performances of sacrifices, to the science of arms, to the Vedas, and to the protection of persons soliciting protection, and that was so harmless to all creatures, so pure in behavior, so self-restrained, and so bent upon the good of all creatures, and that was also so great a car warrior as thee. Without doubt, thou art competent to subjugate, on the single car, the gods, Gandharvas, Asuras, Yakshas, and Rakshasas. O mighty armed Bhishma, thou art always spoken of by the Brahmanas as the 9th of the Vasas. By thy virtues, however, thou hast surpassed them all and art equivalent to Vasava himself. Know, O best of persons, that thou art celebrated for thy prowess, O foremost of beings, among even the very gods. Among men on earth, O foremost of men, We have never seen nor heard of anyone possessed of such attributes as thee. O thou of the royal order, thou surpassest the gods themselves in respect of every attribute. By thy ascetic power thou canst create a universe of mobile and immobile creatures. What need then be said of thy having acquired many blessed regions by means of thy foremost of virtues? Dispel now the grief of the eldest son of Panda, who is burning with sorrow on account of the slaughter of his kinsmen. All the duties that have been declared in respect of the 4 orders about the 4 modes of life are well known to thee. Everything again that is indicated in the 4 branches of knowledge, in the 4 orders, O Bharata, as also those eternal duties that are laid down in yoga and Sankhya philosophy, the duties too of the 4 orders, and these duties that are not inconsistent with the declared practices, all these, along with their interpretations, O son of Ganga, are known to thee. The duties that have been laid down, those sprang from an intermixture of the 4 orders, and those laid down for particular countries and tribes and families, and those declared by the Vedas and by men of wisdom, are all well known to thee. The subjects of histories and the Puranas are all known to thee. All the scriptures treating of duty and practice dwell in thy mind. Save thee, O bull among men, there is no other person that can remove the doubts that may arise in respect of those subjects of knowledge that are studied in the world. With the aid of thy intelligence, do thou, O Prince of men, drive the sorrow felt by the son of Pandu. Persons possessed of so great and such varied knowledge live only for comforting men whose minds have been stupefied. Vaisampayana said, hearing those words of Vasudeva of great intelligence, Bhishma, raising his head a little, said these words with joined hands. Bhishma said, Salutations to thee, O divine Krishna. Thou art the origin and thou art the dissolution of all the worlds. Thou art the creator and thou art the destroyer. Thou, O Hrishikesa, art incapable of being vanquished by anyone. The universe is thy handiwork. Thou art the soul of the universe, and the universe hath sprung from thee. Salutations to thee. Thou art the end of all created things. Thou art above the 5 elements. Salutations to thee that art the 3 worlds, and that art again above the 3 worlds. O Lord of Yojans, salutations to thee that art the refuge of everything. O foremost of beings, those words which thou hast said regarding me have enabled me to behold thy divine attributes as manifest in the 3 worlds. In consequence of that kindness, O Govinda, I also behold thy eternal form. Thou standest shutting up the 7 paths of the wind possessed of immeasurable energy. The firmament is occupied by thy head, and the earth by thy feet. The points of the compass are thy 2 arms, and the sun is thy eye, and Sakra constitutes thy prowess. O thou of unfading glory, thy person, attired in yellow robes that resemble the hue of the Atasi flower, seem to us to be like a cloud charged with flashing of lightning. Think of that, O best of gods, which would be good, O thou of lotus eyes, for my humble self, that am devoted to thee, that seek thy protection, and that am desirous of obtaining a blissful end. Vasudeva said, Since, O bull among men, thy devotion to me is very great, for this, O Prince, I have displayed my celestial form to thee. I do not, O foremost of kings, display myself unto one that is not devoted to me, or unto a devotee that is not sincere, or unto one, O Bharata, that is not of restrained soul. Thou art devoted to me and art always observant of righteousness. Of a pure heart, thou art always self-restrained and ever observant of penances and gifts. Through thy own penances, O Bhishma, thou art competent to behold me. Those regions, O King, are ready for thee whence there is no return. 156, 50 days, O foremost one of Kuru's race, still remain for thee to live. Casting off thy body, thou shalt then, O Bhishma, obtain the blessed reward of thy acts. Behold, those deities and the Vasas, all endued with forms of fiery splendor, riding on their cars, are waiting for thee invisibly till the moment of the sun's entering on northerly course. Subject to universal time, when the divine Surya turns to his northerly course, thou, O foremost of men, shalt go to those regions whence no man of knowledge ever returns to this earth. When thou, O Bhishma, wilt leave this world for that, all knowledge, O hero, will expire with thee. It is for this, that all these persons, assembled together, have approached thee for listening to discourses on duty and morality. Do thou then speak words of truth, fraught with morality and yoga, unto Yudhishthira, who as firm in truth but whose learning has been clouded by grief on account of the slaughter of his kinsmen, and do thou, by this, quickly dispel that grief of his. Section Vaisampayana said, hearing these words of Krishna fraught with morality and profit, Santanu's Bhishma answered him in the following words. Bhishma said, O Master of all the worlds, O mighty armed one, O Shiva, O Narayana, O thou of unfading glory, hearing the words spoken by thee I have been filled with joy. But what words of instruction, O Master of speech, can I say in thy presence, when especially in all the subjects of speech have been dealt with in thy speech? 157. Whatever in either world should be done or is done, proceeds from thy intelligent self, O God. That person who is competent to discourse on the subject of heaven in the presence of the chief of the gods himself is competent to discourse on the interpretation of morality and pleasure and profit and salvation in thy presence. My mind, O slayer of Madhu, is exceedingly agitated by the pain of arrow wounds. My limbs are weak. My understanding is not clear. I am so afflicted, O Govinda, by these shafts resembling poison or fire that I have not power to utter anything. My strength is abandoning me. My life breaths are hastening to leave me. The very vitals of my body are burning. My understanding is clouded. From weakness my utterance is becoming indistinct. How then can I venture to speak? O enhancer of the glory of Dasahu's race, be gratified with me. O mighty armed one, I will not say anything. Pardon me for my unwillingness. The very master of speech, Vrihaspati, in speaking in thy presence, will be overcome by hesitation. I cannot any longer distinguish the points of the compass, nor the sky from the earth. Through thy energy, O slayer of Madhu, I am only barely alive. Do thou, therefore, thyself speak for the good of King Yudhishthira the just, for thou art the ordainer of all the ordinances. How, O Krishna, when thou, the eternal creator of the universe, art present, can one like me speak on such subjects, like a disciple in the presence of the preceptor? Vasudeva said, the words spoken by thee are worthy of thee that art the foremost one of Kuru's race. Thee that art endued with great energy, thee that art of great soul, and thee that art possessed of great patience and conversant with every subject. Regarding what thou hast said unto me about the pain of thy arrow wounds, receive, O Bhishma, this boon that I grant thee, O puissant one, from my grace. Discomfort and stupefaction and burning and pain and hunger and thirst shall not, O son of Ganga, overcome thee, O thou of unfading glory. Thy perceptions and memory, O sinless one, shall be unclouded. 158. Thy understanding shall not fail thee. Thy mind, O Bhishma, freed from the qualities of passion and darkness, will always be subject to the quality of goodness, like the moon emerged from the clouds. Thy understanding will penetrate whatever subject connected with duty, morality, or profit thou wilt think upon. O tiger among kings, obtaining celestial vision, thou wilt, O thou of immeasurable prowess, succeed in beholding the four orders of created things. Endued with the eye of knowledge, thou wilt, O Bhishma, behold, like fishes in a limpid stream, all created things that thou mayst endeavour to recollect. Vaisampayana continued, then those great rishis, with Vyasa amongst them, adored Krishna with hymns from the Riches, the Ajases, and the Samans. A celestial shower of flowers belonging to every season fell on that spot where he of Vrishani's race, with Ganga's son and the son of Bandu were. Celestial instruments of every kind played in the welkin, and the tribes of Apsaras began to sing. Nothing of evil and no portent of any evil kind was seen there. An auspicious, pleasant, and pure breeze, bearing every kind of fragrance, began to blow. All the points of the compass became clear and quiet, and all the animals and birds began to rove in peace. Soon after, like a fire at the extremity of a great forest, the divine Surya of 1,000 rays was seen to descend to the west. The great rishis then, rising up, saluted Janardana and Bhishma and King Yudhishthira. Upon this, Kesava, and the sons of Pandu, and Satyaki, and Sanjaya, and Saradwata's son Kripa, bowed in reverence to those sages. Devoted to the practice of righteousness, those sages, thus worshipped by Kesava and others, speedily proceeded to their respective abodes, saying, "We will return tomorrow." After this, Kesava and the Pandavas, saluting Bhishma and circumambulating him, ascended their handsome cars. Those heroes then proceeded, accompanied by many other cars decked with golden clavaras, and infuriated elephants looking like mountains, and steeds fleet as Garudas, and foot soldiers armed with bows and weapons. That army, moving with great speed, proceeded in 2 divisions, one in the van and the other in the rear of those princes. The scene resembled the 2 currents of the great river Narmada at the point where it is divided by the Riksha of mountains standing across it. Gladdening that great host, the divine Chandramas rose before it in the firmament, once more inspiring with moisture, by his own force, the terrestrial herbs and plants whose juice had been sucked up by the Sunday. Then that Balavyadhu's race and the sons of Pandu, entering their Kuru city, whose splendour resembled that of the city of Indra itself, proceeded to their respective mansions like tired lions seeking their caves. Section Li. Vaisampayana said, the slayer of Madhu, retiring to his bed, slept happily. Awaking when half a yama was wanting to usher in the day, he addressed himself to contemplation. Fixing all his senses, he meditated on the eternal Brahma. Then a batch of well-trained and sweet-voiced persons, conversant with hymns and the Puranas, began to utter the praises of Vasudeva, that Lord of all creatures and Creator of the universe. Others, marking time by clapping of hands, began to recite sweet hymns, and vocalists began to sing. Conch shells and drums were blown and beaten by thousands. The delightful sound of venas, panavas, and bamboo flutes was heard. The spacious mansion of the Krishna, in consequence thereof, seemed to laugh with music. In the palace of King Yudhishthira also sweet voices were heard, uttering auspicious wishes, and the sound of songs too and musical instruments. Then he of Dasahu's race performed his ablutions. Joining his hands, the mighty armed hero of unfading glory silently recited his secret mantras, and kindling a fire poured libations of clarified butter upon it. Giving away 1,000 kine unto 1,000 brahmanas, all of whom were fully conversant with the 4 Vedas, he caused them to utter benedictions upon him. Touching next diverse kinds of auspicious articles, and beholding himself in a clear mirror, Krishna addressed Satyaki, saying, "Go, O descendant of Sini, and repairing to Yudhishthira's abode, ascertain whether that king of great energy is dressed for visiting Bhishma." At these words of Krishna, Satyaki, proceeding quickly to the royal son of Pandu, said unto him, the foremost of cars, belonging to Vasudeva of great intelligence, stands ready, O king, for Janardana will go to see Ganga's son. O righteous king of great splendor, he is waiting for thee. It behoveth thee now to do what should be done next. Thus addressed, Dharma's son Yudhishthira answered as follows. Yudhishthira said, O Fulgana of unrivaled splendor, let my foremost of cars be made ready. We should not be accompanied, today, by the soldiers, but we shall proceed ourselves. That foremost of righteous persons, Bhishma, should not be vexed. Let the guards, therefore, O Dhananjaya, stop today. From this day Ganga's son will speak of things that are great mysteries. I do not therefore, O son of Kunti, wish that there should be a miscellaneous gathering in Bhishma's presence. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of the king, Kunti's son Dhananjaya, that foremost of men, went out and coming back, represented unto him that his best of cars stood harnessed for him. King Yudhishthira, and the twins, and Bhima and Arjuna, the five resembling the five elements, then proceeded towards Krishna's abode. While the high-souled Pandavas were coming, Krishna of great intelligence, accompanied by the grandson of Suni, mounted on his car, saluting one another from their cars and each inquiring of the other whether the night had been passed happily by him. Those bulls among men proceeded, without stopping on those foremost of cars whose rattle resembled the roar of the clouds. Krishna's steeds, viz., Valahaka and Megapushpa and Savya and Sugriva were urged by Daruka. The animals, urged by him, O king, proceeded, indenting the earth with their hoofs. Endued with great strength and great speed, they flew onwards, devouring the very skies. Traversing the sacred field of Kuru, the princes proceeded to the spot where the puissant Bhishma on his bed of arrows was lying, surrounded by those great rishis, like Brahman himself in the midst of the gods. Then Govinda and Yudhishthira and Bhima and the wielder of Gandhava and the twins and Satyaki, alighting from their vehicles, saluted the rishis by raising their right hands. Surrounded by them, King Yudhishthira like the moon in the midst of the stars approached Ganga's son like Vasava proceeding towards Brahman. Overcome with fear, the king timidly cast his eyes on the mighty armed hero lying on his bed of arrows like the sun himself dropped from the firmament. Section Lif. Janamjaya said, when that tiger among men, of righteous soul and great energy, firmly adhering to truth and with passions under complete control, viz., the son of Santanu and Ganga, named Vivaratu or Bhishma of unfading glory, lay on a hero's bed with the sons of Pandu sitting around him. Tell me, O great sage, what converse ensues in that meeting of heroes after the slaughter of the troops? Vaisampayana said, when Bhishma the chief of the Kurus, lay on his bed of arrows, many rishis and siddhas, O king, headed by Narada, came to that spot. The unslain remnant of the assembled kings with Yudhishthira at their head, and Dhritarashtra and Krishna and Bhima and Arjuna and the twins also came there. Those high-souled persons, approaching the grandsire of the Bharatas who looked like the sun himself dropped from the firmament, indulged in lamentations for him. Then Narada of godlike features reflecting for a short while, addressed all the Pandavas of the unslain remnant of the kings saying, the time, I think, has come for you to question Bhishma on subject of morality and religion, for Ganga's son is about to expire like the sun that is on the point of setting. He is about to cast off his life breaths. Do you all, therefore, solicit him to discourse to you? He is acquainted with the varied duties of all the four orders. Old in years, after abandoning his body he will obtain high regions of bliss. Solicit him, therefore, without delay, to clear the doubts that exist in your minds. Thus addressed by Narada, those princes approached Bhishma, but unable to ask him anything, looked at one another. Then Yudhishthira the son of Pandu, addressing Rishikasa, said, "There is no one else than Devaki's son that can question the grand desire. O foremost one of Yadu's race, do thou, therefore, O slayer of Madhu, speak first. Thou, O sire, art the foremost of us all, and thou art conversant with every duty and practice." Thus addressed by the son of Pandu, the illustrious Kesava of unfading glory, approaching the unconquerable Bhishma, spoke unto him as follows. Vasudeva said, "Hast thou, O best of kings, passed the night happily? Has thy understanding become unclouded? Does thy knowledge, O sinless one, shine in thee by inward light? I hope thy heart no longer feels pain and thy mind is no longer agitated." Bhishma said, "Burning, stupefaction, fatigue, exhaustion, illness, and pain, through thy grace, O thou of Vrishani's race, have all left me in a single day. O thou of the incomparable splendor, all that is past, all that is future, and all that is present, I behold as clearly as a fruit placed in my hands. All the duties declared in the Vedas, all those laid down in the Vedantas, I behold clearly, O thou of unfading glory, in consequence of the boon thou hast granted to me. The duties that have been declared by persons of learning and righteous behavior dwell in my remembrance. I am conversant also, O Janardana, with the duties and practices prevailing in particular countries and among particular tribes and families. Everything relating again to the four modes of life has come back to my recollection. I am acquainted also, O Kesava, with the duties that relate to King Graft. Whatever should at whatever time be said, I would say, O Janardana. Through thy grace, I have acquired an auspicious understanding. Strengthened by meditation on thee, I feel as if I have become a young man again. Through thy favor, O Janardana, I have become competent to discourse on what is beneficial for the world. Why, however, O Holy One, dost thou not thyself discourse to Pandu's son upon all that is good? What explanation hast thou to give in respect of this? Tell me quickly, O Madhava. Vasudeva said, "Know, O thou of Kuru's race, that I am the root of fame and of everything that leads to good. All things, good or bad, proceed from me. Who on earth will wonder if the moon be said to be of cool rays? Similarly, will wonder if I were described as one possessed of the full measure of fame. 159. I have, however, resolved to enhance thy fame, O thou of great splendor. It is for this, O Bhishma, that I have just inspired thee with great intelligence. As long, O Lord of earth, as the earth will last, so long will thy fame travel with undiminished luster through all the worlds. Whatever, O Bhishma, thou wilt say unto the inquiring son of Pandu, will be regarded on earth to be as authoritative as the declarations of that Vedas. That person who will conduct himself here according to the authority of thy declarations will obtain hereafter the reward of every meritorious act. For this reason, O Bhishma, I have imparted to thee celestial understanding so that thy fame may be enhanced on earth. As long as a man's fame lasts in the world, so long are his achievements said to live. The unslain remnant of the assembled kings are sitting around thee, desirous of listening to thy discourses on morality and duty. Do thou speak unto them, O Bharata. Thou art old in years, and thy behavior is consistent with the ordinance of the Srutis. Thou art well conversant with the duties of kings and with every other science of duty. No one has ever noticed the slightest transgression in thee from thy very birth. All the kings know thee to be conversant with all the sciences of morality and duty. Like a sire unto his sons do thou, therefore, O king, discourse unto them of high morality. Thou hast always worshipped the rishis and the gods. It is obligatory on thee to discourse on these subjects in detail unto persons desirous of listening to discourse on morality and duty. A learned person, especially when solicited by the righteous, should discourse on the same. The sages have declared this to be a duty. O puissant one, if thou dost not speak on such subjects, thou wilt incur sin. Therefore, questioned by thy sons and grandsons, O learned one, about the eternal duties of men, do thou, O bull among the Bharatas, discourse upon them on the subject. Section LV. Vaisampayana said, endues with great energy, the delighter of the chorus, viz. Bhishma, said, I shall discourse on the subject of duty. My speech and mind have become steady, through thy grace, O Govinda, since thou art the eternal soul of every being. Let the righteous Sut Yudhishthira question me about morality and duty. I shall then be much gratified and shall speak of all duties. Let the son of Pandu, that royal sage of virtuous and great soul, upon whose birth all the Vrishnis were filled with joy, question me. Let the son of Pandu, who has no equal among all the Kuras, among all persons of righteous behavior, and among men of great celebrity, put questions to me. Let the son of Pandu, in whom are intelligence, self-restraint, brahmacharya, forgiveness, righteousness, mental vigor and energy, put questions to me. Let the son of Pandu, who always by his good offices honors his relatives and guests and servants and others that are dependent on him, put questions to me. Let the son of Pandu, in whom are truth and charity and penances, heroism, peacefulness, cleverness, and fearlessness, put questions to me. Let the righteous son of Pandu, who would never commit a sin influenced by desire of pleasure or profit or from fear, put questions to me. Let the son of Pandu, who is ever devoted to truth, to forgiveness, to knowledge and to guests, and who always makes gifts unto the righteous, put questions to me. Let the son of Pandu, who is ever engaged in sacrifices and study of the Vedas and the practice of morality and duty, who is ever peaceful and who has heard all mysteries, put questions to me. Vasudeva said, King Yudhishthira the just, overcome with great shame and fearful of thy curse, does not venture to approach thee. That Lord of earth, O monarch, having caused a great slaughter, ventures not to approach thee from fear of thy curse. Having pierced with shafts those that deserved his worship, those that were devoted to him, those that were his preceptors, those that were his relatives and kinsmen, and those that were worthy of his highest regard, he ventures not to approach thee. Bhishma said, as the duty of the Brahmanas consists of the practice of charity, study, and penances, so the duty of Kshatriyas is to cast away their bodies, O Krishna, in battle. A Kshatriya should slay sires and grandsires and brothers and preceptors and relatives and kinsmen that may engage with him in unjust battle. This is their declared duty. That Kshatriya, O Kesava, is said to be acquainted with his duty who slays in battle his very preceptors if they happen to be sinful and covetous and disregardful of restraints and vows. That Kshatriya is said to be acquainted with his duty who slays in battle the person that from covetousness disregards the eternal barriers of virtue. 160. That Kshatriya is said to be acquainted with duty who in battle makes the earth a lake of blood, having the hair of slain warriors for the grass and straw floating on it, and having elephants for its rocks, and standards for the trees on its banks. A Kshatriya, when challenged, should always fight in battle, since Manu has said that a righteous battle, in the case of a Kshatriya, leads to both heaven and fame on earth. Vaisampayana continued, after Bhishma had spoken thus, Dharma's son Yudhishthira, with great humility, approached the Kuru hero and stood in his sight. He seized the feet of Bhishma, who in return gladdened him with affectionate words. Smelling his head, Bhishma asked Yudhishthira to take his seat. Then Ganga's son, that foremost of bowmen, addressed Yudhishthira, saying, Do not fear, O best of the Kurus. Ask me, O child, without any anxiety. Section LVI. Vaisampayana said, having bowed unto Rishikasa, and saluted Bhishma, and taken the permission of all the seniors assembled there, Yudhishthira began to put questions unto Bhishma. Yudhishthira said, persons conversant with duty and morality say that kingly duties constitute the highest science of duty. I also think that the burden of those duties is exceedingly onerous. Do thou, therefore, O king, discourse on those duties. O grandsire, do thou speak in detail on the duties of kings. The science of kingly duties is the refuge of the whole world of life. O thou of Kuru's race, morality, profit, and pleasure are dependent on kingly duties. It is also clear that the practices that lead to emancipation are equally dependent on them. As the reins are in respect of the steed or the iron hook in respect of the elephant, even so the science of kingly duties constitutes the reins for checking the world. If one becomes stupefied in respect of the duties observed by royal sages, disorder would set in on the earth and everything will become confused. As the sun, rising, dispels inauspicious darkness, so this science destroys every kind of evil consequence in respect of the world. Therefore, O grandsire, do thou, for my sake, discourse on kingly duties in the first instance, for thou, O chief of the Bharatas, art the foremost of all persons conversant with duties. O scorcher of foes, Vasudeva regards thee as the first of all intelligent persons. Therefore, all of us expect the highest knowledge from thee. Bhishma said, bowing unto Dharma who is supreme, unto Krishna who is Brahma in full, and unto the Brahmanas, I shall discourse on the eternal duties of men. Hear from me, O Yudhishthira, with concentrated attention, the whole range of kingly duties described with accurate details, and other duties that you may desire to know. In the first place, O foremost one of Kuru's race, the king should, from desire of pleasing his subjects, wait with humility upon the gods and the Brahmanas, always bearing himself agreeably to the ordinance. By worshipping the deities and the Brahmanas, O perpetuator of Kuru's race, the king pays off his debt to duty and morality, and receives the respect of his subjects. O son, thou shouldst always exert with promptitude, O Yudhishthira, for without promptitude of exertion mere destiny never accomplishes the objects cherished by kings. These two, viz., exertion and destiny, are equal in their operation. Of them, I regard exertion to be superior, for destiny is ascertained from the results of what is begun with exertion. Do not indulge in grief if what is commenced ends disastrously, for thou shouldst then exert thyself in the same act with redoubled attention. This is the high duty of kings. There is nothing which contributes so much to the success of kings as truth. The king who is devoted to truth finds happiness both here and hereafter. As regards rishis also, O king, truth is their great wealth. Similarly, as regards kings, there is nothing that so much inspires confidence in them as truth. The king that is possessed of every accomplishment and good behavior, that is self-restrained, humble, and righteous, that has his passions under control, that is of handsome features and not too inquiring, 161, never loses prosperity. By administering justice, by attending to these three, viz., concealment of his own weaknesses, ascertainment of the weaknesses of foes, and keeping his own counsels, as also by the observance of conduct that is straightforward, the king, O delighter of the Kurus, obtains prosperity. If the king becomes mild, everybody disregards him. On the other hand, if he becomes fierce, his subjects then become troubled. Therefore, do thou observe both kinds of behavior. O foremost of liberal men, the Brahmanas should never be punished by thee, for the Brahmana, O son of Pandu, is the foremost of beings on the earth. The high-souled Manu, O king of kings, that sung 2 slokas, in respect of thy duties, O thou of Kuru's race, thou shouldst always bear them in mind. Fire hath sprung from water, the Kshatriya from the Brahmana, and iron from stone. The 3, viz., fire, Kshatriya and iron, can exert their force on every other thing, but coming into contact with their respective progenitors, their force becomes neutralized. When iron strikes stone, or fire battles with water, or Kshatriya cherishes enmity towards Brahmana, these 3 soon become weak. When this is so, O monarch, you will see that the Brahmanas are worthy of worship. They that are foremost among the Brahmanas are gods on earth. Duly worshipped, they uphold the Vedas and the sacrifices. But they, O tiger among kings, that desire to have such honour, however much they may be impediments to the 3 worlds, should ever be repressed by the might of thy arms. The great Rishi Usanas, O son, sang 2 slokas in days of old. Listen to them, O king, with concentrated attention. The righteous Kshatriya, mindful of his duties, should chastise a Brahmana that may be a very master of the Vedas if he rushes to battle with an uplifted weapon. The Kshatriya, conversant with duties, that upholds righteousness when it is trespassed against, does not, by that act, become a sinner, for the wrath of the assailant justifies the wrath of the chastiser. Subject to these restrictions, O tiger among kings, the Brahmanas should be protected. If they become offenders, they should then be exiled beyond thy dominions. Even when deserving of punishment, thou shouldst, O kings, show them compassion. If a Brahmana becomes guilty of Brahmanicide, or of violating the bed of his preceptor or other revered senior, or of causing miscarriage, or of treason against the king, his punishment should be banishment from thy dominions. No corporal chastisement is laid down for them. Those persons that show respect towards the Brahmanas should be favoured by thee, with offices in the state. There is no treasure more valuable to kings than that which consists in the selection and assemblage of servants. Among the 6 kinds of citadels indicated in the scriptures, indeed among every kind of citadel, that which consists of the ready service and the love of the subjects is the most impregnable. Therefore, the king who is possessed of wisdom should always show compassion towards the 4 orders of his subjects. The king who is of righteous soul and a truthful speech succeeds in gratifying his subjects. Thou must not, however, O son, always behave with forgiveness towards everybody, for the king that is mild is regarded as the worst of his kind, like an elephant that is reft of fierceness. In the scriptures composed by Vrihaspati, a sloka was in days of old applicable to the present matter. Hear it, O king, as I recite it. If the king happens to be always forgiving, the lowest of persons prevails over him, even as the driver who sits on the head of the elephant he guides. The king, therefore, should not always be mild, nor should he always be fierce. He should be like the vernal sun, neither cold nor so hot as to produce perspiration. By the direct evidence of the senses, by conjecture, by comparisons, and by the canons of the scriptures. O monarch, the king should study friends and foes. O thou of great liberality, thou shouldst avoid all those evil practices that are called Vyasanas. It is not necessary that thou shouldst never indulge in them. What, however, is needed is that thou shouldst not be attached to them. He that is attached to those practices is prevailed over by everyone. The king who cherishes no love for his people inspires the latter with anxiety. The king should always bear himself towards his subjects as a mother towards the child of her womb. Hear, O monarch, the reason why this becomes desirable. As the mother, disregarding those objects that are most cherished by her, seeks the good of her child alone, even so, without doubt, should kings conduct themselves towards their subjects. The king that is righteous, O foremost one of Kuru's race, should always behave in such a manner as to uphold what is dear to him, for the sake of doing that which would benefit his people. Thou shouldst not ever, O son of Pandu, abandon fortitude. The king that is possessed of fortitude and who is known to inflict chastisement on wrongdoers has no cause of fear. O foremost of speakers, thou shouldst not indulge in jests with thy servants. O tiger among kings, listen to the faults of such conduct. If the master mingles too freely with them, dependents begin to disregard him. They forget their own position and most truly transcend that of the master. Ordered to do a thing, they hesitate and divulge the master's secrets. They ask for things that should not be asked for, and take the food that is intended for the master. They go to the length of displaying their wrath and seek to outshine the master. They even seek to predominate over the king, and accepting bribes and practicing deceit, obstruct the business of the state. They cause the state to rot with abuses by falsifications and forgeries. They make love with the female guards of the palace and dress in the same style as their master. They become so shameless as to indulge in eructations and the like, and expectorate in the very presence of their master, O tiger among kings, and they do not fear to even speak of him with levity before others. If the king becomes mild and disposed to jest, his servants, disregarding him, ride on steeds and elephants and cars as good as the king's. 162. His councillors, assembled in court, openly indulge in such speeches as, "This is beyond thy power. This is a wicked attempt." If the king becomes angry, they laugh, nor are they gladdened if favours be bestowed upon them, though they may express joy for other reasons. They disclose the secret counsels of their master and bruit his evil acts. Without the least anxiety they set at naught the king's commands. If the king's jewels, or food, or the necessaries of his bath, or unguents, be not forthcoming, the servants, in his very presence, do not show the least anxiety. They do not take what rightfully belongs to them. On the other hand, without being content with what has been assigned to them, they appropriate what belongs to the king. They wish to sport with the king as with a bird tied with a string, and always give the people to understand that the king is very intimate with them and loves them dearly. If the king becomes mild and disposed to jest, O Yudhishthira, these and many other evils spring from it. Section VI. Bhishma said, the king, O Yudhishthira, should always be ready for action. That king is not worth of praise who, like a woman, is destitute of exertion. In this connection, the holy Usanas has sung a sloka, O monarch. Listen to it with attention, O king, as I recite it to thee. Like a snake swallowing up mice, the earth swallows up these two, the king that is averse to battle and the Brahmana that is exceedingly attached to wives and children. 163. It behoveth thee, O tiger among kings, to bear this always in thy heart. Make peace with those foes with whom, according to the ordinance, peace should be made, and wage war with them with whom war should be waged. Be he thy preceptor or be he thy friend, he that acts inimically towards thy kingdom consisting of 7 limbs, should be slain. 164. There is an ancient sloka sung by King Mahabharata, agreeable to Vrihaspati's opinion, O monarch, about the duty of kings. According to the eternal provision, there is punishment for even the preceptor if he becomes haughty and disregardful of what should be done and what should not, and if he transgresses all restraints. Jadu's son, King Sagara, of great intelligence, from desire of doing good to the citizens, exiled his own eldest son Isamanjas. Isamanjas, O king, used to drown the children of the citizens in the Sarayu. His sire, therefore, rebuked him and sent him to exile. The Rishi Udalaka cast off his favourite son Swetaketu, afterwards, of rigid penances, because the latter used to invite Brahmanas with deceptive promises of entertainment. the happiness of their subjects, observance of truth, and sincerity of behavior are the eternal duty of kings. The king should not covet the wealth of others. He should in time give what should be given. If the king becomes possessed of prowess, truthful in speech, and forgiving in temper, he would never fall away from prosperity. With soul cleansed of vices, the king should be able to govern his wrath, and all his conclusions should be conformable to the scriptures. He should also always pursue morality and profit and pleasure and salvation judiciously. The king should always conceal his counsels in respect of these three, viz., morality, profit, and pleasure. No greater evil can befall the king than the disclosure of his counsels. Kings should protect the four orders in the discharge of their duties. It is the eternal duty of kings to prevent a confusion of duties in respect of the different orders. The king should not repose confidence on others than his own servants, nor should he repose full confidence on even his servants. He should, by his own intelligence, look after the merits and defects of the 6 essential requisites of sovereignty. 165. The king who is observant of the lackeys of his foes, and judicious in the pursuit of morality, profit, and pleasure, who sets clever spies for ascertaining secrets and seeks to wean away the officers of his enemies by presents of wealth, deserves applause. The king should administer justice like Yama and amass wealth like Kuvera. He should also be observant of the merits and defects of his own acquisitions and losses and of his own dominions. He should feed those that have not been fed, and inquire after those that have been fed. Possessed of sweet speech, he could speak with a smiling, and not with a sour, countenance. He should always wait upon those that are old in years and repress procrastination. He should never covet what belongs to others. He should firmly follow the behavior of the righteous and, therefore, observe that behavior carefully. He should never take wealth from those that are righteous. Taking the wealth of those that are not righteous, he should give it unto them that are righteous. The king should himself be skillful in smiting. He should practice liberality. He should have his soul under control. He should dress himself with splendor. He should make gifts in season and regular in his meals. He should also be of good behavior. The king, desirous of obtaining prosperity, should always bind to his service men that are brave, devoted, and capable of being deceived by foes. 166. Well-born, healthy, well-behaved, and connected with families that are well-behaved, respectable, never inclined to insult others, conversant with all the sciences, possessing a knowledge of the world and its affairs, unmindful of the future state of existence, always observant of their duties, honest, and steadfast like mountains. There should be no difference between him and them as regards objects of enjoyment. The only distinction should consist in his umbrella and his power of passing orders. His conduct towards them, before or behind, should be the same. The king who behaves in this way never comes to grief. That crooked and covetous king who suspects everybody and who taxes his subjects heavily, is soon deprived of life by his own servants and relatives. That king, however, who is of righteous behavior and who is ever engaged in attracting the hearts of his people, never sinks when attacked by foes. If overcome, he soon regains his position. If the king is not wrathful, if he is not addicted to evil practices and not severe in his punishments, if he succeeds in keeping his passions under control, he then becomes an object of confidence unto all like the hymn of mountains, and to all creatures. He is the best of kings who hath wisdom, who is possessed of liberality, who is ready to take advantage of the lackeys of foes, who has agreeable features, who is conversant with what is bad for each of the 4 orders of his subjects, who is prompt in action, who has his wrath under control, who is not vindictive, who is high-minded, who is not irascible by disposition, who is equally engaged in sacrifices and other religious acts, who is not given to boasting, and who vigorously prosecutes to completion all works commenced by him. He is the best of kings in whose dominions men live fearlessly like sons in the house of their sire. He is the best of kings whose subjects have not to hide their wealth and are conversant with what is good and what is bad for them. He, indeed, is a king whose subjects are engaged in their respective duties and do not fear to cast off their bodies when duty calls for it, whose people, protected duly, are all of peaceful behavior, obedient, docile, tractable, unwilling to be engaged in disputes, and inclined to liberality. That king earns eternal merit in whose dominions there is no wickedness and dissimulation and deception and envy. That king truly deserves to rule who honors knowledge, who is devoted to the scriptures and the good of his people, who treads in the path of the righteous, and who is liberal. That king deserves to rule, whose spies and counsels and acts, accomplished and unaccomplished, remain unknown to his enemies. The following verse was sung in days of old by users of Bruce's race, in the narrative called Mahabharata, on the subject, O Bharata, of kingly duties. One should first select a king, in whose dominions to live. Then should he select a wife, and then earn wealth. If there be no king, what would become of his wife and acquisition? Regarding those that are desirous of kingdom, there is no other eternal duty more obligatory than the protection of subjects. The protection the king grants to his subjects upholds the world. 167. Manu, the son of Prishitas, sang these two verses respecting the duties of kings. Listen to them with attention. These 6 persons should be avoided like a leaky boat on the sea, viz., a preceptor that does not speak, a priest that has not studied the scriptures, a king that does not grant protection, a wife that utters what is disagreeable, a cowherd that likes to rove within the village, and a barber that is desirous of going to the woods. 168. Section VI. Bhishma said, protection of the subject, O Yudhishthira, is the very cheese of kingly duties. The divine Vrihas party does not applaud any other duty so much as this one. The divine Kavi, users of large eyes and austere penances, the 1,000-eyed Indra, and Manu the son of Prishitas, the divine Bharadwa, and the Saga Gaurasiras, all devoted to Brahma and utterers of Brahma, have composed treatises on the duties of kings. All of them praise the duty of protection, O foremost of virtuous persons, in respect of kings. O thou of eyes like lotus leaves and of the hue of copper, listen to the means by which protection may be secured. Those means consist of the employment of spies and servants, giving them their just dues without haughtiness, the realization of taxes with considerateness, never taking anything from the subject, capriciously and without cause, O Yudhishthira, the selection of honest men, for the discharge of administrative functions, heroism, skill, and cleverness, in the transaction of business, truth, seeking the good of the people, producing discord and disunion among the enemy by fair or unfair means, the repair of buildings that are old or on the point of falling away, the infliction of corporal punishments and fines regulated by observance of the occasion, never abandoning the honest, granting employment and protection to persons of respectable birth, the storing of what should be stored, companionship with persons of intelligence, always gratifying the soldiery, supervision over the subjects, steadiness in the transaction of business, filling the treasury, absence of blind confidence on the guards of the city, producing disloyalty among the citizens of a hostile town, carefully looking after the friends and allies living in the midst of the enemy's country, strictly watching the servants and officers of the state, personal observation of the city, distrust of servants, comforting the enemy with assurances, steadily observing the dictates of policy, readiness for action, never disregarding an enemy, and casting off those that are wicked. Readiness for exertion in kings is the root of kingly duties. This has been said by Reichspati. Listen to the verses sung by him. By exertion the Amrita was obtained, by exertion the Asuras were slain, by exertion Indra himself obtained sovereignty in heaven and on earth. The hero of exertion is superior to the heroes of speech. The heroes of speech gratify and worship the heroes of exertion. 169. The king that is destitute of exertion, even if possessed of intelligence, is always overcome by foes like a snake that is bereft of poison. The king, even if possessed of strength, should not disregard a foe, however weak. A spark of fire can produce a conflagration, and a particle of poison can kill. With only one kind of force, an enemy from within a fort can afflict the whole country of even a powerful and prosperous king. The secret speeches of a king, the amassing of troops for obtaining victory, the crooked purposes in his heart, similar intents for accomplishing particular objects, and the wrong acts he does or intends to do, should be concealed by putting on an appearance of candor. He should act righteously for keeping his people under subjection. Persons of crooked minds cannot bear the burden of extensive empire. A king who is mild cannot obtain superior rank, the acquisition of which depends upon labor. A kingdom, coveted by all like meat, can never be protected by candor and simplicity. A king, O Yudhishthira, should, therefore, always conduct himself with both candor and crookedness. If in protecting his subjects a king falls into danger, he earns great merit. Even such should be the conduct of kings. I have now told thee a portion only of the duties of kings. Tell me, O best of the Kuras, what more you wish to know. Vaisampayana continued, the illustrious Vyasa and Devasthana and Aswa, and Vasudeva and Kripa and Satyaki and Sanjaya, filled with joy, and with faces resembling full-blown flowers, said, Excellent, excellent, and hymned the praises of the tiger among men, viz., Bhishma, that foremost of virtuous persons. Then Yudhishthira, that chief of Kuru's race, with the cheerless heart and eyes bathed in tears, gently touched Bhishma's feet and said, O grandsire, I shall tomorrow inquire after those points about which I have my doubts, for today, the sun, having sucked the moisture of all terrestrial objects, is about to set. Then Kesava and Kripa and Yudhishthira and others, saluting the Brahmanas, assembled there, and circumambulating the son of the great river, cheerfully ascended their cars. All of them observant of excellent vows, then bathed in the current of the Drishadwati, having offered oblations of water unto their ancestors and silently recited the sacred mantras and done other auspicious acts, and having performed the evening prayer with due rites, those scourgers of foes entered the city called after the elephant. Section Licks. Vaisampayana said, raising from their beds the next day and performing the morning rites laid down in the scriptures, the Bandavas and the Adavas set out for the spot where Bhishma lay, on their cars resembling fortified towns. Proceeding to the field of Kuru and approaching the sinless Bhishma, they inquired of that foremost of Ka warriors if he had passed the night happily. Saluting all the rishis, and blessed by them in return, the princes took their seats around Bhishma. Then King Yudhishthira, the just possessed of great energy, having worshipped Bhishma's duly, said these words with joined hands. Yudhishthira said, whence arose the word Rajan, king, that is used, O Bharata, on earth? Tell me this, O scorcher of foes. Possessed of hands and arms and neck like others, having understanding and senses like those of others, subject like others to the same kinds of joy and grief, endued with back, mouth, and stomach similar to those of the rest of the world, having vital fluids and bones and marrow and flesh and blood similar to those of the rest of the world, inhaling and exhaling breaths like others, possessed of life breaths and bodies like other men, resembling others in birth and death, in fact, similar to others in respect of all attributes of humanity. For what reason does one man, viz., the king, govern the rest of the world, numbering many men possessed of great intelligence and bravery? Whence is it that one man rules the wide world, teeming with brave and energetic and high-born men of good behavior? Why do all men seek to obtain his favor? Why is it that if one man becomes delighted, the whole world becomes delighted, and if that one man is troubled, the whole world becomes troubled? I desire to hear this in detail, O bull of Bharata's race. O foremost of speakers, discourse to me on this fully. O king, there cannot but be a grave reason for all this, since it is seen that the whole world bows down to one man as to a god. Bhishma said, with concentrated attention, O tiger among kings, listen to it in detail as to how in the Krita age sovereignty first began. At first there was no sovereignty, no king, no chastisement, and no chastiser. All men used to protect one another righteously. As they thus lived, O Bharata, righteously protecting one another, they found the task, after some time, to be painful. Error then began to assail their hearts. Having become subject to error, the perceptions of men, O prince, came to be clouded, and thence their virtue began to decline. When their perceptions were dimmed and when men became subject to error, all of them became covetous, O chief of the Bharatas. And because men sought to obtain objects which they did not possess, another passion called lust, of acquisition, got hold of them. When they became subject to lust, another passion, named anger, soon soiled them. Once subject to wrath, they lost all consideration of what should be done and what should not. Unrestrained sexual indulgence set in. Men began to utter what they choose. All distinctions between food that is clean and unclean and between virtue and vice disappeared. When this confusion set in amongst men, the Vedas disappeared. Upon the disappearance of the Vedas, righteousness was lost. When both the Vedas and righteousness were lost, the gods were possessed by fear. Overcome with fear, O tiger among men, they sought the protection of Brahmana. Having gratified the divine grandsire of the universe, the gods, afflicted with grief, said unto him, with joined hands, O God, the eternal Vedas have been afflicted in the world of men by covetousness and error. For this, we have been struck with fear. Through loss of the Vedas, O Supreme Lord, righteousness also has been lost. For this, O Lord of the three worlds, we are about to descend to the level of human beings. Men used to pour libations upwards, while we used to pour rain downwards. 170. In consequence, however, of the cessation of all pious rites among men, great distress will be our lot. Do thou then, O grandsire, think of that which would benefit us, so that the universe, created by thy power, may not meet with destruction. Thus addressed, the self-born and divine Lord said unto them, I shall think of what will do good to all. Ye foremost of gods, let your fears be dispelled. The grandsire then composed by his own intelligence a treatise consisting of 100,000 chapters. In it were treated the subject of virtue, profit, and pleasure, which the self-born designated as the triple aggregate. He treated of a fourth subject called emancipation with opposite meaning and attributes. The triple aggregate in respect of emancipation, viz., to the attributes of goodness, passion, and darkness, and another, a fourth, viz., the practice of duty without hope of bliss or reward in this or the other world, were treated in it. Another triple aggregate connected with chastisement, viz., conversation, growth, and destruction, was treated in it. 171. Another aggregate of 6 consisting of the hearts of men, place, time, means, overt acts, alliances, and causes, were treated in it. The religious rites laid down in the 3 Vedas, knowledge, and the acts necessary for the support of life, viz., agriculture, trade, and sea, O Bull of Bharata's race, and the very extensive branch of learning called punitive legislation, were laid down in it. The subjects also of behavior towards counselors, of spies, the indications of princes, of secret agents possessed of diverse means, of envoys and agents of other kinds, conciliation, fomenting discord, gifts, and chastisement, O king, with toleration as the fifth, were fully treated therein. Deliberation of all kinds, counsels for producing disunion, the errors of a deliberation, the results of the success or failure of counsels, treaties of three kinds, viz., bad, middling, and good, made through fear, good offices, and gifts of wealth, were described in detail. The four kinds of time for making journeys, the details of the aggregate of three, the three kinds of victory, viz., that secured righteously, that won by wealth, and that obtained by deceitful ways, were described in detail. The three kinds of attributes, viz., bad, middling, and good, of the aggregate of five, viz., counsellors, kingdom, fort, army, and treasury, were also treated in it. Chastisements of two kinds, viz., open and secret, were indicated. The 8 kinds of open chastisement, as also the 8 kinds of secret chastisement, were dealt with in detail. Cars, elephants, horses, and foot soldiers, O son of Pandu, impressed labourers, crews, and paid attendants, of armies, and guides taken from the country which is the seat of war, these are the 8 instruments, O Kauravya, of open chastisement or forces acting openly. The use and administration of movable and immovable poison were also mentioned in respect of the 3 kinds of things, viz., wearing apparel, food, and incantations. Enemies, allies, and neutrals, these also were described. The diverse characteristics of roads, to be taken as dependent on stars and planets, etc., the attributes of the soil, on which to encamp, protection of self, superintendence of the construction of cars and other utensils of war and use, the diverse means for protecting and improving men, elephants, cars, and steeds, the diverse kinds of battle array, strategies, and maneuvers in war, the planetary conjunctions foreboding evil, calamitous visitations, such as earthquakes, skillful methods of warfare and retreat, knowledge of weapons and their proper keep, the disorders of troops and how to get rid of them, the means of inspiring the army with joy and confidence, diseases, times of distress and danger, knowledge of guiding foot soldiers in battle, the methods of sounding alarms and notifying orders, inspiring the enemy with fear by display of standards, the diverse methods of afflicting the enemy's kingdom by means of robbers and fierce wild tribes, and fire raisers and poisoners and forgers by producing disunion among the chief officers of the hostile armies, by cutting down crops and plants, by destroying the efficiency of the enemy's elephants, by producing alarms, by honoring those among the enemy's subjects that are well disposed towards the invader, and by inspiring the enemy with confidence, the waste, growth, and harmony of the 7 essential requisites of sovereignty, capacity for projected works, the means for accomplishing them, the methods of extending the kingdom, the means of winning over persons residing in the enemy's territory, the chastisement and destruction of those that are strong, the exact administration of justice, the extermination of the wicked, wrestling, shooting and throwing and hurling of weapons, the methods of making presents and storing requisite things, feeding the unfed and supervision over those that have been fed, gifts of wealth in season, freedom from the vices called vyasanas, the attributes of kings, the qualifications of military officers, the sources of the aggregate of 3 and its merits and faults, the diverse kinds of evil intents, the behavior of dependence, suspicion against every one, the avoidance of heedlessness, the acquisition of objects unattained, the improving of objects already acquired, gifts to deserving persons of what has thus been improved, expenditure of wealth for pious purposes, for acquiring objects of desire, and for dispelling danger and distress, were all treated in that work. The fierce vices, O chief of the cuirass, born of temper, and those born of lust, in all of 10 kinds, were mentioned in that treatise. The 4 kinds of vices which the learned say are born of lust, viz., hunting, gambling, drinking, and sexual indulgence, were mentioned by the self-born in that work. Rudeness of speech, fierceness, severity of chastisement, infliction of pain on the body, suicide, and frustrating one's own objects. These are the 6 kinds of faults born of wrath, that have also been mentioned. Diverse kinds of machines and their actions have been described there. Devastation of the enemy's territories, attacks upon foes, the destruction and removal of landmarks and other indications, the cutting down of large trees, for depriving the enemy and the enemy's subjects of their refreshing shade, siege of forts, supervision of agriculture and other useful operations, the storage of necessaries, robes and attire, of troops, and the best means of manufacturing them, were all described. The characteristics and uses of panavas, amikas, ganchs, and drums, O Yudhishthira, the 6 kinds of articles, viz., gems, animals, lands, robes, female slaves, and gold, and the means of acquiring them, for oneself, and of destroying them, for injuring the foe, pacification of newly acquired territories, honoring the good, cultivating friendship with the learned, knowledge of the rules in respect of gifts and religious rites such as Homer, the touch of auspicious articles, attention to the adornment of the body, the manner of preparing and using food, piety of behavior, the attainment of prosperity by following in one path, truthfulness of speech, sweetness of speech, observance of acts done on occasions of festivity and social gatherings and those done within the household, the open and secret acts of persons in all places of meeting, the constant supervision of the behavior of men, the immunity of brahmanas from punishment, the reasonable infliction of punishment, honors paid to dependents in consideration of the kinship and merit, the protection of subjects and the means of extending the kingdom, the counsels that a king who lives in the midst of a dozen of kings should pursue in respect of the 4 kinds of foes, the 4 kinds of allies, and the 4 kinds of neutrals, the 72 acts laid down in medical works about the protection, exercise, and improvements of the body, and the practices of particular countries, tribes, and families, were all duty treated in that work. Virtue, profit, and pleasure, and emancipation, were also described in it. The diverse means of acquisition, the desire for diverse kinds of wealth, O giver of profuse presents, the methods of agriculture and other operations that form the chief source of the revenue, and the various means for producing and applying illusions, the methods by which stagnant water is rendered foul, were laid down in it. All those means, O tiger among kings, by which men might be prevented from deviating from the path of righteousness and honesty, were all described in it. Having composed that highly beneficial treatise, the divine Lord cheerfully said unto the deities having Indra for their head, those words, for the good of the world and for establishing the triple aggregate, viz., virtue, profit, and pleasure, I have composed this science representing the very cheese of speech. Assisted by chastisement, this science will protect the world. Dealing rewards and punishments, this science will operate among men. And because men are led to the acquisition of the objects of their existence by chastisement, or, in other words, chastisement leads or governs everything, therefore will this science be known in the 3 worlds as Dandanitai, science of chastisement. 172, containing the essence of all the attributes of the aggregate of 6, This science will always be much regarded by all high-souled persons. Virtue, profit, pleasure, and salvation have all been treated in it. After this, the Lord of Amakama, the divine and multiform Shiva of large eyes, the source of all blessings, first studied and mastered it. In view, however, of the gradual decrease of the period of life of human beings, the divine Shiva abridged that science of grave import compiled by Brahman. The abridgment, called Vaisalagasha, consisting of 10,000 lessons, was then received by Indra, devoted to Brahman and endued with great ascetic merit. The divine Indra also abridged it into a treatise consisting of 5,000 lessons and called it Vahudantaka. Afterwards the puissant Brihaspati, by his intelligence, further abridged the work into a treatise consisting of 3,000 lessons and called it Vahaspatya. Next, that preceptor of yoga, of great celebrity, viz., Kavi of immeasurable wisdom, reduced it further into a work of 1,000 lessons. In view of the period of men's lives and the general decrease of everything, great rishis did thus, for benefiting the world, abridge that science. The gods then, approaching that lord of creatures, viz., Vishnu, said unto him, Indicate, O God, that one among mortals who deserves to have superiority over the rest. The divine and puissant Narayana, reflecting a little, created, by a fiat of his will, a son born of his energy, named Virajas. The highly blessed Virajas, however, did not desire sovereignty on earth. His mind, O son of Pandu, inclined to the life of renunciation. Virajas had a son named Kritamat. He too renounced pleasure and enjoyment. 173. Kritamat had a son named Kardama. Kardama also practiced severe austerities. The lord of creatures, Kardama, begot a son named Ananga. Ananga became a protector of creatures, pious in behavior, and fully conversant with the science of chastisement. Ananga begot a son named Ativala, well versed in policy. Obtaining extensive empire after the demise of his sire, he became a slave of his passions. Mritu, O king, had a daughter born of his mind, named Sunita and celebrated over the 3 worlds. She was married to Ativala and gave birth to a son named Vena. Vena, a slave of wrath and malice, became unrighteous in his conduct towards all creatures. The rishis, those utterers of Brahma, slew him with kusa blades, as their weapon, inspired with mantras. Uttering mantras the while, those rishis pierced the right thigh of Vena. Thereupon, from that thigh, came out a short-limbed person on earth, resembling a charred brand, with blood-red eyes and black hair. Those utterers of Brahma said unto him, Nishada, sit here. From him have sprung the Nishadas, viz., those wicked tribes that have the hills and the forests for their abode, as also those hundreds and thousands of others called Malechas, residing on the Vindhya mountains. The great rishis then pierced the right arm of Vena. Then sprang a person who was a second Indra in form, clad in mail, armed with scimitars, bows, and arrows, and well versed in the science of weapons. He was fully acquainted with the Vedas and their branches. All the ordinances of the science of chastisement, O king, in their embodied forms, came to that best of men. The son of Vena then, with joined hands, said unto those great rishis, I have attained an understanding that is very keen and that is observant of righteousness. Tell me in detail what I shall do with it. That useful task which you will be pleased to indicate, I shall accomplish without hesitation. Thus addressed, the gods that were present there, as also the rishis, said unto him, Do thou fearlessly accomplish all those tasks in which righteousness even resides. Disregarding what is dear and what not so, look upon all creatures with an equal eye. Cast off at a distance lust and wrath and covetousness and honor, and, always observing the dictates of righteousness, do thou punish with thy own hands the man whoever he may be, that deviates from the path of duty. Do thou also swear that thou wouldst, in thought, word, and deed, always maintain the religion inculcated on earth by the Vedas. Do thou further swear that thou wouldst fearlessly maintain the duties laid down in the Vedas with the aid of the science of chastisement, and that thou wouldst never act with caprice. O puissant one, know that Brahmanas are exempt from chastisement, and pledge further that thou wouldst protect the world from an intermixture of castes. Thus addressed, Vena's son replied unto the deities headed by the rishis, saying, Those bulls among men, viz., the highly blessed Brahmanas, shall ever be worshipped by me. Those utterers of Brahma then said unto him, Let it be so. Then Sukra, that vast receptacle of Brahma, became his priest. The Valakilyas became his counsellors, and the Saraswatas his companions. The great and illustrious Rishi Garga became his astrologer. This high declaration of the Srutis is current among men that Prithu is the eighth from Vishnu. A little before, the two persons named Suta and Magadha had come into existence. They became his bards and panegyrists. Gratified, Prithu, the royal son of Vena, possessed of great prowess, gave unto Suta the land lying on the sun coast, and unto Magadha the country since known as Magadha. We have heard that the surface of the earth had before been very uneven. It was Prithu who made the terrestrial surface level. In every manvantara, the earth becomes uneven. 174. Vena's son removed the rocks and rocky masses lying all around, O monarch, with the horn of his bow. By this means the hills and mountains became enlarged. Then Vishnu, and the deities of Indra, and the rishis, and the regents of the world, and the Brahmanas, assembled together for crowning Prithu as the king of the world. The earth herself, O son of Pandu, in her embodied form, came to him, with a tribute of gems and jewels. Ocean, that lord of rivers, and Himavat, the king of mountains, and Sakra, O Yudhishthira, bestowed upon him inexhaustible wealth. The great Maru, that mountain of gold, gave unto him heaps of that precious metal. The divine Guvara, borne on the shoulders of human beings, that lord of the Yakshas and Rakshasas, gave him wealth enough for gratifying the needs of religion, profit, and pleasure. Steeds, cars, elephants, and men, by millions, O son of Pandu, started into life as soon as Vena's son thought of them. At that time there was neither decrepitude, nor famine, nor calamity, nor disease, on earth. In consequence of the protection afforded by that king, nobody had any fear from reptiles and thieves or from any other source. When he proceeded to the sea, the waters used to be solidified. The mountains gave him way, and his standard was never obstructed anywhere. He drew from the earth, as a milcher from a cow, 7 and 10 kinds of crops for the food of the Yakshas, and Rakshasas, and Nagas, and other creatures. That high-souled king caused all creatures to regard righteousness as the foremost of all things, and because he gratified all the people, therefore was he called Rajan, king. And because he also healed the wounds of Brahmanas, therefore he earned the name of Kshatriyu. And because the earth, in his region, became celebrated for the practice of virtue, therefore she came to be called by many as Prithvi. The eternal Vishnu himself, O Bharata, confirmed his power, telling him, No one, O king, shall transcend thee. The divine Vishnu entered the body of that monarch in consequence of his penances. For this reason, the entire universe offered divine worship unto Prithu, numbered among human gods. 175. O king, thy kingdom should always be protected by the aid of the science of chastisement. Thou shouldst also, by careful observation made through the movements of thy spies, protect it in such a way that no one may be able to injure it. 176. All good acts, O king, lead to the good of the monarch. The conduct of a king should be regulated by his own intelligence, as also by the opportunities and means that may offer themselves. 177. What other cause is there in consequence of which the multitude live in obedience to one, save the divinity of the monarch? At that time a golden lotus was born from Vishnu's brow. The goddess Sri was born of that lotus. She became the spouse of Dharma of great intelligence. Upon Sri, O son of Pandu, Dharma begot Artha. All the three, viz., Dharma, and Artha and Sri, were established in sovereignty. A person upon the exhaustion of his merit comes down from heaven to earth, and takes birth as a king conversant with the science of chastisement. Such a person becomes endued with greatness and is really a portion of Vishnu on earth. He becomes possessed of great intelligence and obtains superiority over others. Established by the gods, no one transcends him. It is for this reason that everybody acts in obedience to one, and it is for this that the world cannot command him. Good acts, O king, lead to good. It is for this that the multitude obey his words of command, though he belongs to the same world and is possessed of similar limbs. He who once beheld Prithu's amiable face became obedient to him. Thenceforth he began to regard him as handsome, wealthy, and highly blessed. 178. In consequence of the might of his scepter, the practice of morality and just behavior became so visible on earth. It is through that reason that the earth became overspread with virtue. Thus, O Yudhishthira, the histories of all past events, the origin of the great rishis, the holy waters, the planets and stars and asterisms, the duties in respect of the four modes of life, the four kinds of Homer, the characteristics of the four orders of men, and the four branches of learning, were all treated of in that work of the grandsire. Whatever objects or things, O son of Pandu, there are on earth, were all included in the treatise of the grandsire. Histories and the Vedas and the science of Nyaya were all treated in it, as also penances, knowledge, abstention from injury in respect of all creatures, truth, falsehood, and high morality, worship of persons old in years, gifts, purity of behavior, readiness for exertion, and compassion towards all creatures, were very fully described in it. There is no doubt in this. Since that time, O monarch, the learned have begun to say that there is no difference between a god and a king. I have now told thee everything about the greatness of kings. What other subject is there, O chief of the Bharatas, upon which I shall next have to discourse? Section LX. Vaisampayana said, after this, Yudhishthira saluted his grandsire, viz., the son of Ganga, and with joined hands and concentrated attention, once more asked him, saying, what are the general duties of the four orders of men, and what the special duties of each order? What mode of life should be adopted by which order? What duties are especially called the duties of kings? By what means does a kingdom grow, and what are those means by which the king himself grows? How also, O bull of Bharata's race, do the citizens and the servants of the king grow? What sorts of treasuries, punishments, forts, allies, counsellors, priests, and preceptors should a king avoid? 179. Whom should the king trust in what kinds of distress and danger? From what evils should the king guard himself firmly? Tell me all this, O grandsire. Bhishma said, I bow down to Dharma who is great, and to Krishna who is Brahma. Having bowed down also unto the Brahmanas, assembled here, I shall discourse on duties that are eternal. The suppression of wrath, truthfulness of speech, justice, forgiveness, begetting children upon one's own wedded wives, purity of conduct, avoidance of quarrel, simplicity, and maintenance of a dependence. These 9 duties belong to all the 4 orders, equally. Those duties, however, which belong exclusively to Brahmanas, I shall now tell thee. Self-restraint, O king, has been declared to be the first duty of Brahmanas. Study of the Vedas, and patience in undergoing austerities, are also their other duties. By practicing these two, all their acts are accomplished. If while engaged in the observance of his own duties, without doing any improper act, wealth comes to a peaceful Brahmana possessed of knowledge, he should then marry and seek to beget children, and should also practice charity and perform sacrifices. It has been declared by the wise that wealth thus obtained should be enjoyed by distributing it among deserving persons and relatives. By his study of the Vedas, all the pious acts laid down for the Brahmana are accomplished. Whether he does or does not achieve anything else, if he devotes himself to the study of the Vedas, he becomes, by that, known as a Brahmana or the friend of all creatures. I shall also tell thee, O Bharata, what the duties are of a Kshatriya. A Kshatriya, O king, should give but not beg, should himself perform sacrifices but not officiate as a priest in the sacrifices of others. He should never teach the Vedas, but study them with a Brahmana preceptor. He should protect the people, always exerting himself for the destruction of robbers and wicked people. He should put forth his prowess in battle. Those among Kshatriya rulers who perform great sacrifices, who are possessed of a knowledge of the Vedas, and who gain victories in battle, become foremost of those that acquire many blessed regions hereafter by their merit. Persons conversant with the old scriptures do not applaud that Kshatriya who returns unwounded from battle. This has been declared to be the conduct of a wretched Kshatriya. 180. There is no higher duty for him than the suppression of robbers. Gifts, study, and sacrifices bring prosperity to kings. Therefore, a king who desires to acquire religious merit should engage in battle. 181. Establishing all his subjects in the observance of their respective duties, a king should cause all of them to do everything according to the dictates of righteousness. Whether he does or does not do any other act, if only he protects his subjects, he is regarded to accomplish all religious acts and is called a Kshatriya and the foremost of men. I shall now tell thee, O Yudhishthira, what the eternal duties of the Vaisya are. A Vaisya should make gifts, study the Vedas, perform sacrifices, and acquire wealth by fair means. With proper attention he should also protect and rear all domestic animals as a sire protecting his sons. Anything else that he will do will be regarded as improper for him. By protecting their domestic animals, he would obtain great happiness. The Creator, having created the domestic animals, bestowed their care upon the Vaisya. Upon the Brahmana and the Kshatriya he conferred the care of all creatures. I shall tell thee what the Vaisya's profession is and how he is to earn the means of his sustenance. If he keeps, for others, 6 kine, he may take the milk of 1 cow as his remuneration, and if he keeps, for others, 100 kine, he may take a single pair as such fee. If he trades with others' wealth, he may take 1/7 part of the profits as his share. 1/7 also is his share in the profits arising from the trade in horns, but he should take 1/16 if the trade be in hoofs. If he engages in cultivation with seed supplied by others, he may take 1/7 part of the yield. This should be his annual remuneration. A Vaisya should never desire that he should not tend cattle. If a Vaisya desires to tend cattle, no one else should be employed in that task. I should tell thee, O Bharata, what the duties of a Sudra are. The Creator intended the Sudra to become the servant of the other 3 orders. For this, the service of the 3 other classes is the duty of Sudra. By such service of the other 3, a Sudra may obtain great happiness. He should wait upon the 3 other classes according to their order of seniority. A Sudra should never amass wealth, lest, by his wealth, he makes the members of the 3 superior classes obedient to him. By this he would incur sin. With the king's permission, however, a Sudra, for performing religious acts, may earn wealth. I shall now tell thee the profession he should follow and the means by which he may earn his livelihood. It is said that Sudras should certainly be maintained by the 3 other orders. Worn-out umbrellas, turbans, beds and seats, shoes, and fans should be given to the Sudra servants. 182. Torn clothes which are no longer fit for wear should be given away by the regenerate classes unto the Sudra. These are the latter's lawful acquisitions. Men conversant with morality say that if the Sudra approaches any one belonging to the 3 regenerate orders from desire of doing menial service, the latter should assign him proper work. Unto the sonless Sudra his master should offer the funeral cake. The weak and the old amongst them should be maintained. 183. The Sudra should never abandon his master, whatever the nature or degree of the distress into which the latter may fall. If the master loses his wealth, he should with excessive zeal be supported by the Sudra servant. A Sudra cannot have any wealth that is his own. Whatever he possesses belongs lawfully to his master. 184. Sacrifice has been laid down as a duty of the 3 other orders. It has been ordained for the Sudra also, O Bharata. A Sudra, however, is not competent to Titiswaha and Swad or any other Vedic mantra. For this reason, the Sudra, without observing the vows laid down in the Vedas, should worship the gods in minor sacrifices called Pakayajnas. The gift called Purnapatra is declared to be the dakshina of such sacrifices. 185. It has been heard by us that in days of old a Sudra of the name of Payajavana gave a dakshina in one of his sacrifices, consisting of 100,000 Purnapatras, according to the ordinance called Aindrani. 186. Sacrifice, as has been already said, is as much laid down for the Sudra as for the 3 other classes. Of all sacrifices, devotion has been laid down to be the foremost. 187. Devotion is a high deity. It cleanses all sacrifices. Then again Brahmanas are the foremost of gods unto their respective Sudra attendants. They worship the gods in sacrifices, for obtaining the fruition of various wishes. The members of the 3 other classes have all sprung from the Brahmanas. 188. The Brahmanas are the gods of the very gods. Whatever they would say would be for their great good. Therefore, all kinds of sacrifices naturally appertain to all the 4 orders. The obligation is not one whose discharge is optional. The Brahmana, who is conversant with riches, yajus, and samans, should always be worshipped as a god. The Sudra, who is without riches and yajus and samans, has Prajapati for his god. 189. Mental sacrifice, O sire, is laid down for all the orders, O Bharata. It is not true that the gods and other, superior, persons do not manifest a desire to share the offerings and such sacrifices of even the Sudra. 190. For this reason, the sacrifice that consists in devotion is laid down for all the classes. 191. The Brahmana is the foremost of gods. It is not true that they that belong to that order do not perform the sacrifices of the other orders. The fire called Vedana, though procured from Vaisyas and inspired with mantras, is still inferior. 192. The Brahmana is the performer of the sacrifices of the 3 other orders. For this reason all the 4 orders are holy. All the orders bear towards one another the relation of consanguinity through the intermediate classes. They have all sprung from Brahmanas. In ascertaining the priority or subsequence of men in respect of their creation, it will appear that amongst all the orders the Brahmana was created first. Originally Saman was 1, Yajus was 1, and Rich was 1. 193. In this connection, persons conversant with ancient histories cite a verse, O king, sung in praise of sacrifice by the Kanasa Munis on the occasion of performing a sacrifice of theirs. Before or after sunrise a person of subdued senses, with heart filled with a devotion, poureth libations on their sacrificial fire according to the ordinance. Devotion is a mighty agent. With regard to homers again, that variety which is called scanner is the initial one, while that which is called a scanner is the last, but foremost in point of merit. Sacrifices are multifarious. Their rites and fruits again are multifarious. The Brahmana possessed of devotion who, endued with scriptural learning, who is acquainted with them all, is competent to perform sacrifices. That person who desires to perform a sacrifice is regarded as righteous even if he happens to be a thief, a sinner, or the worst of sinners. The rishis applaud such a man. Without doubt they are right. This, then, is the conclusion that all the orders should always and by every means in their power perform sacrifices. There is nothing in the three worlds equal to sacrifice. Therefore, it has been said that every one with heart free from malice should perform sacrifices, aided by devotion which is sacred, to the best of his power and according as he pleases. Section LXI. Bhishma said, O mighty armed one, listen now to me, O thou of prowess incapable of being baffled, as I mention the names of the four modes of life and the duties in respect of each. The four modes are Vanaprastha, Bhakshaya, Gahastya of great merit, and Brahmacharya which is adopted by Brahmanas. Undergoing the purificatory rite in respect of bearing matted locks, after having gone through the rite of regeneration and performed for some time the rites in respect of the sacred fire and studied the Vedas, one should, with cleansed soul and senses under restraint, having first carefully performed all the duties of the mode called Gahastya, proceed, with or without his wife, to the woods for adoption of the mode called Vanaprastha. Having studied the scriptures called Aranyakas, having drawn up his vital fluid and having retired from all worldly affairs, the virtuous recluse may then attain to an absorption with the eternal soul knowing no decay. These are the indications of munis that have drawn up their vital fluid. A learned Brahmana, O king, should first practice and perform them. The Brahmana, O king, that is desirous of emancipation, it is well known, is competent to adopt the Bhakshaya mode after having gone through the mode called Brahmacharya. Sleeping at that place, in the course of the wanderings, where evening overtakes him, without desire of bettering his situation, without a home, subsisting on whatever food is obtained, in charity, given to contemplation, practicing self-restraint, with the senses under control, without desire, regarding all creatures equally, without enjoyments, without dislike to anything, the Brahmana possessed of learning, by adopting this mode of life, attains to absorption with the eternal soul that knows no decay. The person leading the Gahastya mode of life should, after studying the Vedas, accomplish all the religious acts laid down for him. He should beget children and enjoy pleasures and comforts. With careful attention he should accomplish all the duties of this mode of life that is applauded by ascetics and that is extremely difficult to go through, without transgressions. He should be satisfied with his own wedded wife and should never approach her except her season. He should observe the ordinances of the scriptures, should not be cunning and deceitful. He should be abstemious in diet, devoted to the gods, grateful, mild, destitute of cruelty, and forgiving. He should be of a tranquil heart, tractable and attentive in making offerings to the gods and the Pitris. He should always be hospitable to the Brahmanas. He should be without pride, and his charity should not be confined to any one sect. He should also be always devoted to the performance of the Vedic rites. In this connection, the illustrious and great rishis cite a verse sung by Narayana himself, of grave import and endued with high ascetic merit. Listen to me as I repeat it. By truth, simplicity, worship of guests, acquisition of morality and profit, and enjoyment of one's own wedded wives, one should enjoy diverse kinds of happiness both here and hereafter. The great rishis have said that support of sons and wives, and study of the Vedas, form the duties of those that lead this high mode of life. That Brahmana who, always engaged in the performance of sacrifices, duly goes through this mode of life and properly discharges all its duties, obtains blessed rewards in heaven. Upon his death, the rewards desired by him became deathless. Indeed, these wait upon him for eternity like menials ever on the alert to execute the commands of their master. 194. Always attending to the Vedas, silently reciting the mantras obtained from his preceptor, worshipping all the deities, O Yudhishthira, dutifully waiting upon and serving his preceptor with his own body smeared with clay and filth. The person leading the Brahmacharya mode of life should always observe rigid vows and, with senses under control, should always pay attention to the instructions he has received. Reflecting on the Vedas and discharging all the duties in respect of contemplation and overt acts, he should live, dutifully waiting upon his preceptor and always bowing unto him. Unengaged in the 6 kinds of work, such as officiating in the sacrifices of others, and never engaged with attachment to any kind of acts, never showing favor or disfavor to any one, doing good even unto his enemies. These, O sire, are the duties laid down for a Brahmacharin. Section Ci. Yudhishthira said, tell us those duties in respect of persons like ourselves which are auspicious, productive of happiness in the future, benevolent, approved by all, pleasant, and agreeable. Bhishma said, the 4 modes of life, O puissant one, have been laid down for the Brahmana. The other 3 orders do not adopt them, O best of the Bharatas. Many acts, O king, leading to heaven and especially fit for the kingly order, have already been declared. Those, however, cannot be referred to in reply to thy present query, for all of them have been duly laid down for such kshatriyas as are not disinclined to pitilessness. The Brahmana who is addicted to the practices of kshatriyas and vaisyas and sudras, incurs censure in this world as a person of wicked soul and goes to hell in the next world. Those names which are applied among men to slaves and dogs and wolves and other beasts are applied, O son of Pandu, to the Brahmana who is engaged in pursuits that are improper for him. That Brahmana who, in all the 4 modes of life, is duly engaged in the 6-fold acts of regulating the breath, contemplation, etc., who performs all his duties, who is not restless, who has his passions under control, whose heart is pure and who is ever engaged in penances, who has no desire of bettering his prospects, and who is charitable, has inexhaustible regions of bliss in the other world. Everyone derives his own nature from the nature of his acts, in respect of their circumstances, place, and means and motives. Thou shouldst, therefore, O king, regard the study of the Vedas, which is fraught with such high merit, to be equal with the exertion of kingly power, or the pursuits of agriculture, trade, and hunting. The world is set a-going by time. Its operations are settled by the course of time. Man does all his acts, good, bad, and indifferent, entirely influenced by time. 195. Those amongst the good acts of a man's past life that exert the greatest influence on the next are liable to be exhausted. Men, however, are always engaged in those acts to which their propensities lead. Those propensities, again, lead a living being to every direction. 196. Section Xi. Bhishma said, drawing the bowstring, destruction of foes, agriculture, trade, tending cattle, and serving others for wealth, these are improper for a Brahmana. An intelligent Brahmana, leading the domestic mode of life, should duly perform the 6 Vedic acts. The retirement of a Brahmana into the woods, after having duly discharged all the duties of the domestic mode of life, is applauded. A Brahmana should avoid service of the king, wealth obtained by agriculture, sustenance derived from trade, all kinds of crooked behavior, companionship with any but his wedded wives, and usury. That wretched Brahmana who falls away from his duties and whose behavior becomes wicked, becomes, O king, a Sudra. The Brahmana who weds a Sudra woman, who becomes vile in conduct or a dancer or a village servant or does other improper acts, becomes a Sudra. Whether he recites the Vedas or not, O king, if he does such improper acts, he becomes equal to a Sudra, and on occasions of feeding he should be assigned a place amongst Sudras. Such Brahmanas become equal to Sudras, O king, and should be discarded on occasions of worshipping the gods. 197. Whatever presents of food dedicated to the gods and the Pitras are made unto Brahmanas that have transgressed all restraints or become impure in behavior or addicted to wicked pursuits and cruel acts or fallen away from their legitimate duties, confer no merit on the giver. For this reason, O king, self-restraint and purity and simplicity have been laid down as the duties of the Brahmana. Besides these, O monarch, all the four modes of life were laid down by Brahman for him. He that is self-restrained, has drunk the soma in sacrifices, is of good behavior, has compassion for all creatures and patience to bear everything, has no desire of bettering his position by acquisition of wealth, is frank and simple, mild, free from cruelty, and forgiving, is truly a Brahmana and not he that is sinful in acts. Men desirous of acquiring virtue, seek the assistance, O king, of Sudras and Vaisyas and Kshatriyas. If, therefore, the members of these 3 orders do not adopt peaceful duties, so as to be able to assist others in the acquisition of virtue, Vishnu, O son of Pandu, never extends his grace to them. If Vishnu be not pleased, the happiness of all men in heaven, the merit arising from the duties laid down for the 4 orders, the declarations of the Vedas, all kinds of sacrifices, and all other religious acts of men, and all the duties in respect of the several modes of life, become lost. Listen now, O son of Pandu, to those duties that should be observed in the 4 modes of life. These should be known by the Kshatriya who desires the members of the 3 other orders in his kingdom to strictly adhere to the respective duties of those modes. For a Sudra who is desirous of hearing such scriptures as are not forbidden in his case, 198, who has accomplished his duties, who had begotten a son, between whom and the superior orders there is not much difference in consequence of the purity of his conduct. All the modes of life have been laid down excepting the observance of universal peacefulness and self-restraint, which are not necessary for him. For a Sudra practicing all these duties, as also for a Vaisya, O king, and a Kshatriya, the Bhikshu mode of life has been laid down. Having discharged the duties of his order, and having also served the kin, a Vaisya of venerable years, with the king's permission, may betake himself to another mode of life. Having studied the Vedas duly and the treatises on the duties of kings, O sinless one, having begotten children and performed other acts of a like nature, having quaffed the soma and ruled over and protected all his subjects righteously, O foremost of speakers, having performed the Rajasuya, the horse sacrifice, and other great sacrifices, having invited learned Brahmanas for reciting the scriptures and made presents unto them according to their desires, having obtained victories small or great in battle, having placed on his throne the son of his loins or some Kshatriya of good birth for the protection of subjects, having worshipped the Pitras by performing with due rites the sacrifices laid down for honouring them, having attentively worshipped the gods by performing sacrifices and the rishis by studying the Vedas, the Kshatriya, who in old age desires another mode of life, may, O king, adopt it by leaving that one which immediately precedes it, and by that means he is sure to obtain ascetic success. A Kshatriya, for leading the life of a rishi, O king, may adopt the bhikshu mode of life, but he should never do so for the sake of enjoying the pleasures of the world. Having left the domestic mode of life, he may adopt the life of mendicancy by begging what would barely support his life. A life of mendicancy is not obligatory upon the three orders, viz. Kshatriyas, Vaisyas, and Sudras, O giver of profuse presents. Inasmuch, however, as they can adopt it if they choose, this mode of life, therefore, is open to the four orders. Amongst men, the highest duties are those which are practiced by Kshatriyas. The whole world is subject to the might of their arms. All the duties, principal and subordinate, of the three other orders, are dependent, for their observance, upon the duties of the Kshatriya. The Vedas have declared this. Know that as the footprints of all other animals are engulfed in those of the elephant, even so all the duties of the other orders, under every circumstance, are engulfed in those of the Kshatriya. Men conversant with the scriptures say that the duties of the other three orders afford small relief or protection, and produce small rewards. The learned have said that the duties of the Kshatriya afford great relief and produce great rewards. All duties have kingly duties for their foremost. All the orders are protected by them. Every kind of renunciation occurs in kingly duties, O monarch, and renunciation has been said to be an eternal virtue and the foremost of all. 199. If the science of chastisement disappears, the Vedas will disappear. All those scriptures also that inculcate the duties of men become lost. Indeed, if these ancient duties belonging to the Kshatriyas be abandoned, all the duties in respect of all the modes of life become lost. All kinds of renunciation are seen in kingly duties, all kinds of initiation occur in them, all kinds of learning are connected with them, and all kinds of worldly behavior enter into them. As animals, if slaughtered by the vulgar, become the means of destroying the virtue and the religious acts of the slaughterers, even so all other duties, if deprived of the protection given by kingly duties, become liable to attack and destruction, and men, full of anxiety, disregard the practices laid down for them. Section Sif. Bhishma said, the duties in respect of all the four modes of life, those of Yatis, O son of Pandu, and the customs relating to the conduct of men in general, are all included in kingly duties. All these acts, O chief of the Bharatas, occur in Kshatriya duties. If the functions of royalty are disturbed, all creatures are overtaken by evil. The duties of men are not obvious. They have, again, many outlets. 200, led by many false systems, their eternal nature is sometimes offended against. Others who pin their faith to the conclusions arrived at by men, without really knowing anything about the truths of duties, as declared in the scriptures, find themselves at last landed and confounded on faiths whose ultimate ends are unknown. The duties imposed upon Kshatriyas are plain, productive of great happiness, evident in respect of their results, free from deceit, and beneficial to the whole world. As the duties of the three orders, as also of Brahmanas and of those that have retired from the world, O Yudhishthira, have before this been said to be all included within those of that sacred mode of life, called Gahastya. Even so, the whole world, with all good actions, are subject to kingly duties. I have told thee, O monarch, how many brave kings had, in days of old, repaired to that Lord of all creatures, viz., the divine and puissant Vishnu of great prowess, for resolving their doubts about the science of chastisement. Those kings, mindful of the declarations of the scriptures enforced by examples, waited in days of old upon Narayana, after having weighed each of their acts against the duties of each of the modes of life. 201. Those deities, viz., the Satyas, the Vasas, the Aswins, the Rudras, the Viswas, the Maruts, and the Siddhas, created in days of old by the first of gods, are all observant of Kshatriya duties. I shall now recite to thee a history fraught with the conclusions of both morality and profit. In days of old, when the Danavas had multiplied and swept away all barriers and distinctions, 202, the powerful Mandatory, O monarch, became king. That ruler of the earth, viz., King Mandatory, performed a great sacrifice from desire of beholding the puissant Narayana, that god of gods, without beginning, middle, and end. In that sacrifice he worshipped with humility the great Vishnu. 203. The Supreme Lord, assuming the form of Indra, showed himself unto him. Accompanied by many good kings, he offered his adorations to that puissant deity. The high discourse took place between that lion among kings and that illustrious god in the form of Indra, touching Vishnu of great effulgence. Indra said, "What is your object, O foremost of virtuous persons, in thus seeking to behold that ancient and first of gods, viz., Narayana, of inconceivable energy and infinite illusions? Neither myself, nor Brahman himself, can obtain a sight of that God of universal form. I shall grant thee what other objects may be in thy heart, for thou art the foremost of mortals. Thy soul abides in peace, thou art devoted to righteousness, thou hast thy senses under control, and thou art possessed of heroism. Thou seekest unflinchingly to do what is agreeable to the gods. For the sake also of thy intelligence, devotion, and high faith, I shall grant thee whatsoever boons may be desired by thee." Mandatory said, "I bend my head for gratifying thee. Without doubt, however, I desire to see the first of gods, O Divine Lord. Casting off all earthly desires, I wish to earn religious merit, and to lead the foremost mode of life, that path of the good, highly regarded by all. By exercising the high duties of a Kshatriya, I have earned many regions of inexhaustible merit in the other world, and I have also, through those duties, spread my fame. I do not, however, know how to discharge those duties, the foremost in the world, that have flowed from the first of gods." Indra said, "They that are not kings, however observant they may be of their duties, cannot easily attain the highest rewards of duty. Kingly duties first flowed from the original God. Other duties flowed afterwards from his body. Infinite were the other duties, with those of the Vanaprastha mode of life, that were created afterwards. The fruits of all those are exhaustible. Kingly duties, however, are distinguished above them. In them are included all other duties. For this reason Kshatriya duties are said to be the foremost of all. In days of old, Vishnu, by acting according to Kshatriya duties, forcibly suppressed and destroyed his foes and thereby afforded relief to the gods and the rishis of immeasurable energy. If the divine Vishnu of inconceivable energy had not slain all his foes among the Asuras, then the Brahmanas, and Brahman, the creator of the worlds, and Kshatriya duties, and the duties that first flowed from the supreme deity, would all have been destroyed. If that first and foremost of gods had not, by putting forth his prowess, subjugated the earth with all her Asuras, then all the duties of the four orders and all the duties in respect of the four modes of life would all have been destroyed in consequence of the destruction of Brahmanas. The eternal duties of men had all suffered destruction. It was by the exercise of Kshatriya duties that they were revived. 204. In every yuga, the duties of Brahmanas in respect of attaining to Brahma first set in. These, however, are all protected by kingly duties. The latter, on this account, are regarded as the foremost. Casting away life in battle, compassion for all creatures, knowledge of the affairs of the world, protection of men, rescuing them from danger, relieving the distressed and the oppressed. All these occur among Kshatriya duties practiced by kings. Persons that do not regard wholesome restraints and that are governed by lust and wrath do not commit overt acts of sin from fear of kings. Others that are docile and of righteous behavior succeed, in consequence of the same influence, in performing all their duties. For this reason, Kshatriya duties are regarded to be righteous. Without doubt, all creatures live happily in the world, protected by kings exercising Kshatriya duties like children protected by their parents. Kshatriya duties are the foremost of all duties. Those eternal duties, regarded as the first in the world, embrace the protection of every creature. Themselves eternal, they lead to eternal emancipation. Section LXV. Indra said, Kshatriya duties, O king, which are possessed of such energy, which include in their exercise all other duties, and which are the foremost of all duties, should be observed by persons that are, like thee, so high-souled and so employed in seeking the good of the world. If those duties are not properly discharged, all creatures would be overtaken by ruin. The kings possessed of compassion for all creatures should regard these to be the foremost of his duties: reclaiming the land for cultivation and fertilizing it, performance of great sacrifices for cleansing himself, a disregard for begging, and protection of subjects. Abandonment, gift, is said by the sages to be the foremost of virtues. Of all kinds of abandonment, again, that of the body in battle is the foremost. Thou hast seen with thy eyes how the rulers of the earth, ever observant of Kshatriya duties, having duly waited upon their preceptors and acquired great learning, at last cast off their bodies, engaged in battle with one another. The Kshatriya, desirous of acquiring religious merit, should, after having gone through the Brahmacharya mode, should lead a life of domesticity which is always meritorious. In adjudicating upon ordinary questions of right between his subjects, he should be thoroughly impartial, for causing all the orders to be observant of their respective duties, for the protection they afford to all, for the diverse contrivances and means and the prowess and exertion with which they seek the accomplishment of their objects. Kshatriya duties, which include all other duties within their scope, are said to be the foremost. The other orders are able to observe their respective duties in consequence of kingly duties. For this reason, the former are said to be dependent upon the latter in respect of the merit they produce. 205. Those men who disregard all wholesome restraints and who are too much attached to the pursuit of worldly objects are said to be of the nature of brutes. They are compelled to act with justice by the exercise of kingly duties. Those duties, therefore, are said to be the foremost of all. That course of conduct which has been prescribed for Brahmanas who follow the 3 Vedas, and those modes of life that have been laid down for Brahmanas, should, before everything else, be observed by every Brahmana. If a Brahmana acts otherwise, he should be punished like a Sudra. The duties of the 4 modes of life and the ritual prescribed in the Vedas, O king, should ever be followed by a Brahmana. Know that he has no other duties. For a Brahmana acting otherwise, a Kshatriya should not make any arrangement for sustenance. His religious merit grows in consequence of his acts. A Brahmana, indeed, is like Dharma's self. That Brahmana who is employed in acts that are not laid down for him deserves no respect. If not engaged in his proper acts, he should not be trusted. These are the duties that appertain to the several orders. Kshatriyas should take care of them so that their observance may be improved. Even these are the duties of Kshatriyas. For these reasons also, kingly duties and no other are the foremost of all. They are, as I believe, the duties of heroes, and they that are heroes are foremost in practicing them. Mandatory said, what duties should be performed by the Yavanas, the Kairatas, the Gandhavas, the Chinas, the Savaras, the Barbaras, the Sakas, the Tusharas, the Kankas, the Pathavas, the Andras, the Madrakas, the Pondras, the Pulindas, the Ramathkas, the Kamvojas, the several castes that have sprung up from Brahmanas and Kshatriyas, the Vaisyas, and the Sudras, that reside in the dominions of Arya kings. What are those duties again to the observance of which kings like ourselves should force those tribes that subsist by robbery? I desire to hear all this. O illustrious God, instruct me. O chief of all the deities, thou art the friend of us Kshatriyas. Indra said, all the robber tribes should serve their mothers and fathers, their preceptors and other seniors, and recluses living in the woods. All the robber tribes should also serve their kings. The duties and rites inculcated in the Vedas should also be followed by them. They should perform sacrifices in honor of the Pitris, dig wells, and dedicate them to universal service, give water to thirsty travelers, give away beds and make other seasonable presents and to Brahmanas. Abstention from injury, truth, suppression of wrath, supporting Brahmanas and kinsmen by giving them their dues, maintenance of wives and children, purity, peacefulness, making presents to Brahmanas at sacrifices of every kind, are duties that should be practiced by every person of this class who desire his own prosperity. Such a person should also perform all kinds of pakayajnas with costly presents of food and wealth. These and similar duties, O sinless one, were laid down in olden days for persons of this class. All these acts which have been laid down for all others should be done by persons of also the robber class, O king. Mandatory said, in the world of men, such wicked men may be seen living in disguise among all the four orders and in all the four modes of life. Indra said, upon the disappearance of kingly duties and of the science of chastisement, all creatures became exceedingly afflicted, O sinless one, in consequence of the tyranny of kings. After the expiry of this the Krita age, a confusion will set in regarding the different modes of life, and innumerable bhikshus will appear with sectarian marks of different kinds. Disregarding the Puranas and the high truths of religion, men, urged by lust and wrath, will deviate into wrong paths. When sinful men are restrained from wicked acts by high-souled persons with the aid of the science of chastisement, then religion, which is superior to everything and eternal, and which is the source of everything good, becomes firmly established. The gifts and libations and offerings to the Pitris of the man that disregards the king who is superior to every one become fruitless. The very gods do not disregard a virtuous king who is truly an eternal God. The divine Lord of all creatures, having created the universe, intended the Kshatriya to rule men regarding their inclinations and disinclinations in respect of duties. I respect and worship that person who, aided by his understanding, watches the course of the duties performed by men. Upon such supervision rest Kshatriya duties. Bhishma continued, having said these words, the divine and puissant Narayana in the form of Indra, accompanied by the Maruts, repaired to his eternal abode of inexhaustible felicity. When, O sinless one, duties as practiced by the good had such a course in days of old, what man of cleansed soul and learning is there that would disregard the Kshatriya? Like blind men lost on the way, creatures acting and abstaining unrighteously meet with destruction. O tiger among men, do thou adhere to that circle of duties that was first set a-going and to which the ancients had recourse. Know, O sinless one, that thou art quite competent to do this. Section LXVI. Yudhishthira said, thou hast spoken to me about the four modes of human life. I desire to know more of them. Do thou discourse on them in detail. Bhishma said, O Yudhishthira of mighty arms, all the duties that are practiced in this world by the righteous are known to thee as they are known to me. O foremost of virtuous persons, Listen now to me about what thou askest, viz. the merit that a king acquires, in consequence of the duties practiced by others leading other modes of life. 206. All the merits, O son of Kunti, that belong to persons practicing the duties of the four modes of life, attach, O foremost of men, to righteous kings. A king who is not governed by lust and hate, who rules with the aid of the science of chastisement, and who looks equally on all creatures, O Yudhishthira, attains to the object of the Bhakshi mode of life. 207. That king who is possessed of knowledge, who makes gifts to deserving persons on proper occasions, who knows how to favour and punish, who conducts himself in all things according to the injunctions of the scriptures, and who has tranquillity of soul, attains to the object of the Grihastha mode of life. That king who always worships those that are deserving of worship by giving them their due, completely attains, O son of Kunti, to the object of the Bhakshi mode of life. That king, O Yudhishthira, who rescues from distress, to the best of his power, his kinsmen and relatives and friends, attains to the object of the Vanaprastha mode of life. That king who on every occasion honours those that are foremost among men and those that are foremost among yatis, attains, O son of Kunti, to the object of the Vanaprastha mode of life. That king, O Patha, who daily makes offerings unto the Pitras and large offerings unto all living creatures including men, attains to the object of the same mode of life. That king, O tiger among men, who grinds the kingdoms of others for protecting the righteous, attains to the object of the same mode of life. In consequence of the protection of all creatures as also of the proper protection of his own kingdom, a king earns the merit of as many sacrifices as the number of creatures protected, and accordingly attains to the object of the sannyasa mode of life. Study of the Vedas every day, forgiveness, and worship of preceptors, and services rendered to one's own teacher, lead to the attainment of the object of Brahmacharya. That king who silently recites his mantras every day and who always worships the gods according to the ordinance, attains, O tiger among men, to the object of the Grihastha mode of life. That king who engages in battle with the resolve of protecting his kingdom or meeting with death, attains to the object of the Vanaprastha mode of life. That king who gives unto persons leading a Vanaprastha mode of life and unto Brahmanas versed in the three Vedas attains to the object of the Vanaprastha mode of life. That king who displays compassion towards all creatures and abstains entirely from cruelty, attains to the objects of all the modes of life. That king, O Yudhishthira, who shows compassion to the young and the old, O son of Kunti, under every circumstance, attains to the objects of every mode of life. That king, O perpetuator of Kuru's race, who affords relief to all oppressed people that seek his protection, attains to the object of the Grihastha mode of life. That king who protects all creatures mobile and immobile, and honours them as they deserve, attains to the object of the Grihastha mode of life. Bestowing favours and inflicting punishments upon the wives and brothers, elder and younger, and upon their sons and grandsons, are the domestic duties of a king, and these constitute his best penances. By honouring those that are righteous and deserving of worship and protecting those that have, by their penances, acquired knowledge of self, a king, O tiger among men, attains to the object of the Grihastha mode of life. Inviting to this home, O Bharata, persons that have betaken themselves to that Vanaprastha and other modes of life, and treating them with food, constitute the domestic duties of a king. That king who duly adheres to the duties laid down by the Creator, obtains the blessed merits of all the modes of life. That king, O son of Kunti, in whom no virtue is wanting, that foremost of men, O Yudhishthira, is said by the learned to be a person in the observance of the Vanaprastha and all the other modes of life. That king who duly honours the office or rank which deserves honour, the race or family which deserves honour, and those old men that deserve honour, is said, O Yudhishthira, to live in all the modes of life. 208. A king, O son of Kunti, by observing the duties of his country and those of his family, acquires, O tiger among men, the merits of all the modes of life. That king who at proper seasons bestows upon righteous persons affluence or gifts of value, earns the merits, O king, of all the modes of life. That king, O son of Kunti, who while overcome with danger and fear still keeps his eye on the duties of all men, 209, earns the merits of all the modes of life. The king obtains a share of the merits earned under his protection by righteous people in his dominions. On the other hand, if kings, O tiger among men, do not protect the righteous people within their dominions, they then take the sins of the latter, of omission and commission. Those men also, O Yudhishthira, who assist kings in protecting their subjects, become equally entitled, O sinless one, to a share of the merits earned by others, in consequence of that protection. The learned say that the Gahastya, which we have adopted, is superior to all the other modes of life. The conclusions in respect of it are very clear. It is certainly sacred, O tiger among men. That man who regards all creatures to be like his own self, who never does any harm and has his wrath under control, obtains great happiness both here and hereafter. 210. A king can easily cross the ocean of the world, with kingly duties as his boat passed of great speed, urged on by the breeze of gifts, having the scriptures for its tackle and intelligence for the strength of its helmsman, and kept afloat by the power of righteousness. When the principle of desire in his heart is withdrawn from every earthly object, he is then regarded as one resting on his understanding alone. In this state he soon attains to Brahma. 211. Becoming cheerful by meditation and by restraining desire and other passions of the heart, O tiger among men, a king, engaged in discharging the duty of protection, succeeds in obtaining great merit. Do thou, therefore, O Yudhishthira, exert thyself carefully in protecting Brahmanas of pious deeds and devoted to the study of the Vedas, as also all other men. By exercising the duty of protection only, O Bharata, the king earns merit that is 100 times greater than what is earned by recluses in their asylums within the wood. I have now described, O eldest son of Pandu, the diverse duties of men. Do thou adhere to kingly duties that are eternal and that have been practiced by great men since days of old. If thou employest thyself with concentrated attention to the duty of protecting thy subjects, O tiger among men, thou mayst then, O son of Pandu, obtain the merits of all the 4 modes of life and of all the 4 orders of men. Section XVI. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast said what the duties are of the 4 modes of life and the 4 orders. Tell me now, O grandsire, what are the principal duties of a kingdom? Bhishma said, The election and coronation of a king is the first duty of a kingdom. A kingdom in which anarchy prevails becomes weak and is soon afflicted by robbers. 212. In kingdoms torn by anarchy, righteousness cannot dwell. The inhabitants devour one another. An anarchy is the worst possible of states. The Srutis declare that in crowning a king, it is Indra that is crowned, in the person of the king. A person who is desirous of prosperity should worship the king as he should worship Indra himself. No one should dwell in kingdoms torn by anarchy. Agni does not convey to the gods the libations that are poured upon him in kingdoms where anarchy prevails. If a powerful king approaches kingdoms weakened by anarchy, from desire of annexing them to his dominions, The people should go forward and receive the invader with respect. Some conduct would be consistent with wise counsels. There is no evil greater than anarchy. If the powerful invader be inclined to equity, everything will be right. If, on the other hand, he be engaged, he may exterminate all. That cow which cannot be easily milked has to suffer much torture. On the other hand, that cow which is capable of being easily milked has not to suffer any torture whatever. The wood that bends easily does not require to be heated. The tree that bends easily has not to suffer any torture at the hands of the gardener. Guided by these instances, O hero, men should bend before those that are powerful. The man that bends his head to a powerful person really bends its head to Indra. For these reasons, men desirous of prosperity should elect and crown some person as their king. They who live in countries where anarchy prevails cannot enjoy their wealth and wives. During times of anarchy, the sinful man derives great pleasure by robbing the wealth of other people. When, however, his ill-got wealth is snatched by others, he wishes for a king. It is evident, therefore, that in times of anarchy the very wicked even cannot be happy. The wealth of one is snatched away by two. That of those two is snatched away by many acting together. He who is not a slave is made a slave. Women, again, are forcibly abducted. For these reasons the gods created kings for protecting the people. If there were no king on earth for wielding the rod of chastisement, the strong would then have preyed on the weak after the manner of fishes in the water. It hath been heard by us that men, in days of old, in consequence of anarchy, met with destruction, devouring one another like stronger fishes devouring the weaker ones in the water. It hath been heard by us that a few amongst them then, assembling together, made certain compacts, saying, He who becomes harsh in speech, or violent in temper, he who seduces or abducts other people's wives or robs the wealth that belongs to others, should be cast off by us. For inspiring confidence among all classes of the people, they made such a compact and lived for some time. Assembling after some time, they proceeded in affliction to the grandsire, saying, Without a king, O divine Lord, we are going to destruction. Appoint someone as our king. All of us shall worship him, and he shall protect us. Thus solicited, the grandsire asked Manu. Manu, however, did not assent to the proposal. Manu said, I fear all sinful acts. To govern a kingdom is exceedingly difficult, especially among men who are always false and deceitful in their behavior. Bhishma continued, The inhabitants of the earth then said unto him, Do not fear. The sins that men commit will touch those only that commit them, without staining thee in the least. For the increase of thy treasury, we will give thee 1/50th part of our animals and precious metals and 1/10th part of our grain. When our maidens also will become desirous of wedding, we shall, when the question comes up, give thee the most beautiful ones among them. Those amongst men who will become the foremost of all in the use of weapons and in riding animals and driving vehicles, shall proceed behind thee like the deities behind Indra. With thy strength enhanced in this way, and becoming invincible and possessed of great prowess, thou wilt be our king and protect us happily like Kuvera protecting the Yakshas and the Rakshasas. 1/4 part of the merit which men will earn under thy protection will be thine. Strengthened by that merit so easily obtained by thee, do thou protect us, O king, like he of 100 sacrifices protecting the deities. Like the sun scorching everything with his rays, go out for winning victories. Crush the pride of foes and let righteousness always triumph in the world. Thus addressed by those inhabitants of the earth, Manu, possessed of great energy, proceeded, accompanied by a large force. Of high descent, he seemed then to blaze with prowess. Beholding the might of Manu, like the gods eyeing the might of Indra, the inhabitants of the earth became inspired with fear and set their hearts upon their respective duties. Manu then made his round through the world, checking everywhere all acts of wickedness and setting all men to their respective duties, like a rain-charged cloud, in its mission of beneficence. Those, O Yudhishthira, those men on earth who desire prosperity should first elect and crown a king for the protection of all. Like disciples humbling themselves in the presence of the preceptors or the gods in the presence of Indra, all men should humble themselves before the king. One that is honored by his own people becomes an object of regard with his foes also, while one that is disregarded by his own is overridden by foes. If the king be overridden by his foes, all his subjects become unhappy. Therefore, umbrellas and vehicles and outward ornaments, and viands, and drinks, and mansions, and seats, and beds, and all utensils for use and show, should be assigned to the king. By such means the king will succeed in discharging his duties of protection the better, and become irresistible. He should speak with smiles. Addressed sweetly by others, he should address others sweetly. Grateful to those that serve him, firmly devoted to those that deserve his respect, and with passions under control, he should give unto others their due. Looked upon by others, he should look at them mildly, sweetly, and handsomely. Section XVI. Yudhishthira said, Why, O bull of Bharata's race, have the Brahmanas said that the king, that ruler of men, is a god? Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the old story, O Bharata, of the discourse of Vrihaspati unto Vasumanas. There was a king of Kosala possessed of great intelligence, named Vasumanas. On a certain occasion he questioned the great sage Vrihaspati of much wisdom. Conversant with the requirements of humility, King Vasumanas, ever devoted to the welfare of all, having observed the proper humilities and having circumambulated the great sage and bowed unto him duly, inquired of the virtuous Vrihaspati about the ordinances in respect of a kingdom, moved by the desire of securing the happiness of men. Vasumanas said, By what means do creatures grow and by what are they destroyed? O thou of great wisdom, by adoring whom do they succeed in obtaining eternal happiness? Thus questioned by the Kosala king of immeasurable energy, Vrihaspati of great wisdom discoursed unto him coolly about the respect that should be paid to kings. Vrihaspati said, The duties of all men, O thou of great wisdom, may be seen to have their root in the king. It is through fear of the king only that men do not devour one another. It is the king that brings peace on earth, through due observance of duties, by checking all disregard for wholesome restraints and all kinds of lust. Achieving this, he shines in glory. As, O king, all creatures become unable to see one another and sink in utter darkness if the sun and the moon do not rise, as fishes in shallow water and birds in a spot safe from danger dart and rove as they please, for a time, and repeatedly attack and grind one another with force and then meet with certain destruction. Even so men sink in utter darkness and meet with destruction if they have no king to protect them, like a herd of cattle without the herdsman to look after them. If the king did not exercise the duty of protection, the strong would forcibly appropriate the possessions of the weak, and if the latter refused to surrender them with ease, their very lives would be taken. Nobody then, with reference to any article in his possession, would be able to say this is mine. Wives, sons, food, and other kinds of property would not then exist. Ruin would overtake everything if the king did not exercise the duty of protection. Wicked men would forcibly appropriate the vehicles and robes and ornaments and precious stones and other kinds of property belonging to others, if the king did not protect. In the absence of protection by the king, diverse kinds of weapons would fall upon those that are righteous in their practices, and unrighteousness would be adopted by all. In the absence of royal protection, men would disregard or even injure their very mothers and fathers if aged, their very preceptors and guests and seniors. If the king did not protect, all persons possessed of wealth would have to encounter death, confinement, and persecution, and the very idea of property would disappear. If the king did not protect, everything would be exterminated prematurely, and every part of the country would be overrun by robbers, and everybody would fall into terrible hell. If the king did not protect, all restrictions about marriage and intercourse, due to consanguinity and other kinds of relationship, would cease. All affairs relating to agricultures and trade would fall into confusion, morality would sink and be lost, and the three Vedas would disappear. Sacrifices, duly completed with presents according to the ordinance, would no longer be performed, no marriage would take place, society itself would cease to exist, if the king did not exercise the duty of protection. The very bulls would not cover cows, and milk jars would not be churned, and men living by rearing kine would meet with destruction, if the king did not exercise the duty of protection. In the absence of royal protection, all things, inspired with fear and anxiety and becoming senseless and uttering cries of woe, would meet with destruction in no time. No sacrifices extending for a year and completed with presents according to the ordinances would occur if the king did not exercise the duty of protection. In the absence of royal protection, Brahmanas would never study the four Vedas or undergo austerities or be cleansed by knowledge and rigid vows. In the absence of royal protection, the slayer of a person guilty of the slaughter of a Brahmana would not obtain any reward. On the other hand, the person guilty of Brahmanacide would enjoy perfect immunity. In the absence of royal protection, men would snatch other people's wealth from their very hands, and all wholesome barriers would be swept away, and everybody, inspired with fear, would seek safety in flight. In the absence of royal protection, all kinds of injustice would set in, an intermixture of castes would take place, and famine would ravage the kingdom. In consequence again of royal protection, men can everywhere sleep fearlessly and at their ease without shutting their houses and doors with bolts and bars. Nobody would hear the evil speeches of others, far less actual assaults, if the king did not righteously protect the earth. 213. If the king exercises the duty of protection, women decked with ornament may fearlessly wander everywhere without male relatives to attend upon them. Men become righteous and without injuring serve one another because the king exercises the duty of protection. In consequence of royal protection, the members of the three orders are enabled to perform high sacrifices and devote themselves to the acquisition of learning with attention. The world depends upon agriculture and trade and is protected by the Vedas. All these again are duly protected by the king exercising his principal duty. Since the king, taking a heavy load upon himself, protects his subjects with the aid of a mighty force, it is for this that the people are able to live in happiness. Who is there that will not worship him in whose existence the people exist and in whose destruction the people are destroyed? That person who does what is agreeable and beneficial to the king and who bears a share of the burden of kingly duties that strike every caste with fear, conquers both this and the other world. 214. That man who even thinks of doing an injury to the king, without doubt meets with grief here and goes to hell hereafter. No one should disregard the king by taking him for a man, for he is really a high divinity in human form. The king assumes 5 different forms according to 5 different occasions. He becomes Agni, Aditya, Mritu, Vajravana, and Yama. When the king, deceived by falsehood, burns with his fierce energy the sinful offenders before him, he is then said to assume the form of Agni. When he observes through his spies the acts of all persons and does what is for the general good, he is then said to assume the form of Aditya. When he destroys in wrath hundreds of wicked men with their sons, grandsons, and relatives, He is then said to assume the form of the destroyer. When he restrains the wicked by inflicting upon them severe punishments and favors the righteous by bestowing rewards upon them, he is then said to assume the form of Yama. When he gratifies with profuse gifts of wealth those that have rendered him valuable services, and snatches away the wealth and precious stones of those that have offended him. Indeed, when he bestows prosperity upon some and takes it away from others, he is then, O king, said to assume the form of Kuvara on earth. No person who is possessed of cleverness, who is capable of work, who desires the acquisition of virtue, and who is free from malice, should ever spread evil reports about the king. No man, by acting against the king, can never make himself happy, even if he happens to be the king's son or brother or companion or one whom the king regards as his second self. Fire, having the wind for his urger, blazing forth among articles that are inflammable, may leave remnant. 215. The wrath of the king, however, leaves not anything to the person that incurs it. Whatever belongs to the king should be avoided from distance. 216. One should turn away from what belongs to the king as he would from death itself. A person, by appropriating what belongs to the king, speedily meets with destruction like a deer upon touching poison. The man of intelligence should protect as his own what belongs to the king. They that appropriate wealth belonging to the king sink senseless into a deep hell of eternal gloom and infamy. Who is there that will not worship the king who is adored by such terms as delighter of the people, giver of happiness, possessor of prosperity, the foremost of all, healer of injuries, lord of earth, and protector of men? That man, therefore, who desires his own prosperity, who observes all wholesome restraints, who has his soul under control, who is the master of his passions, who is possessed of intelligence and memory, and who is clever in the transaction of business, should always be attached to the king. The king should duly honor the minister who is grateful, endued with wisdom, large-hearted, loyal, possessed of mastery over his senses, virtuous, and observant of the dictates of policy. The king should entertain the man who is loyal, grateful, virtuous, possessed of self-control, brave, magnanimous in his acts, and competent to accomplish tasks without the assistance of others. Knowledge makes men proud. The king makes men humble. The man who is afflicted by the king can never obtain happiness. On the other hand, the man who is favored by the king becomes happy. The king is the heart of his people. He is their great refuge, he is their glory, and he is their highest happiness. Those men, O monarch, who are attached to the king, succeed in conquering both this and the other world. Having governed the earth with the aid of the qualities of self-restraint, truth, and friendship, and having adored the gods by great sacrifices, the king, earning great glory, obtains an eternal abode in heaven. That best of monarchs, viz., the heroic Vasumanas, ruler of Kosala, thus instructed by Vrihaspati, the son of Angiras, began thenceforth to protect his subjects. Section 6. Yudhishthira said, what other special duties remain for the king to discharge? How should he protect his kingdom and how subdue his foes? How should he employ his spies? How should he inspire confidence in the four orders of his subjects, his own servants, wives, and sons? O Bharata. Bhishma said, listen, O monarch, with attention to the diverse duties of kings, to those acts which the king or one that is in the position of a king should first do. The king should first subdue himself and then seek to subdue his foes. How should a king who has not been able to conquer his own self be able to conquer his foes? The conquest of these, viz., the aggregate of 5, is regarded as the conquest of self. The king that has succeeded in subduing his senses is competent to resist his foes. He should place bodies of foot soldiers in his forts, frontiers, towns, parks, and pleasure gardens, O delighter of the chorus, as also in all places where he himself goes, and within his own palace, O tiger among men. He should employ as spies men looking like idiots or like those that are blind and deaf. Those should all be persons who have been thoroughly examined, in respect of their ability, who are possessed of wisdom, and who are able to endure hunger and thirst. With proper attention, the king should set his spies upon all his counsellors and friends and sons, in his city and the provinces, and in dominions of the chiefs under him. His spies should be so employed that they may not know one another. He should also, O bull of Bharata's race, know the spies of his foes by himself setting spies in shops and places of amusement, and concourses of people, among beggars, in his pleasure gardens and parks, in meetings and conclaves of the learned, in the country, in public places, in places where he holds his own court, and in the houses of the citizens. The king possessed of intelligence may thus ascertain the spies dispatched by his foes. If these be known, the king may derive much benefit, O son of Pandu. When the king, by a survey of his own, finds himself weak, he should then, consulting with his counsellors, make peace with the foe that is stronger. The king that is wise should speedily make peace with the foe, even when he knows that he is not weak, if any advantage is to be derived from it. Engaged in protecting his kingdom with righteousness, the king should make peace with those that are possessed of every accomplishment, capable of great exertion, virtuous, and honest. When the king finds himself threatened with danger and about to be overtaken by ruin, he should slay all offenders whom he had overlooked before and all such persons as appointed at by the people. A king should have nothing to do with that person who can neither benefit nor injure him, or with one who cannot rescue himself from distress. As regards military operations, a king who is confident of his own strength should, at the head of a large force, cheerfully and with courage give the order to march, without proclaiming his destination against one destitute of allies and friends or already at war with another and, therefore, heedless of danger from other quarters, or one so weaker than himself, having first made arrangements for the protection of his own capital. 217. A king should not forever live in subjection to another possessed of greater prowess. Though weak, he should seek to afflict the stronger, and resolved upon this, continue to rule his own. 218. He should afflict the kingdom of the stronger one by means of weapons, fire and application of poison. He should also cause dissensions amongst his counsellors and servants. Brihaspati has said that a king possessed of intelligence should always avoid war for acquisition of territory. The acquisition of dominion should be made by the three well-known means of conciliation, gift, and disunion. The king that is possessed of wisdom should be gratified with those acquisitions that are made by means of conciliation, gift, and disunion. The king, O delighter of the chorus, should take a sixth of the incomes of his subjects as tribute for meeting the expenses of protecting them. He should also forcibly take away wealth, much or little, as the case may require, from the 10 kinds of offenders mentioned in the scriptures, for the protection of his subjects. A king should, without doubt, look upon his subjects as his own children. In determining their disputes, however, he should not show compassion. For hearing the complaints and answers of disputants in judicial suits, the king should always appoint persons possessed of wisdom and a knowledge of the affairs of the world, for the state really rests upon a proper administration of justice. The king should set honest and trustworthy men over his mines, salt, grain, ferries, and elephant core. The king who always wields with propriety the rod of chastisement earns great merit. The proper regulation of chastisement is the high duty of kings and deserves great applause. The king should be conversant with the Vedas and their branches, possessed of wisdom, engaged in penances, charitable, and devoted to the performance of sacrifices. All these qualities should permanently reside in a king. If the king fails to administer justice, he can neither have heaven nor fame. If a king be afflicted by a stronger one, the former, if possessed of intelligence, should seek refuge in a fort. Assembling his friends for consultation, he should devise proper means. Adopting the policy of conciliation and of producing dissensions, he should devise means for waging war with the assailant. He should set the inhabitants of the woods on the high roads, and, if necessary, cause whole villages to be removed, transplanting all the inhabitants to minor towns or the outskirts of great cities, repeatedly assuring his wealthy subjects and the principal officers of the army. He should cause the inhabitants of the open country to take refuge in such forts as are well protected. He should himself withdraw all stores of grain from the open country into his forts. If that becomes impossible, he should destroy them completely by fire. He should set men for destroying the crops on the fields of the enemy, by producing disunion among the enemy's subjects. Failing to do this, he should destroy those crops by means of his own troops. He should destroy all the bridges over the rivers in his kingdom. He should bail out the waters of all the tanks in his dominions, or, if incapable of bailing them out, cause them to be poisoned. Disregarding the duty of protecting his friends, he should, in view of both present and future circumstances, seek the protection of the ruler of another kingdom who may happen to be the foe of his foe and who may be competent to deal with his foe on the field of battle. 219. He should destroy all the smaller forts in his kingdom. He should also cut down all the smaller trees excepting those that are called chatia. 220. He should cause the branches of all the larger trees to be lopped off, but he should not touch the very leaves of those called chatia. He should raise outer ramparts round his forts, with enclosures in them, and fill his trenches with water, driving pointed stakes at their bottom and filling them with crocodiles and sharks. He should keep small openings in his walls for making sallies from his fort, and carefully make arrangements for their defence like that of the greater gates. 221. In all his gates he should plant destructive engines. He should plant on the ramparts of his forts satagnes and other weapons. He should store wood for fuel and dig and repair wells for supply of water to the garrison. He should cause all houses made of grass and straw to be plastered over with mud, and if it is the summer month, he should, from fear of fire, withdraw into a place of safety all the stores of grass and straw. He should order all food to be cooked at night. No fire should be ignited during the day, except for the daily homer. Particular care should be taken of the fires in smithies and lying in rooms. Fires kept within the houses of the inhabitants should be well covered. For the effectual protection of the city, it should be proclaimed that condign punishment will overtake the person who lights fires by the daytime. During such times, all beggars, eunuchs, lunatics, and mimes should, O foremost of men, be driven out of the town, for if they are permitted to remain, evil will follow. In places of public resort, in turthers, in assemblies, and in the houses of the citizens, the king should set competent spies. 222. The king should cause wide roads to be constructed and order shops, and places for the distribution of water, to be opened at proper stations. Depots of diverse necessaries, arsenals, camps and quarters for soldiers, stations from the keeping of horses and elephants, encampments of soldiers, trenches, streets and bypaths, houses and gardens for retirement and pleasure, should be so ordered that their sites may not be known to others. O Yiddish Thera. A king who is afflicted by a hostile army should gather wealth, and store oil and fat and honey, and clarified butter, and medicines of all kinds, and charcoal and munja grass, leaves, arrows, scribes and draftsmen, grass, fuel, poisoned arrows, weapons of every kind such as darts, swords, lances, and others. The king should store such articles. He should especially keep ready drugs of every kind, roots and fruits, the 4 kinds of physicians, actors and dancers, athletes, and persons capable of assuming diverse disguises. He should decorate his capital and gladden all his subjects. The king should lose no time in bringing under his control such persons as may happen to inspire him with fear, be they his servants or councillors or citizens or neighbouring monarchs. After any task of the king has been accomplished, he should reward those that have aided in its accomplishment with wealth and other proportionate gifts and thankful speeches. It has been laid down in the scriptures, O delighter of the chorus, that a king pays off his debt when he discomfits his foe or slays him outright. 223. A king should take care of 7 things. Listen to me as I recite them. They are his own self, his councillors, his treasury, his machinery for awarding punishments, his friends, his provinces, and his capital. He should with care protect his kingdom, which consists of these 7 limbs. That king, O tiger among men, who is conversant with the aggregate of 6, the triple aggregate, and the high aggregate of 3, succeeds in winning the sovereignty of the whole earth. Listen, O Yudhishthira, to what has been called the aggregate of 6. These are ruling in peace after concluding a treaty with the foe, marching to battle, producing disunion among the foe, concentration of forces, for inspiring the foe with fear, preparedness for war with readiness for peace, and alliance with others. Listen now with attention to what has been called the triple aggregate. They are decrease, maintenance of what is, and growth. The high aggregate of 3 consists of virtue, profit, and pleasure. These should be pursued judiciously. By the aid of virtue, a king succeeds in ruling the earth forever. Touching this matter, Angirasa's son, Vrihaspati himself has sung 2 verses. Blessed be thou, O son of Devaki, it behoveth thee to hear them. Having discharged all his duties and having protected the earth, and having also protected his cities, a king attains to great happiness in heaven. What are penances to the king, and what need has he of sacrifices who protects his people properly? Such a king should be regarded as one conversant with every virtue. Yudhishthira said, there is the science of chastisement, there is the king, and there are the subjects. Tell me, O grandsire, what advantage is derived by one of these from the others? Bhishma said, listen to me, O king, as I describe, O Bharata, the great blessedness of the science of chastisement, in sacred words of grave import. The science of chastisement forces all men to the observance of the duties of their respective orders. Duly administered, it forces people to virtuous acts. 224. When the 4 orders attend to their respective duties, when all wholesome barriers are maintained, when peace and happiness are made to flow from the science of chastisement, when the people become freed from all fear, and the 3 higher orders endeavour, according to their respective duties, to maintain harmony, know that men become truly happy at such times. Whether it is the king that makes the age, or it is the age that makes the king, is a question about which thou shouldst not entertain any doubt. The truth is that the king makes the age. When the king rules with a complete and strict reliance on the science of chastisement, the foremost of ages called Krita is then said to set in. 225. Righteousness sets in the Krita age. Nothing of unrighteousness exists then. The hearts of men belonging to all the 4 borders do not take any pleasure in unrighteousness. Without doubt, all men succeed in acquiring the objects they desire and preserving those that have been acquired. All the Vedic rites become productive of merit. All the seasons become delightful and free from evil. The voice, pronunciation, and minds of all men become clear and cheerful. Diseases disappear and all men become long-lived. Wives do not become widows, and no person becomes a miser. The earth yields crops without being tilled, and herbs and plants grow in luxuriance. Barks, leaves, fruits, and roots become vigorous and abundant. No unrighteousness is seen. Nothing but righteousness exists. Know these to be the characteristics, O Yudhishthira, of the great age, when the king relies upon only 3 of the 4 parts of the science of chastisement, leaving out a 4th, the age called traitor sets in. A 4th part of unrighteousness follows in the train of such observance of the great science, by 3/4. The earth yields crops that waits for tillage. The herbs and plants grow, depending upon tillage. When the king observes the great science by only a half, leaving out the other half, then the age that sets in is called Dwapara. A moiety of unrighteousness follows in the train of such observance of the great science by half. The earth requires tillage and yields crops by half. When the king, abandoning the great science totally, oppresses his subjects by evil means of diverse kinds, the age that sets in is called Kali. During the age called Kali, unrighteousness becomes full and nothing of righteousness is seen. The hearts of men, of all the orders, fall away from their respective duties. Sudras live by adopting lives of mendicancy, and Brahmanas live by serving others. Men fail to acquire the objects they desire and preserve those already acquired. Intermixture of the 4 orders takes place. Vedic rites fail to produce fruits. All the seasons cease to be delightful and become fraught with evil. The voice, pronunciation, and minds of men lose vigor. Diseases appear, and men die prematurely. Wives become widows, and many cruel men are seen. The clouds do not pour seasonably, and crops fail. All kinds of moisture also fail, when the king does not, with proper attention to the great science, protect the subjects. The king is the creator of the great age, of the traitor, and of the Dwapara. The king is the cause of the 4th age, called Kali. If he causes the great age, he attains to everlasting heaven. If he causes the traitor age, he acquires heaven for a period that is limited. If he causes the Dwapara, he attains to blessedness in heaven according to the measure of his merits. By causing the Kali age, the king incurs a heavy load of sin. Stained by wickedness, he rots in hell for innumerable years, for sinking in the sins of his subjects. He incurs great sin and infamy himself. Keeping the great science in his view, the Kshatriya possessed of learning should strive to acquire those objects which he desires and protect those that have been already acquired. The science of chastisement, which establishes all men in the observance of their respective duties, which is the groundwork of all wholesome distinctions, and which truly upholds the world and sets it a-going, if properly administered, protects all men like the mother and the further protecting their children. Know, O bull among men, that the very lives of creatures depend upon it. The highest merit a king can acquire is acquaintance with the science of chastisement and administering it properly. Therefore, O thou of Kuru's race, protect thy subjects righteously, with the aid of that great science. By protecting the subjects and adopting such a conduct, thou wilt surely attain to such blessedness in heaven as is difficult of acquisition. Section LXX. Yudhishthira said, by adopting that conduct, O thou that art conversant with every kind of behavior, can a king succeed in easily acquiring, both here and hereafter, objects productive of happiness in the end? Bhishma said, there are these 36 virtues, which a king should observe. They are connected with 36 others. A virtuous person, by attending to those qualities, can certainly acquire great merit. The king should observe his duties without wrath and malice. He should not abandon kindness. He should have faith. He should acquire wealth without persecution and cruelty. He should pursue pleasure without attachments. He should, with cheerfulness, utter what is the agreeable, and be brave without brag. He should be liberal but should not make gifts to persons that are undeserving. He should have prowess without cruelty. He should make alliance, avoiding those that are wicked. He should not act with hostility towards friends. He should never employ persons not devoted to him as his spies and secret agents. He should never accomplish his objects by persecution. He should never disclose his purposes before persons that are wicked. He should speak of the merits of others but never his own. He should take wealth from his subjects but never from those that are good. He should never employ or take the assistance of persons that are wicked. He should never inflict punishment without careful inquiry. He should never disclose his counsels. He should give away, but not to persons that are covetous. He should repose confidence on others but never on those that have injured him. He should not cherish malice. He should protect his wedded wives. He should be pure and should not always be melted by compassion. He should not indulge much in female companionship. He should take food that is wholesome and never that which is otherwise. He should without pride pay regards to those that deserve them, and serve his preceptors and seniors with sincerity. He should worship the gods without pride. He should seek prosperity, but never do anything that brings infamy. He should wait upon his seniors with humility. He should be clever in business but should always wait for the proper time. He should comfort man and never send them away with empty speeches. Having favored a person, he should not abandon him. He should never strike in ignorance. Having slain his foe, he should never indulge in sorrow. He should display temper, but should never do so when there is no occasion. He should be mild, but never to those that have offended. Conduct thyself thus while ruling thy kingdom if thou wishest to have prosperity. The king that behaves otherwise incurs great danger. That king who observes all these virtues that I have mentioned reaps many blessings on earth and great rewards in heaven. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of Santanu's son, King Yudhishthira, docile in receiving instructions, possessed of great intelligence, and protected by Bhima and others, then worshipped his grandsire and from that time began to rule according to the teaching. Section LXXI. Yudhishthira said, Tell me, O grandsire, in what way should the king protect his subjects so as to be able to avoid grief and so as not to offend against righteousness? Bhishma said, I shall recite, O king, those eternal duties in brief, for if I were to mention them in detail, I would never attain to their end. Thou shouldst worship those Brahmanas that are devoted to their duties, possessed of learning, regular in worshipping the gods, observant of high vows, and endued with other accomplishments, when they come to thy abode, and employ them in officiating in thy sacrifices. With thy priest accompanying thee, thou shouldst rise up when they approach, and touch and worship their feet, and do every other act that is necessary. Doing these acts of piety and discharging other acts that are for thy own good, thou shouldst, by presence, cause those Brahmanas to utter benedictions on thee for the success of thy purposes. Endued with sincerity, and wisdom and intelligence, O Bharata, thou shouldst adopt truth and avoid lust and wrath. That foolish king who pursues profit without driving away lust and wrath, fails to acquire virtue and ultimately sacrifices profit as well. Never employ those that are covetous and foolish in matters connected with pleasure and profit. Thou shouldst always employ in all thy acts those that are free from covetousness and possessed of intelligence. Stained with lust and wrath and unskilled in the transaction of business, foolish persons, if vested with authority in matters of profit, always oppress the people by diverse contrivances productive of mischief. With a sixth part upon fair calculation of the yield of the soil as his tribute, with fines and forfeitures levied upon offenders, with the imposts, according to the scriptures, upon merchants and traders in return for the protection granted to them. A king should fill his treasury. 226. Realizing this just tribute and governing the kingdom properly, the king should, with heedfulness, act in such a way that his subjects may not feel the pressure of want. Men become deeply devoted to that king who discharges the duty of protection properly, who is endued with liberality, who is steady in the observance of righteousness, who is vigilant, and who is free from lust and hate. Never desire to fill thy treasury by acting unrighteously or from covetousness. That king who does not act in accordance with the scriptures fails to earn wealth and religious merit. That king who is mindful only of the means of acquiring wealth never succeeds in acquiring both religious merit and wealth. The wealth, again, that he acquires by such means is seen to be lavished on unworthy objects. 227. That avaricious king who through folly oppresses his subjects by levying taxes not sanctioned by the scriptures is said to wrong his own self. As a person desirous of milk never obtains any by cutting off the udders of a cow, similarly a kingdom afflicted by improper means never yields any profit to the king. 228. He who treats a milch cow with tenderness always obtains milk from it. Similarly, the king who rules his kingdom by the aid of proper means reaps much fruit from it. By protecting a kingdom properly and ruling it by the aid of judicious means, a king, O Yudhishthira, may succeed in always obtaining much wealth. The earth, well protected by the king, yields crops and gold to the ruler and the ruled, even like a gratified mother yielding milk to her child. Imitate the example, O king, of the flourman and not of the charcoal maker. Becoming such and discharging the duty of protection, thou mayst be able to enjoy the earth forever. 229. If in attacking an enemy's kingdom thy treasury becomes exhausted, thou mayst refill it by taking wealth from all except Brahmanas. Let not thy heart be moved, even when thou art in great distress, upon seeing Brahmanas possessed of wealth. I need not speak then of what thou shouldst do when thou art in affluence. Thou shouldst give them wealth to the best of thy power and as they deserve, and protect them, comforting them on all occasions. By conducting thyself in this way, thou mayst acquire such regions hereafter as are most difficult of acquisition. Adopting such virtuous behavior, do thou protect thy subjects. Thou mayst then obtain, O delighter of the chorus, fame that is everlasting, high, and pure. Protect thy subjects righteously, O son of Pandu, for no regret or pain will then be thine. Protection of the subject is the highest duty of the king, since compassion to all creatures and protecting them from injury has been said to be the highest merit. Persons conversant with duties regard that to be the highest merit of the king. When, engaged in protecting all creatures, the king displays compassion towards them. The sin a king incurs by neglecting for a single day to protect his subjects from fear is such that he does not attain to end of his sufferings for it in hell till after 1,000 years. The merit a king earns by protecting his subjects righteously for a single day is such that he enjoys its reward in heaven for 10,000 years. All those regions that are acquired by persons leading duly the Gahastya, the Brahmacharya, and the Vanaprastha modes of life, are soon acquired by a king by only protecting his subjects righteously. Do thou, O son of Kunti, observe with great care this duty of protection. Thou shalt then obtain the reward of righteousness, and no grief and pain will be thine. Thou shalt, O son of Pandu, obtain great prosperity in heaven. Merit like this is impossible to be acquired by persons that are not kings. A person, therefore, who is a king, and no other, can succeed in earning such reward of virtue. Possessed of intelligence, thou hast obtained a kingdom. Do thou protect thy subjects righteously. gratify Indra with offerings of Soma and the friends and well-wishers with the objects of their wishes. Section XXI. Bhishma said, that person, O king, who would protect the good and punish the wicked, should be appointed as his priest by the king. In this connection is cited the old story about the discourse between Pururavas, the son of Ela, and Matariswan. Pururavas said, whence has the Brahmana sprung and whence the three other orders? For what reason also has the Brahmana become the foremost? It behoveth thee to tell me all this. Matariswan answered, the Brahmana, O best of kings, has sprung from the mouth of Brahman. The Kshatriya has sprung from his 2 arms, and the Vaisya from his 2 thighs. For waiting upon these 3 orders, O ruler of men, a 4th order, viz., the Sudra, sprung into life, being created from the feet of Brahman. Originally created thus, the Brahmana takes birth on earth as the lord of all creatures, his duty being the keep of the Vedas and the other scriptures. 230. Then, for ruling the earth and wielding the rod of chastisement and protecting all creatures, the 2nd order, viz., the Kshatriya, was created. The Vaisya was created for supporting the 2 other orders and himself by cultivation and trade, and finally, it was ordained by Brahman that the Sudra should serve the 3 orders as a menial. Pururavas said, tell me truly, O God of winds, to whom this earth righteously belong? Does it belong to the Brahmana or to the Kshatriya? The God of winds said, everything that exists in the universe belongs to the Brahmana in consequence of his birth and precedence. Persons conversant with morality say this. What the Brahmana eats is his own. The place he inhabits is his own. What he gives away is his own. He deserves the veneration of all their other orders. He is the firstborn and the foremost. As a woman, in the absence of her husband, accepts his younger brother for him, even so the earth, in consequence of the refusal of the Brahmana, has accepted his next-born, viz., the Kshatriya, for her lord. This is the first rule. In times, however, of distress, there is an exception of this. If thou seekest to discharge the duties of the order and wishest to obtain the highest place in heaven, then give unto the Brahmana all the land thou mayst succeed in conquering, and to him that is possessed of learning and virtuous conduct, that is conversant with duties and observant of penances, that is satisfied with the duties of his order and not covetous of wealth. The well-born Brahmana, possessed of wisdom and humility, guides the king in every matter by his own great intelligence. By means of sound counsels he causes the king to earn prosperity. The Brahmana points out to the king the duties the latter is to observe. As long as a wise king, observant of the duties of his order, and bereft of pride, is desirous of listening to the instructions of the Brahmana, so long is he honored and so long does he enjoy fame. The priest of the king, therefore, has a share in the merit that the king acquires. When the king behaves himself thus, all his subjects, relying upon him, become virtuous in their behavior, attentive to their duties, and freed from every fear. The king obtains a 4th part of those righteous acts which his subjects, properly protected by him, perform in his kingdom. The gods, men, Pitras, Gandharvas, Iragas, and Rakshasas, all depend upon sacrifices for their support. In a country destitute of a king, there can be no sacrifice. The gods and the Pitras subsist on the offerings made in sacrifices. Sacrifice, however, depends upon the king. In the season of summer, men desire comfort from the shade of trees, cool water, and cool breezes. In the season of winter they derive comfort from fire, warm clothes, and the sun. The heart of man may find pleasure in sound, touch, taste, vision, and scent. The man, however, who is inspired with fear, finds no pleasure in all these things. That person who dispels the fears of men obtains great merit. There is no gift so valuable in the three worlds as the gift of life. The king is Indra. The king is Yama. The king is Dharma. The king assumes different forms. The king sustains and supports everything. Section XXI. Bhishma said, the king, with an eye to both religious merit and profit, whose considerations are often very intricate, should, without delay, appoint a priest possessed of learning and intimate acquaintance with the Vedas and their other scriptures, those kings that have priests possessed of virtuous souls and conversant with policy, and that are themselves possessed of such attributes, enjoy prosperity in every direction. Both the priest and the king should have such qualities as are worthy of regard and should be observant of vows and penances. They would then succeed in supporting and aggrandizing the subjects and the deities, the Baitres and the children. 231. It is laid down that they should be possessed of similar hearts and should be each other's friends. In consequence of such friendship between Brahmana and Kshatriya, the subjects become happy. If they do not regard each other, destruction would overtake the people. The Brahmana and the Kshatriya are said to be the progenitors of all men. In this connection is cited the old story about the discourse between Aila's son and Kasyapa. Listen to it, O Yudhishthira. Aila said, when the Brahmana forsakes the Kshatriya or the Kshatriya forsakes the Brahmana, who amongst them should be regarded superior and upon whom do the other orders rely and maintain themselves? Kasyapa said, ruin overtakes the kingdom of the Kshatriya when the Brahmana and Kshatriya contend with each other. Robbers infest that kingdom in which confusion prevails, and all good men regard the ruler to be a mletsha. Their oxen do not thrive, nor their children. Their pots of milk are not churned, and no sacrifices are performed there. The children do not study the Vedas in kingdoms where Brahmanas abandon Kshatriyas. In their houses wealth does not increase. Their children do not become good and do not study the scriptures and perform sacrifices. Those Kshatriyas that abandon Brahmanas become impure in blood and assume the nature of robbers. The Brahmana and the Kshatriya are connected with each other naturally, and each protects the other. The Kshatriya is the cause of the Brahmana's growth and the Brahmana is the cause of the Kshatriya's growth. When each helps the other, both attain to great prosperity. If their friendship, existing from days of old, breaks, a confusion sets over everything. No person desirous of crossing the ocean of life succeeds in his task even as a small boat floating on the bosom of the sea. The four orders of men become confounded and destruction overtakes all. If the Brahmana, who is like a tree, is protected, gold and honey are showered. If, on the other hand, he is not protected, it then tears and sins are showered. When Brahmanas fall away from the Vedas and, in the absence of a Kshatriya ruler, seek protection from the scriptures, then Indra does not pour rain seasonably and diverse kinds of calamities ceaselessly afflict the kingdom. When a sinful wretch having slain a woman or a Brahmana does not incur obloquy in assemblies of fellowmen and has not to stand in fear of the king, then danger threatens the Kshatriya ruler. In consequence of the sins perpetrated by sinful men, the god Rudra appears in the kingdom. Indeed, the sinful by their sins bring upon them that god of vengeance. He then destroys all, the honest and the wicked alike, without making any distinction. Aila said, whence does Rudra spring? What also is his form? Creatures are seen to be destroyed by creatures. Tell me all this, O Kasyapa. Whence does the god Rudra spring? Kasyapa said, Rudra exists in the hearts of men. He destroys the bodies themselves in which he dwells as also the bodies of others. Rudra has been said to be like atmospheric visitations and his form is like that of the wind gods. Aila said, the wind does not, by blowing, visibly destroy men on all occasions, nor does the deity of the clouds do so by pouring rain. On the other hand, It is seen among men that they lose their senses and are slain through lust and malice. Kasyapa said, Fire, blazing forth in one house, burneth a whole quarter or an entire village. Similarly, this deity stupefies the senses of some one, and then that stupefaction touches all, the honest and the wicked alike, without any distinction. Allah said, If chastisement touches all, viz., the honest and the wicked alike, in consequence of the sins perpetrated by the sinful, why should men, in that case, do acts that are good? Indeed, why should they not perform wicked acts? Kasyapa said, By avoiding all connection with the sinful, one becomes pure and stainless. In consequence, however, of their being mixed with the sinful, the sinless are overtaken by chastisement. Wood that is wet, if mixed with wood that is dry, is consumed by fire in consequence of such coexistence. The sinless, therefore, should never mingle with the sinful. Allah said, The earth holds the honest and the wicked. The sun warms the honest and the wicked. The wind blows equally for them. Water cleanses them equally. Kasyapa said, Such, indeed, is the course of this world, O Prince. It is not so, however, hereafter. In the other world, there is great difference of condition between the person that acts righteously and him that acts sinfully. The regions that meritorious men acquire are full of honey and possessed of the splendor of gold or of a fire upon which clarified butter has been poured. Those regions also are likened to the navel of ambrosia. The meritorious person enjoys great felicity there. Death, decrepitude, and sorrow are not there. The region for the sinful is hell. Darkness and ceaseless pain are there, and it is full of sorrow. Sinking in infamy, the man of sinful deeds wrung with remorse for many years. In consequence of a disunion between Brahmanas and Kshatriyas, unbearable griefs afflict the people. Knowing this, a king should appoint a Brahmana priest possessed of experience and wide knowledge. A king should first install the priest in his office, and then cause his own coronation. This has been laid down in the ordinance. The ordinances declare that the Brahmana is the foremost of all creatures. Men acquainted with the Vedas say that the Brahmana was created first. In consequence of the precedence of his birth, all things that are good in this world are vested in him. The rightful owner of all the best things that have flowed from the Creator, the Brahmana, is also, for such precedence, worthy of the respect and the worship of all creatures. A king, however powerful, should, according to the dictates of the scriptures, bestow upon the Brahmana whatever is best and distinguished above others. The Brahmana contributes to the aggrandizement of the Kshatriya, and the Kshatriya to the aggrandizement of the Brahmana. Brahmanas should, therefore, be especially and always worshipped by kings. Section Xxif. Bhishma said, It is said that the preservation and growth of the kingdom rest upon the king. The preservation and growth of the king rest upon the king's priest. That kingdom enjoys true felicity where the invisible fears of the subjects are dispelled by the Brahmana and all visible fears are dispelled by the king with the might of his arms. In this connection is cited the old narrative of the discourse between King Machakanda and Vaisravana. King Machakanda, having subjugated the whole earth, repaired to the Lord of Alaka for testing his strength. King Vaisravana created, by ascetic power, a large force of Rakshasas. These ground the forces led by Machakanda. Beholding the slaughter of his army, King Machakanda, O chastiser of foes, began to rebuke his own learned priest, Vasishta. Thereupon that foremost of righteous persons, viz. Vasishta, underwent very severe penances and, causing those Rakshasas to be slain, ascertained the true course upon which Machakanda was bent. When King Vaisravana's troops were being slaughtered, he showed himself unto Machakanda and said these words. The Lord of Treasures said, Many kings of old, more powerful than thou art, aided by their priests, had never approached me thus. All of them were skilled in weapons, and all of them were possessed of might. Regarding me as the grantor of weal and woe, they approached me for offering worship. In truth, if thou hast might of arms, it behoves thee to display it. Why dost thou act so proudly, aided by Brahmana might? Enraged at these words, Muchukunda, without pride and fear, said unto the Lord of Treasures these words fraught with reason and justice. The self-born Brahman created the Brahmana and the Kshatriya. They have a common origin. If they apply their forces separately, they would never be able to uphold the world. The power of penances and mantras was bestowed upon Brahmanas, the might of arms and of weapons was bestowed upon Kshatriyas. Aggrandized by both kinds of might, kings should protect their subjects. I am acting in that way. Why dost thou, O Lord of Alaka, rebuke me then? Thus addressed, Vaisravana said unto Muchukunda and his priest, I never, without being ordered by the self-created, bestow sovereignty upon anyone. Nor do I ever, without being ordered, take it away from anyone. Know this, O king. Do thou rule then the whole earth without bounds? Thus addressed, King Muchukunda replied, saying, I do not, O king, desire to enjoy sovereignty obtained as gift from thee. I desire to enjoy sovereignty obtained by the might of my own arms. Bhishma continued, at these words of Muchukunda, Vaisravana, seeing the king failless in the observance of Kshatriya duties, became filled with surprise. King Muchukunda, devoted to Kshatriya duties, continued to rule the entire earth obtained by the might of his own arms. That virtuous king who rules his kingdom, aided by unyielding precedence to the Brahmana, succeeds in subjugating the whole earth and achieving great fame. The Brahmana should every day perform his religious rites, and the Kshatriya should always be armed with weapons. Between them, they are the rightful owners of everything in the universe. Section LXXV. Yudhishthira said, Tell me, O grandsire, that conduct by which a king succeeds in aggrandizing his subjects and earning regions of felicity in the other world. Bhishma said, the king should be liberal and should perform sacrifices, O Bharata. He should be observant of vows and penances, and should be devoted to the duty of protecting his subjects. Righteously protecting all his subjects, he should honor all righteous persons by standing up when they come and by making gifts unto them. If the king regards it, righteousness becomes regarded everywhere. Whatever acts and things are liked by the king are liked by his subjects. Unto his foes the king should always be like death, with a rod of chastisement uplifted in his hands. He should exterminate robbers everywhere in his kingdom and never pardon anyone from caprice. The king, O Bharata, earns a fourth part of the merit that his subjects earn under his protection. By only protecting his subjects the king acquires a fourth part of the merit that his subjects acquire by study, by gifts, by pouring libations, and by worshipping the gods. The king acquires a fourth part also of the sin that his subjects commit in consequence of any distress in the kingdom arising from the king's neglect in discharging the duty of protection. Some say that the king earns a moiety, and some say the full measure of whatever sin is caused by his becoming cruel and untruthful in speech. Listen now to the means by which the king may be cleansed of such sins. If the king fails to restore to a subject the wealth that has been stolen away by thieves, he should then compensate the injured from his own treasury, or, in case of inability, with wealth obtained from his dependents. All the orders should protect the wealth of a Brahmana even as they should their Brahmana's boy or life. The person that offends against Brahmanas should be exiled from the kingdom. Everything is protected by protecting the Brahmana's wealth. Through the grace of the Brahmana, which may thus be secured, the king becomes crowned with success. Men seek the protection of a competent king like creatures seeking relief from the clouds or birds seeking refuge in a large tree. A cruel and covetous king, with lustful soul and ever seeking the gratification of his desire, never succeeds in protecting his subjects. Yiddish theory said, I do not, for a moment, desire the happiness that sovereignty bestows or sovereignty itself for its own sake. I desire it, however, for the sake of the merit one may acquire from it. It seems to me that no merit is attached to it. No need for sovereignty then by which no merit can be acquired. I shall, therefore, retire into the woods from desire of earning merit, laying aside the rod of chastisement, and subduing my senses. I shall go to the woods which are sacred and seek to acquire the merit of righteousness by becoming an ascetic subsisting upon fruit and roots. Bhishma said, I know, O Yudhishthira, what the nature of thy heart is, and how inoffensive is thy disposition. Thou wilt not, however, by inoffensiveness alone, succeed in ruling thy kingdom. Thy heart is inclined to mildness, thou art compassionate, and thou art exceedingly righteous. Thou art without energy, and thou art virtuous and full of mercy. People, therefore, do not regard thee much. Follow the conduct of thy sire and grandsire. Kings should never adopt the conduct which thou desirest to adopt. Never be touched by such anxiety after doing thy duty, and never adopt such inoffensiveness of conduct. By becoming so, thou wouldst not succeed in earning that merit of righteousness which arises from protecting subjects. The behavior thou wishest to adopt, impelled by thy own intelligence and wisdom, is not consistent with those blessings which thy sire Pandu or thy mother Kunti used to solicit for thee. Thy sire always solicited for thee courage, might, and truth. Kunti always solicited for thee high-mindedness and liberality. The offerings with swaha and swada in saradas and sacrifices are always asked from children by the Beatrice and the deities. Whether gifts and study and sacrifices and the protection of subjects be meritorious or sinful, thou hast been born to practice and perform them. The fame, O son of Kunti, is never tarnished of men that even fail in bearing the burdens which are placed on them and unto which they are yoked in life. Even a horse, if properly trained, succeeds in bearing, without falling down, a burden. What need then be said of thee that art a human being? One incurs no censure if only one's acts and words be proper, for success is said to depend upon acts and words. No person, be he a man virtuously following the domestic mode of life, or be he a king, or be he a Brahmacharin, has ever succeeded in conducting himself without dripping. It is better to do an act which is good and in which there is small merit than to totally abstain from all acts, for total abstention from acts is very sinful. When a high-born and righteous person succeeds in obtaining affluence, the king then succeeds in obtaining prosperity in all his affairs. A virtuous king, having obtained a kingdom, should seek to subdue some by gifts, some by force, and some by sweet words. There is no one more virtuous than he upon whom high-born and learned persons rely from fear of losing their means of sustenance and depending upon whom they live in contentment. Yudhishthira said, What acts, O sire, were conducive to heaven? What is the nature of the great felicity that is derived from them? What also is the high prosperity that may be obtained thence? Tell me all this, if thou knowest. Bhishma said, that man from whom a person afflicted with fear obtains relief even for a moment, is the most worthy of heaven amongst us. This that I tell thee is very true. Be thou cheerfully the king of the Kurus, O foremost one of Kuru's race, acquire heaven, protect the good and slay the wicked. Let thy friends, together with all honest men, derive their support from thee, like all creatures from the deity of the clouds and like birds from a large tree with delicious fruits. Men seek the protection of that person who is dignified, courageous, capable of smiting, compassionate, with senses under control, affectionate towards all, and equitable, and just. Section XV. Yiddish theory said, O grandsire, amongst Brahmanas some are engaged in the duties proper to their order, while others are engaged in other duties. Tell me the difference between these two classes. Bhishma said, those Brahmanas, O king, that are possessed of learning and beneficent features, and that look upon all creatures with an equal eye, are said to be equal to Brahma. They that are conversant with the riches, the ajases and the samans, and who are devoted to the practices of their order, are, O king, equal to the very gods. Those, however, amongst them that are not well born and not devoted to the duties of their order, and are besides wedded to evil practices, are like Sudras. A virtuous king should realize tribute from and impress without pay into the public service those Brahmanas that are not possessed of Vedic law and that have not their own fires to worship. They that are employed in courts of justice for summoning people, they that perform worship for others for a fee, they that perform the sacrifices of Vaisyas and Sudras, they that officiate in sacrifices on behalf of a whole village, and they that make voyages on the ocean. These 5 are regarded as Chandalas among Brahmanas. 232. They amongst them that become Ritvikas, Purohitas, counsellors, envoys, and messengers, become, O king, equal to Kshatriyas. 233. They amongst them that ride horses or elephants or cars or become foot soldiers, become, O king, equal to Vaisyas. If the king's treasury is not full, he may realize tribute from these. In realizing tribute, the king, however, should exclude those Brahmanas that are, for their conduct, equal to the gods or Brahma. The Vedas say that the king is the lord of the wealth belonging to all the orders except Brahmanas. He can take the wealth of those Brahmanas also that have fallen away from their legitimate duties. The king should never be indifferent towards those Brahmanas that are not observant of their duties. For the sake of making his people virtuous, he should punish and separate them from their superiors. That king, O monarch, in whose territories a Brahmana becomes a thief, is regarded by the learned to be the author of that misdeed. Persons conversant with the Vedas declare that if a Brahmana versed in the Vedas and observant of vows becomes, through want of sustenance, a thief, it is the duty of the king to provide for his support. If, after provision has been made for his support, he does not abstain from theft, he should then, O scorcher of the foes, be banished from the kingdom with all his kinsmen. Section XVI. Yiddish theory said, of whose wealth, O bull of Bharata's race, is the king regarded to be the lord? And what conduct also should the king adopt? Discourse to me on this, O grandsire. Bhishma said, the Vedas declare that the king is the lord of the wealth that belongs to all persons except Brahmanas, as also of those Brahmanas that are not observant of their proper duties. The king should not spare those Brahmanas that are not observant of their duties. The righteous say that this is the ancient custom of kings. That king, O monarch, in whose dominion a Brahmana becomes a thief, is regarded to be the author of that misdeed. It is the king that becomes sinful on that account. In consequence of such a circumstance, kings regard themselves to be worthy of reproach. All righteous kings, therefore, provide Brahmanas with a means of support. In this connection is cited the old narrative of the speech made by the king of the Kakeyas unto a Rakshasa while the latter was about to abduct him away. Of rigid vows and possessed of Vedic law, the king of the Kakeyas, O monarch, while living in the woods, was forcibly seized on a certain occasion by a Rakshasa. The king said, there is no thief in my territories, nor any person of wicked behavior, nor any one that drinks alcohol. There is no one in my dominions who has not his sacred fire or who does not perform sacrifices. How then hast thou been able to possess my heart? There is no Brahmana in my dominions who is not possessed of learning or who is not observant of vows or who has not drunk soma. There is no one who has not his sacred fire or who does not perform sacrifices. How then hast thou been able to possess my soul? In my dominions no sacrifice has been performed without completing it by dakshina. No one in my dominions studies the Vedas who is not observant of vows. How then hast thou been able to possess my soul? The Brahmanas in my kingdom teach, study, sacrifice, officiate at others' sacrifices, give, and receive gifts. All of them are observant of those 6 acts. The Brahmanas in my kingdom are all devoted to the performance of the duties of their order. Worshipped and provided for, they are mild and truthful in speech. How then hast thou been able to possess my soul? The Kshatriyas in my kingdom are all devoted to the duties of their order. They never beg but give, and are conversant with truth and virtue. They never teach but study, and perform sacrifices but never officiate at the sacrifices of others. They protect the Brahmanas and never fly from battle. How then hast thou been able to possess my soul? The Vaisyas in my dominion are all observant of the duties of their order. With simplicity and without deceit they derive their sustenance from agriculture, cattle keeping, and trade. They are all heedful, observant of religious rites and excellent vows, and truthful in speech. They give to guests what is their due, and self-restrained, and pure, and attached to their relative and kinsman. How then hast thou been able to possess my heart? The Sudras in my kingdom, observant of the duties of their order, humbly and duly serve and wait upon the other 3 orders without entertaining any malice towards them. How then hast thou been able to possess my heart? I support the helpless and the old, the weak, the ill, and women, without guardians, by supplying them with all their necessaries. How then hast thou been able to possess my heart? I am never an exterminator of the special customs of families and of countries existing duly from days of old. How then hast thou been able to possess my heart? The ascetics in my kingdom are protected and worshipped. They are always honored and entertained with food. How then hast thou been able to possess my heart? I never eat without feeding others from my dishes. I never go to other people's wives. I never sport or recreate alone. How then hast thou been able to possess my heart? No one in my kingdom who is not a Brahmacharin begs his food, and no one who leads the bhikshu mode of life desires to be a Brahmacharin. No one who is not a Ritwij pours libations of clarified butter upon the sacrificial fire. How then hast thou been able to possess my soul? I never disregard the learned or the old or those that are engaged in penances. When the whole population sleeps, I keep myself awake, for watching and protecting. How then hast thou been able to possess my heart? My priest possesses knowledge of self. He is given to penances, and is conversant with all duties.